Modern Family, A New Life. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101, Milestone. Andrew walked out of the locker room and, already outside the stadium, ran into his family. Mitchell was the first to approach, with Cam right on his heels. "That was the most beautiful pass I've ever seen in my life," Cam exclaimed, as dramatic as always, opening his arms to hug him and trying to lift him off the ground. "Dad, you always say that," Andrew said, letting himself be hugged. But when Cam tried to lift him, he barely managed to get his heels off the ground before stumbling backward with a strained grimace. "Oh, dear God, you weigh like a tank. What are you eating? Cement? Where is all that weight coming from?" he asked, letting him go with the puff and trying to figure out where his son's weight was hiding. Andrew stood 6 feet tall and weighed 180 pounds. His build was athletic, with broad shoulders, a well-trained torso, and powerful legs, thanks to constant training since childhood and favorable genetics. He wasn't gigantic, but he was heavy and strong enough that lifting him wasn't exactly easy. "Six muscle," Andrew replied with a smile, shrugging his shoulders. "Great game, son," Mitchell said, more sober than Cam, but with a genuine proud smile. "Thanks," Andrew replied with a smile. But then, as if making a grand entrance choreographed only in his own mind, "Where's my forever right quarterback?" Phil sang out, walking toward them with strange steps, a mix of hip-shaking dance moves and an improvised march that followed no recognizable rhythm. He was wearing a custom cap that read PHS Eagles, QB-1 in shiny embroidered letters. Clearly something he had made himself, probably on some custom merch website. "Phil, please," Claire muttered, placing a hand on her forehead, unable to hide her second-hand embarrassment. "That's family spirit, Claire," Phil shot back, pointing at her without missing a beat. He stopped in front of Andrew and extended both hands, getting ready for an elaborate handshake. Andrew played along. He bumped fists with Phil, then palms, then knuckles, and finally a chest tap, like a celebration after a touchdown. "That's it," Phil said excitedly, giving him a pat on the back. "Gotta keep the show alive," Andrew replied with a smile. Phil smiled with pride, not just because of the game, but because Andrew always played along. He never made him feel silly, and that, coming from a teenager, was pure gold. "6, teach me how to feint like that. It looks more fun than throwing the ball," Luke shouted with enthusiasm, mimicking Andrew's moves as he dodged imaginary defenders. "Learn to tie your laces first," Alex said with sarcasm. "Or talk without drooling," Hallie added. Or, Alex was about to continue, but stopped when she caught her mother's look, one that clearly said, "Quit teasing your brother." Luke, oblivious to the tension, kept practicing his clumsy jukes off to the side, mumbling something about being the next iShield 21. And then Jay appeared. He didn't say good game or go in for a hug. "You ran more than usual," he said, straight to the point. Andrew looked up. He knew exactly what he meant. Jay wasn't dumb. He had noticed that a few plays had been salvaged by Andrew scrambling when ideally the receiver's shoulder gotten open. "I know," Andrew replied, glancing around. "The new receivers aren't sharp. And Steve, he's playing badly, even though he's got the skills. He doesn't run his routes, doesn't adapt. He's making things harder." Jay didn't say anything for a few seconds. He studied his grandson's face. The seriousness, the composure, the ability to analyze a game that had just ended. Then, what looked like a crack in his expression turned into a faint smile. "You did good. Not every game is won with everything working perfectly. And even so, you made sure this one was won." Andrew looked at him. Jay wasn't one to give out easy praise. "Thanks, old man. Getting sentimental, or what?" Andrew said with a small smirk, knowing how rare it was to hear a compliment from his grandfather. "Shut up, Kit," Jay said with a dry chuckle, giving him a firm slap on the back before heading toward his truck. Gloria and Manny also congratulated him on the game. "You played like a tiger, me American Englisher. So strong, so brave," Gloria said, overflowing with pride as she hugged him tightly. "Thanks," Andrew replied, silently wondering how Gloria could be so strong. "I want to host a dinner tomorrow at our place," Gloria announced, looking around at everyone. "Colombian food, from my ancestors. So you can all taste what real family seasoning is like." "Ooh, Colombian food. Awesome. I've always wanted to try that cuisine," Phil said enthusiastically, already picturing tomorrow's delicious feast. "Yeah, of course, we'll be there," said Mitch with a nod. "But why the sudden urge to throw a Colombian feast? My grandmother, may she rest in peace, appeared to me in a dream and told me I'm losing touch with my roots," Gloria replied dramatically, placing a hand over her heart and looking up toward the sky. 9cam nodded, as if it were a sacred revelation. Mitchell, on the other hand, blinked slowly. "Sure. That makes perfect sense," he muttered to himself. As the conversation continued, Andrew looked up and spotted his girlfriend, Pippa, in the distance. She was with her friend Kara, and as always, the weird but inseparable combo of Leonard, Howard, Zach and Willa. A group that made no sense on paper, but somehow worked perfectly in practice. Willa had joined the group a few months back when they met her at Comic-Con. What began as a showdown between her and Andrew over a Green Arrow figurine turned into an unexpected friendship. And since she didn't seem to truly click with any other crowd, neither in Hollywood nor at school, she started hanging out more and more with the trio. Eventually, she became part of a bigger group that included Pippa, Kara, Zach, and Hallie. When Hallie met her, being a huge Gossip Girl fan, it was instant friendship. Hallie and Willa spoke the same language, fashion, sarcasm, and confidence. As for Pippa and Kara, they had no problem welcoming her into the group. They found it odd that a 17-year-old Hollywood actress could be such a geek and beat Leonard, Andrew, or Howard in Star Wars debates. But they were already used to the idea of an elite quarterback being a total nerd, so adding a nerdy actress wasn't hard to digest. Andrew and Hallie began walking toward the group. "Hey guys, where have you been?" Andrew asked. But before anyone could answer him, Pippa had already stepped forward and, without saying a word, hugged him and kissed him. "You played amazing," Pippa said, one hand still resting on his chest. "Even if you ran more than usual, you were brilliant." She knew about Andrew's issue with his receivers, especially Steve. It wasn't just a one-game problem. And while Andrew liked being a quarterback who could both run and pass, a true dual-threat quarterback, he didn't always want to have to do everything himself. He liked solving plays with his legs when the play called for it, not because there was no other option. A dual threat quarterback is a player who poses a threat to the defense both through running and passing. "Thanks," Andrew murmured, looking into her eyes with a smile. The group fell silent for a moment. Kara smiled faintly and looked away, whistling softly. Leonard glanced down at the ground, as if he suddenly needed to study the texture of the grass. Howard opened his mouth, as if to say something but didn't. Willa stood in the same spot, arms crossed. She didn't speak, didn't smile, didn't frown. She just watched, with those eyes that always seemed to analyze more than they let on. "Aren't you going to say hi to me?" Hallie asked, stepping up to Willa with a grin. "Oh, Hallie," Willa said, turning her head, as if snapping out of a trance. Then the two of them shared a small hug, like lifelong friends. "What do you think of my outfit?" Hallie asked as they separated. "Awesome, right? Always so humble?" Willa replied with a small smile, eyeing Hallie's outfit. "Obviously. Modesty is my most underrated trait," Hallie shot back, then greeted Kara, Howard, Leonard, and Zach. Hallie and the others began chatting, giving Andrew and Pippa some space as they remained in their own little world, arms still wrapped around each other, speaking in soft voices. "Want to come over tomorrow for Colombian food? Gloria's cooking," Andrew asked, his hand still on Pippa's waist, his forehead nearly touching hers. Gloria herself had told him he could invite Pippa if he wanted. "Colombian food," Pippa repeated, thoughtful. "Never tried it but it sounds delicious." "Of course, I'll come." Pippa was just about to pull away and rejoin the rest of the group, because even she knew they were getting a little too clingy, when Andrew gently tugged her hand to keep her close. "Wait," he murmured, lowering his voice to a deeper, almost conspiratorial tone. "I need to tell you something else." She raised an eyebrow, curious. "What is it?" she asked. Andrew leaned in closer, as if he didn't want anyone else to hear. Arky asked me in the locker room if he could come over tonight to the hangout and if I could help him connect with Willa. 2-0. Pippa said, unable to stop her slight frown. Friday nights after games, Andrew didn't go out partying. That wasn't his style, or Pippa's either. Instead, he hosted what Howard had once called a sacred gathering at his house. A relaxed space with real friends. No blaring music, no red Solo cups all over the floor. Board games, movies, junk food, random conversations, and genuine laughter. The core group was always the same. Pippa, Zach, Kara, Leonard, Howard, Willa, and now Hallie too. Since joining the group, Hallie had started to really enjoy those quiet nights. With no boyfriend, since Dylan had graduated, and their long-distance relationship hadn't worked out, she discovered that this new group was exactly what she needed, and she wasn't so desperate to hit parties every weekend anymore. One Kevin, Andrew's loyal friend, was also part of it. He wasn't into partying either, and he genuinely had fun here. Every now and then, Arky or Aggie would join in too. They were more into the party scene, but even they admitted these nights were actually a great time. The problem with Arky's request was that Leonard had feelings for Willa 10, or at least, that's what Andrew and Pippa suspected. He never said it out loud, but Pippa was a good observer and had noticed. She told Andrew, and after watching more closely, he saw it too. And now Arky, direct, impulsive, confident, wanted something with her. You can't not invite him. He's your friend, and it's not like he did anything wrong, Pippa finally said. Andrew nodded. That's what I thought. Don't be too supportive. You're not as Cupid. Just letting him come to your house and spend the evening with Willa is more than enough. If something happens, let it be between them, not because of your interference, Pippa added. Yeah. Also, Leonard's known her for months and never did anything. He knows she doesn't have a boyfriend. I'm not going to be anyone's emotional bodyguard, said Andrew too. Pippa nodded, satisfied with his answer. Exactly. You've already got enough on your plate with your team, your training, and your life. No need to get caught up in love triangles. Andrew looked at her for a second in silence, then smiled. It's always good talking to you, too, and without another word, he wrapped his arm around her waist and kissed her. After that they separated and joined the group. They chatted a little more, until each one returned to their home. Before everyone arrived for their usual Friday night, Andrew had one important task. He turned on his computer and started editing the video. Howard had already sent him all the clips, clean footage, good audio quality, and, of course, dramatic angles only Howard could capture. It took him an hour to get the video ready, and without wasting time, he uploaded it. YouTube Palisades 50, West Valley 28 vertical bar undefeated team, week 5 highlights. Andrew Pritchard Tucker won 999,887 subscribers. 3 posted 12 seconds ago. Almost there, Andrew thought, leaning back in his chair, arms crossed behind his head, knowing that in about 30 minutes Pippa, Hallie, and the others would start arriving. He took a shower. 20 minutes later, Andrew returned to his desk with damp hair and a towel hanging around his neck. He refreshed the page. The screen blinked for a second, and when he saw the stats, a smile formed on his face. 1,003 subscribers, 318,412 views. Vertical bar posted 21 minutes ago. 253 comments. Yes, he exclaimed with excitement, clenching his fist. 3. You can read 15 chapters in advance on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/nav07 Chapter 102, Competitive Gene. Andrew stared at the subscriber count, 1 million, and still couldn't believe it. Not even in his wildest dreams had he imagined that his sports YouTube channel, the one he had created almost on a whim a year ago, would ever reach that level. He had launched it more out of curiosity than with any real plan. You could even say his gaming channel had more preparation behind it, since he'd thought it through beforehand and already had a few edited videos ready to upload, only needing that little push from Leonard and Howard at the time. His gaming channel was still active and had grown well, recently hitting 85,000 subscribers, a number achieved in roughly a year, very respectable for the time. But nothing compared to his sports channel, which had turned into a viral phenomenon. Both channels were pioneers in their own way. One on the gaming channel, Andrew uploaded casual commentary gameplay videos of Call of Duty, and occasionally tried out random games. The editing was simple, with no major technical effort. He recorded, trimmed, and uploaded. His face didn't even appear. It was pure entertainment, with no big ambitions. The sports channel, on the other hand, had blown up for very different reasons. Besides being a pioneer in its format, his videos were edited with style, rhythm, and emotion, way above the standards of the time. Almost unintentionally, he had become the first teen fitness influencer on YouTube. He posted videos showing his workout routines, nutrition tips, physical challenges, and play analysis from his own perspective as a starting quarterback for his school, boasting a level of athleticism that shocked many for his age. He had led his team to a state championship at just 14 years old, something almost unheard of for a newcomer to high school, carrying the team and breaking records. And in his videos, he always spoke directly to the camera with natural charisma, showing his face and daily life. That created a unique kind of connection. His content wasn't just fun for football fans or sports enthusiasts. His special 500k subscriber video, where he narrated a summer tournament infiltration story using an alter ego, was a true hit. With a tone somewhere between documentary and teen spy movie, he described how he secretly entered a 7-on-7 tournament under a fake name, posing as a running back. He ended up winning the whole tournament and revealing his real identity at the end of the video, making it go even more viral. Even people who knew little to nothing about football watched it for the storytelling, the charisma, and the twist at the end. It had already surpassed 2 million views. On the other hand, his channel continued to fulfill its purpose, helping those who wanted to improve their lifestyle, train better, or simply watch something inspiring, fun, and sports related at the same time. It was a unique channel, a blend of vlog, sports, fitness, entertainment, and personal growth. 1 million in a year, Andrew thought, swallowing hard. Where did that place him in the rankings? He had to take a second to process it. With that number, he was easily among the top 10 most subscribed channels on all of YouTube. Fred, ranked #1, Nagahiga, #2, and Smosh, #3, were huge names at the time. But all of them focused on comedy sketches, parodies, and family-friendly vlogs. None of them made content like his. None of them were teenage athletes, showing their real-life progress as a quarterback, training, teaching, sharing their daily lives, and passion for the game. There wasn't another youth sports channel with that kind of impact. Of course, as he got more popular, the format started to get copied. New channels popped up trying to imitate him. Guys filming workouts, games, breakdowns, some even mimicked his video titles or the way he spoke to the camera. But none of them could truly rival him yet. First, because very few elite teen athletes were willing to do something like this. Being a starting quarterback is no easy job, especially with a future in the pros. It takes time, training, games, pressure. On top of that, you had to record, edit, speak on camera, and have charisma, empathy, and the vision to build a community. It was just too much work. And those who did it weren't that good players, football-wise. Because Andrew wasn't just a pioneer or charismatic. He was a prodigy. He broke records in touchdowns and yards, shining in every single game. Even in a lower division, his talent caught the attention of coaches, former players, and sports commentators. Everyone in the amateur football world knew who Andrew was, even without knowing he had a YouTube channel. Top 6, Andrew thought, quickly opening a tab to check the current YouTube subscriber rankings. He was sitting just below the Shatards, a family vlog channel led by Shakal, a charismatic father who filmed daily life with his kids. The channel was beloved for its warmth and consistent uploads. It was just about to hit 1,100,000 subscribers, and at the very top was Fred, to the first YouTube channel in history to reach 1 million subscribers on April 7, 2009. Fred uploaded short sketch videos in which he played a hyperactive child with a digitally pitched up voice, absurd scenarios, and chaotic humor. Behind the character was a real teenager, though it was still unclear whether Fred was just a persona or if the kid really was like that. Most of the subscribers were preteens who took the videos at face value without much questioning. Fred had now reached 1.5 million subscribers. That's the number one in the world. Andrew thought, pressing his lips together. The competitive fire inside him ignited instantly. He had to become number one. And he knew exactly where to start. The 1 million subscriber special. He was already sketching it out in his mind. He'd split it into 2 parts. The first part was already clear, an open meetup with fans. He'd pick a public spot, film the event, chat with followers, take pictures, and turn it into a fun, heartfelt vlog. One, it felt strange to host a fan meetup, but in his past life, he'd seen dozens of YouTubers do that. He knew how it worked, and he could replicate it perfectly. The second part wasn't fully formed yet. It had to be a video that combined football, emotion, and spectacle. He had a few loose ideas, and knew that once he sat down with time, it would all come together. But not now. He glanced at the clock and quickly shut down the PC. Pippa and the others would be arriving any minute now. He left his room, to go share the big news with his parents. In the living room, he found Cam setting up the space with snacks, sodas, and a few extra floor cushions. Like every Friday, he was already getting everything ready for the arrival of Andrew's group of friends. "Dad, you know you don't have to do this every time," Andrew said, smiling slightly. "Of course I do," Cam replied without missing a beat as he opened a bag of pretzels. "Your friends love coming here, and I like making sure they feel comfortable." Andrew let out a soft chuckle, just as Mitchell appeared from down the hallway. He had just come from Lila's room. She was already asleep. "Something going on? What's with the smile?" Mitch asked, noticing the strange mix of excitement and pride on Andrew's face. "I hit 1 million, Andrew replied after a brief pause. There was no need to specify what he meant. Mitchell's eyes widened a little, surprised, but not entirely caught off guard. He already knew Andrew's channel was about to hit that milestone. Cam froze for a second, then let out a long high-pitched dramatic scream. "Oh my god. We have a celebrity in the house, Mitch. You're on the outer Olympus, Andrew. The Olympus." "Cam, keep your voice down," Mitchell scolded with a nervous glance, "or you will have to put Lily back to sleep if you wake her." Cam didn't listen. He ran over and hugged Andrew like he had just won an Oscar. "Oh please, Mitch. Lily doesn't wake up with how loud Andrew and his friends are. She won't wake up now," Cam said as he hugged Andrew tighter and actually lifted him a few inches off the ground. "We have a celebrity in the house. I've seen it with my own eyes. When we go to the movies, the grocery store, the park, kids ask for pictures with our son. Teens greet him like he's in High School Musical," Cam exclaimed. Mitchell let out a smile. "It's true. I didn't expect you to hit this level of fame at this age. I always pictured this kind of thing once you made it to the NFL. Not now," he admitted. "It's no big deal," Andrew said with a modest smile. "Andrew, yes it is," Mitchell said firmly, pointing a finger. "You're in the top 10 most subscribed YouTube channels in the world. Number 6, to be exact. One of the 10 biggest channels on the planet." This wasn't a small achievement. Mitchell knew how hard it was. And not only that, he also knew his son was earning thousands of dollars through his YouTube videos. So no, it wasn't a minor thing. "Well yeah, I guess that's true," Andrew said, scratching the back of his head. Mitchell watched him for another moment, as if reading something in Andrew's eyes that he hadn't voiced yet. "You want to be number one, don't you?" Andrew looked up, and for a moment, said nothing. "Is it that obvious?" he asked. "It is to me, because I know you," Mitchell replied, a note of satisfaction in his voice, proud of how competitive Andrew was. It was a trait they both shared. Just then, the doorbell rang. "You can read 15 chapters in advance on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/nav07 chapter 103. Andrew's advice. Pippa was the first to arrive. As always, she was never late. Punctual, meticulous, obsessively organized. If the meeting was at 9 p.m., she was already ringing the doorbell at 8:59. She greeted Mitch and Cam with a smile and gave Andrew a kiss. A few minutes later, the others arrived. Willa and Hallie came together, brought by Claire. Howard and Leon had showed up together. Zach arrived with a friend. And finally Kevin showed up with Arky, who had a mission tonight. Arky had been to these gatherings before, and that's where he first met Willa. Sharp sarcasm, direct gaze, confident, no filter, and a total geek. And if that wasn't enough, she was really pretty, with a strange kind of elegance that made her seem untouchable. Aki had been totally smitten once so much, so that every time they crossed paths at Andrew's house, all he could manage was a nervous hi and an awkward nod when she greeted him back. But tonight he was determined. He was going to try to talk to her. Say something more than hello. Something with intent. He knew Willa liked comics, video games, and superhero movies. And even though he wasn't a nerd, at least he had seen Iron Man, the Spider-Man movies with Tobey Maguire, and Nolan's Batman trilogy. That had to count for something, right? The night kicked off with energy. Andrew told them he had reached 1 million subscribers, and the reaction was instant. Cheers, hugs, jokes, pillows flying through the air. You're officially YouTube elite now, exclaimed Howard, raising his glass with enthusiasm. Well, technically he already was. He was in the top 10, Leonard added, adjusting his glasses. Yeah, but this is different. Howard shot back. Now it's 7 digits, Leonard. 7. The magic number. 1 I want a raise. He added jokingly, pointing to himself. 1 everyone else congratulated Andrew too. As the night went on, Aki saw his chance. Willa was sitting on the edge of the couch, one leg crossed over the other, talking with Howard and Leonard. Aki took a deep breath, tightened his grip on his plastic cup of soda, and walked over. Hey, said Aki, forcing a smile. Everything good? Willa paused, turned her head to look at him. Yeah, she replied neutrally, and turned back to Leonard and Howard, resuming the conversation. Aki stood still for a second, realizing he had been completely brushed off, but he didn't give up. Were you guys talking about Batman? I saw the Nolan movies. They're really good, Aki said, trying to sound casual. Yes, we were talking about The Dark Knight. Heath Ledger's Joker. Did you see it? Willa asked, barely turning her head. Yeah, of course. The hospital scene brutal, said Aki, smiling, excited to have something in common. And Batman Begins? People always forget that one, but it's key, Howard added. Totally, said Leonard. Bruce Wayne's arc, The League of Shadows, Ra's al Ghul. Willa nodded, crossing her arms, and visually it was much more grounded than what came after. I liked that. Yeah, for sure, Aki said, unsure of what else to add. He had seen Batman Begins a long time ago, and didn't remember enough to contribute meaningfully. Think. Oh, right. I liked the Batmobile. Very different from the previous ones, right? Aki said. He said it trying to sound confident, recalling something Andrew had mentioned in a quick conversation. He had tried to soak up the info like a sponge, but didn't remember much. But as soon as he finished the sentence, Willa glanced at him from the corner of her eye. The tumbler. Her voice sounded inquisitive. What? Asked Aki, confused. The vehicle. That's its name. Tumbler. Technically, it's not a classic Batmobile. It's a military prototype. Lucius Fox says so in the movie, Willa replied, raising an eyebrow. Oh yeah. The tumbler, of course, Aki said, swallowing hard. He didn't even remember who Lucius Fox was. Willa looked away, as if she was already losing interest. Have you read Batman, Year One? Is that another movie? Aki asked, puzzled. Maybe it was one of the old Batman films. No. It's an important comic. You could say Nolan used it as a foundation for his movies, Leonard explained, adjusting his glasses. So, you're one of those people who only watch the movies, Willa said, shaking her head with a half smile that wasn't friendly. Her tone had that hidden disdain typical of fans when they spot what they consider a fake fan. Leonard and Howard didn't say anything, but couldn't help smiling at each other. Not out of malice, but because, even if they didn't show it, they shared that same quiet sense of superiority toward those who only consumed mainstream stuff. I'm not much of a reader, Aki said, then quickly made up an excuse to leave, feeling the superior gazes of the 3 nerds. He crossed the living room and went to the kitchen, where Andrew, Kevin, and Zach were pouring themselves more soda. For some reason only they could understand, they were in the middle of a debate about whether or not the earth was flat. I'm just saying, it looks flat. I don't see the curvature. Do you? Zach said with a completely serious tone. You're one of those. Andrew muttered with a funny smile, spilling a bit of soda from looking at Zach instead of his cup. Come on, man. How do you explain airplane flights? Satellites? Buy a telescope and you'll see a planet in our system and its shape, said Kevin, half amused, half amazed by how confident Zach was about the Earth being flat. Looks just as flat from a plane. They've been lying to us our whole lives, said Zach, with no sign of backing down. To just then, they saw Archie walk in with slow steps and the face of someone who had just been utterly defeated. What happened? Andrew asked, making room for him at the counter. Archie let out a long sigh and poured himself a drink, as if it were whiskey or something stronger. I failed. Completely, on my first try. I didn't know the tumbler was the Batmobile, military version, or whatever, and then she finished me off with a comic that sounds like a school calendar. Batman, Year 1, Archie replied. Zach laughed, nearly spitting out his drink. Kevin patted him on the back. Don't give up, that was just your first attempt. The night is young. And that's not even the worst part, Archie added, looking at Andrew. The worst part was seeing Leonard and Harwood's faces. I know they are your friends, but those smug little smiles. Ugh. I swear, for a second, I wanted to punch them. Archie had gotten close to Andrew's two nerdy friends, but he didn't really consider them close friends, like he did with Andrew. Andrew raised an eyebrow, surprised. Seriously? Yeah. And not out of pride. It's just that you've never been like that, Archie said. You also know a bunch about that stuff, but when we talk about superheroes, and I only know the movies, you've never made me feel dumb. You've never talked down to me, Archie explained. Andrew stayed silent for a moment, taking in those words. Then he smiled, flattered, lowering his gaze slightly, like he didn't quite know what to say. Wow. So I'm perfect? Andrew finally said in a thoughtful tone too. He said it with a mock revelatory expression, like he had just discovered something profound about himself. Perfectly insufferable, Kevin replied without hesitation. You'd be perfect if you weren't so addicted to training, diet, discipline, control, you know, all that stuff. Andrew pulled an offended face, raising the glass in his hand. This is soda. Diet, Zach muttered, reading the label. Soda nonetheless, right? And I'm not that extreme, Andrew insisted. Kevin looked at him with a raised eyebrow. I saw you counting the snacks you were eating earlier. Literally. 1, 2, 3, like you were mentally calculating calories, fats, and carbs. I'm convinced you have a nightly maximum and adjust it later with your workouts, Kevin said to Andrew. Opened his mouth to reply but said nothing. Because it was true. Maybe a little extreme, Andrew admitted after a few seconds. Taking a sip from his drink. One a little? That's an understatement. You count your calories all the time, your daily steps, even track your water intake, said Kevin, shaking his head. Hey, you're supposed to drink at least 2.5 liters a day if you're a man, said Andrew, then raised a finger, like he was giving a lecture. If you're a high performance athlete, even more. Want to calculate it properly? No please, muttered Zach. Andrew ignored the comment and continued, pointing at his glass, as if he were in a tutorial. You multiply your weight by 35 milliliters. Or if you want something simpler, divide your weight by 7, and that's the number of 250 milliliter glasses you need per day. And you also add half a liter for every hour of exercise. Everyone went quiet for a moment. The three of them kept chatting, but before heading back to the living room with the others, Andrew, noticing Archie's defeated aura, decided to give him some advice. You're approaching it the wrong way. You can't try to talk superheroes with someone who's clearly an expert in the subject. Willa isn't kind to people who don't know their stuff. You saw it today, her tone, the way she looked at you when you said you don't read comics. It was like you insulted her religion. Archie sighed. I just wanted to have something in common. Yes, I get that. But it's a mistake. You don't need to share her hobbies to talk to her. Not with Willa. Not with anyone, really. There are other ways. Classic ones. Humor, attitude, confidence. Basic flirting. Ring a bell, said Andrew, crossing his arms. Archie raised an eyebrow, as if the phrase had come out in a foreign language. Truth was, even though he was pretty popular at school as the team's starting sprinter, he'd never felt particularly confident when it came to romance. He'd only had one girlfriend, and it was a short relationship that ended without much of a story. Aside from that, his experience was limited to a few kisses at parties, moments where he didn't even have to try. With loud music, a laid-back vibe, and his team jacket on, things just kind of happened. Conversations were minimal. Initiative wasn't his strong suit. And it's not like he did it often either. He wasn't a womanizer, nor particularly outgoing. Though he did carry a certain confidence from being a good football player and a starter on the team. But Willow was different. 2 years older, an actress, confident, quick to speak, and even quicker to spot insecurity. With her, there was no room for awkwardness or generic lines. You had to approach her right, or not at all. Basic flirting, Archie repeated, forcing a smile to give himself some courage. Sounds simple when you say it, he added sincerely, without a trace of irony. Because Andrew as well. Andrew, starting quarterback. And above all, a prodigy. Part of the elite. Everyone knew he'd go far. On the team, they didn't just respect him, they followed him. He never seemed nervous. Not in big games, not in interviews, not even now with a YouTube channel boasting over 1 million subscribers. It's not simple. I just learned not to show the nerves. And that too, takes training, Andrew said. Archie looked at him, intrigued, and waited for him to continue. You know how many times I was nervous with Pippa in the beginning? Andrew asked. With Pippa? Yes. You might see her as calm, serious, studious, but she's a nerd. Just a different kind than me. An academic nerd. She knows a ton of stuff I don't even understand when she explains it to me. History, literature, philosophy. She can recite full lines from obscure authors I can't even pronounce, Andrew explained. And when I realized I liked her, I knew I couldn't just go in talking about books or writers. I'd be crushed instantly. Andrew paused before continuing. I was nervous all the time. More than in any game. I used to rehearse what to say to her, how not to sound dumb. Because we didn't have any hobbies in common. Nothing. But I liked the way she thought, how she expressed herself. I liked her. So I went with the clearest form of basic flirting, connection. Archie nodded slowly. Makes sense. I'll try that. He had better odds with that approach than trying to talk about Willow's nerdy hobbies, which he knew nothing about. I didn't know you were a relationship counselor, said a familiar voice behind Andrew. Andrew slowly turned and saw Pippa, standing by the doorway that connected the kitchen to the hallway. She was holding her drink and looking at him with a soft smile. How long have you been standing there? Andrew asked, a bit nervous. It would be kind of embarrassing if she had heard all that. Since she can recite full lines from obscure authors I can't even pronounce, Pippa replied in an amused tone, walking closer. Oh, said Andrew, scratching the back of his neck, slightly embarrassed. Pippa stopped next to him and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. I knew you made an effort to get close to me, but I didn't know it felt as hard as a football game. Andrew looked at her. It was harder. On the field, at least, I know what to do. Pippa laughed softly and hugged him around the waist. And you did really well, she said tenderly, resting her head on his chest while Archie watched them in silence, with a faint smile. For a long time, he had seen Andrew as a kind of role model. The perfect captain. The one who never doubted. The one who always knew what to do. But now, knowing that even he had felt nervous, that he too had feared saying the wrong thing, that he also had to work hard to connect with someone, maybe he could do it too. Seeing that Kevin and Zach were no longer in the kitchen, and that Andrew and Pippa were having a private moment, Archie headed back to the living room, feeling renewed. So, you ended up helping him, said Pippa, once Archie was no longer in the room 1 year. I felt bad seeing him so defeated, and his way of approaching Willow was wrong from the start, Andrew replied, having gotten involved. Pippa lifted her head slightly, and looked at him. And do you remember what we talked about when you told me he wanted your help? Yes, that I shouldn't get involved in love triangles, Andrew said with a sigh. Exactly, said Pippa, raising an eyebrow slightly. It's already enough that, thanks to coming here, he gets a chance to try something with Willow. You don't need to act as his romantic coach. Andrew didn't reply immediately. He knew Leonard was also interested in Willow. and even though Willow didn't seem romantically interested in either of them, the tension was still there, especially with two guys from the same circle orbiting around the same girl too. I know, said Andrew, but I didn't get that involved. I just gave him some advice. A good one, I think. I'm just saying, if you want to help your friend, that's fine, but I don't want you getting caught in the middle of something that could blow up later and end up not knowing which side to take, said Pippa 1. Andrew nodded silently. He knew Pippa wasn't saying it out of reproach, but out of care. I know, Andrew repeated softly, gently running his fingers through her hair. They stayed like that for a few more seconds, and then returned to the living room, where the group conversation had naturally picked up again. You can read 15 chapters in advance on my Patreon point link, https://www.patreon.com/nav07 chapter 104, The Bath Game. The Friday night gathering continued. Howard was at the center this time and, as always, wore a grin that was too wide and had an idea that was way too dangerous. Andrew and Leonard exchanged a look. They both already recognized that suspicious gleam in Howard's eyes, the one that only appeared when his imagination and libido collided, which, in Howard's case, happened fairly often. The game is simple, Howard announced, standing in front of everyone. Two people, of different sexes, each pull a slip of paper from a jar. They go into the bathroom. 5 minutes. No rules inside. They can talk, stay silent, kiss or not, he added with a slight smile at the end. 3. A brief silence, followed by giggles, elbow nudges, and murmurs of complicity. The game was ridiculous and unnecessary, but everyone agreed. Because they were teenagers, and it was a Friday night. Zach's friend Sophie looked both excited and a little nervous. It wasn't every day she got to be at the house of the most popular guy in school. Just being in that living room already felt like the kind of story she'd tell her friends on Monday. And Andrew and Pippa? Kara asked curiously. They'll be the ones picking the jars. Pippa gets the girls' jar, and Andrew the boys', Howard replied, handing a transparent jar full of folded slips to Andrew and another to Pippa. As always, ladies first. Any questions? Howard said, as if he were the host of a show. Leonard raised an eyebrow and crossed his arms. Why do I feel like you made up this game just to see if you'd end up with Kara? Me? Please, Leonard, how little must you think of me? Said Howard, putting on an offended expression. Then he paused and added, still, if it happens, I won't complain. Laughter erupted in the room. Even Kara smiled, shaking her head, like she was already used to it. The truth was, everyone knew Howard had a thing for Kara. One he'd tried more than once, always with clumsy comments and not so subtle strategies. And yes, he'd always been rejected. But his straightforward and weirdly earnest persistence had never really made anyone uncomfortable. Maybe it was because Howard didn't know how to be anything else. And Kara, deep down, didn't dislike him. She found him amusing. And while she'd never seriously considered him, she didn't mind being the center of his attention either. Having a personal simp on standby had its charm for a teenage girl. 3. Alright, enough wasting time. Pippa, draw a name, said Howard, giving Andrew a conspiratorial wink. 1. Andrew wanted to roll his eyes but held back. Howard, with his brilliant teenage desperation, had folded his slip differently. He'd made a tiny mark on the corner, not too obvious, but just enough for Andrew to spot it. Everyone sat in a circle, anticipation building. Some were nervous, others excited. Leonard and Archie kept glancing between Willow and the slips in the jar. First round, Pippa said solemnly, swirling the girl's slips around. She reached in and pulled one out, slowly unfolded it, then announced, Hallie. Whistles, cheers, and laughter filled the room. Hallie raised her arms like a reality show winner. I'm ready for anything, she said with a slight smile, glancing between the potential boys who might join her in the bathroom. When the laughter calmed down, everyone turned toward Andrew. He swirled his jar with a touch of theatrical flair and pulled out a slip, opened it and read, Zach. The room burst into laughter again. Zach put his hands on his head. What? Zach exclaimed. Hallie stood up and took his arm with a smile. Nervous? Zach wanted to respond with a simple yes. Because yes, Hallie was very pretty, popular, and had that confident aura that was kind of intimidating. But the real problem wasn't Hallie. It was Andrew. Zach glanced away for a second and found him. Andrew was watching him with an expression that was hard to read. He didn't look possessive or jealous, but he definitely wasn't giving off a all good, bro, have fun with my cousin vibe. 3 Pippa, noticing the tension, gave Andrew a gentle elbow. He blinked, like snapping out of a haze. What? Andrew murmured, confused. Don't be that overprotective cousin or brother, Pippa whispered with a half smile. I'm not. Besides, Hallie's always been like a toxic sister to me. She was like that with you at first, Andrew said, sighing. Pippa nodded. Hallie hadn't exactly been friendly to her at the beginning, but now they got along, and while it wasn't as close as with Alex, there wasn't much tension anymore. Hallie and Zach walked into the bathroom amid applause and teasing shouts. Pippa, with all the ceremony she could muster, locked the door and raised her phone. 5 minutes. Starting now, she said. Everyone fell silent, eyes fixed on the bathroom door, trying to catch any sound from the other side. Whispers. A faint laugh. The soft sound of running water. Nothing more. And just like that, the 5 minutes passed. Time. Pippa said when the alarm on her phone went off. She walked over and opened the door. Zach and Hallie came out one after the other. Nothing happened. I swear. We just talked about the weather, said Zach, raising his hands like he was walking out of a raid. The weather? Andrew muttered. Very stable, no storms, added Hallie, winking before returning to her seat to watch the second round. The room erupted with laughter and whistles, while the others were busy trying to figure out if anything had happened in the bathroom. Pippa and Andrew already had the jars ready for the second round. Leonard, sitting nearby, glanced over at Willa, who was still in her seat. She didn't seem as entertained as the rest. Everything okay? He asked quietly, leaning in slightly. Yes, everything's fine, Willa replied, looking at him for a second. Leonard nodded, but didn't seem convinced. You don't have to play if you don't want to. I mean, just because everyone else is, doesn't mean you have to too. I'm going to play. It's just that these games don't excite me as much as they do everyone else. That's all, Willa replied in a neutral tone to Pippa. Pulled out the next paper from the girl's jar. Kara, the room exploded into cheers and teasing again. Everyone looked at Howard, who was already fixing his hair like his big moment was about to arrive. All eyes turned to Andrew. The weight of the moment fell on him as he slowly stirred the papers. He felt the different fold. Howard's paper, Andrew thought as he picked it out and sighed internally. Sometimes, friendship required certain social sacrifices. He opened the paper slowly and let a few seconds of tension-filled silence pass. Howard, he finally read aloud to all the boys. Erupted, like they'd just won the state championship. Archie and Kevin clapped Howard on the back as he stood up, ready for the bathroom. Something smells fishy, said Kara, standing up once the guys had calmed down. Fishy? Why? Asked Howard with an innocent smile. I think you bribed the host, Kara said, glancing at Andrew. Do you have proof, miss? Howard replied. Nope. Let's go, Kara said, rolling her eyes as she walked into the bathroom. Great, exclaimed Howard, following her like a happy puppy. Pippa closed the bathroom door and set the timer. The group fell silent. Andrew, Archie, Leonard, Kevin, Willa, and Hallie exchanged looks of complicity. I bet we'll hear a slap in 3 minutes, said Kevin. I say 2 minutes, added Leonard. I don't even think he'll get a sentence out without messing it up. I give him 1 minute, said Archie. I bet Kara knocks him out for confusing sexual harassment with seduction, Willa muttered. Seconds ticked by. Everyone sharpened their ears. Only faint murmurs could be heard, too quiet to make out what they were saying. 2 minutes passed. Nothing. Leonard cursed under his breath. He'd lost the bet. When the timer hit 30 seconds remaining, they suddenly heard a clear laugh. Kara's won a laugh. Hallie asked, surprised. Everyone around her had the same expression. No one could believe Howard had made Kara laugh. And then, as if the world froze, the sound of a kiss. Everyone went into shock. What the hell? Archie muttered, eyes wide. And just when they thought it couldn't get any weirder. Puff. A loud, crisp, unmistakable slap. To there it is. Though I must say, the sequence of events is confusing, said Andrew with a faint smile. Pippa was so stunned she forgot to say time. Pippa? Open the door, shouted Kara from inside, clearly annoyed. Pippa snapped out of it, turned the key, and opened the door. Kara walked straight into the living room, brow furrowed, jaw clenched, and steps firm. She dropped onto the couch without saying a word, clearly furious. Howard came out right after, holding his cheek, red as a tomato. "Okay, I'm sorry, alright. I thought I had the green light," he said. "Green light?" Kara repeated, whipping her head around with a fiery glare. "I told you just a peck, because you made me laugh. That was the deal, a peck. Not grabbing my ass and shoving your tongue down my throat," she shouted. Furious 7. Everyone began filtering into the living room from the hallway, silent at first, but now it was pretty clear what had happened. Somehow, Howard had managed to strike a deal where, if he made Kara laugh, he'd get a peck, and against all odds, he pulled it off in the last seconds. A kiss that, as expected with Howard, had gotten completely out of hand. Literally. In 5 minutes they went from zero to full-on telenovela. Hallie murmured to Kevin, trying not to laugh. "Yeah, no happy ending. Just laughs, a kiss, and a slap," Kevin replied, lips pursed to hold back a chuckle. Pippa, who had arrived behind everyone, walked over to Kara with a frown, and sat beside her. "Want us to kick him out? I'd be happy to throw him outside," she asked quietly. "No. I just want him to shut up," Kara said, taking a deep breath. She knew it was a game, and deep down, she also knew that agreeing to give Howard a peck came with some risk. Willa, still standing by the couch, arms crossed, looked at Howard like she was mentally choosing which spell to use to vaporize him. "I should report you, punch you, or both. In that order," she said, with her usual icy razor-sharp tone. "It wasn't that bad. It wasn't harassment. I mean, when there's good chemistry in a kiss, things like that happen. It's natural," Howard protested, raising his hands while all the girls shot him deadly looks. "Howard, there was a deal. A peck. Nothing more," said Pippa firmly. "Yeah, but the context, the moment. I thought it was working," he insisted, looking around for support before he turned to Andrew, but Pippa's glare right beside him was enough to keep Andrew silent. When Howard then looked at Leonard, who just shook his head and said, "Go to the corner. No talking. Reflect on your actions." Howard sighed and dragged himself to a corner of the couch, rubbing his cheek like a kid in timeout. One Pippa took a deep breath and returned to her role as organizer. "There are 3 boys left, Kevin, Leonard, and Archie, and 2 girls, Sophie and Willa." Pippa pulled the next slip from the girls' jar. "Sophie." Sophie smiled, a little nervous, and adjusted in her seat. Andrew reached into his jar. He stirred with some suspense, pulled out a slip, opened it, and read, "Kevin." They looked at each other. Sophie smiled with a bit more confidence. Kevin raised his eyebrows, offered his arm, and asked, "Ready?" "Yes. I promise I won't slap you," Sophie replied with a small laugh. Kevin and Sophie walked into the bathroom amid whistles and teasing comments. 5 minutes, said Pippa, starting the timer. A few minutes of tense silence passed. But not from awkwardness, everyone was just paying close attention. At the 3-minute mark, kissing sounds. "And there it is. That's how it's done, Howard," said Zach, arms crossed, shooting Howard a smug smile. Howard, still in his timeout corner, muttered something no one understood. At last, one couple in the game seemed to have had a positive outcome. When time was up, both came out of the bathroom. The spotlight shifted to the remaining participants, Willa, Leonard, and Archie. Willa was now the only girl left, so there were only 2 slips remaining in Andrew's jar. The room grew tense. Leonard shifted in his seat. Archie swallowed hard. Andrew looked at the 2 slips and picked one. He opened it slowly and read, "Archie." Archie exhaled, barely hiding a smile. "Yes," he murmured, standing up with restrained energy. Leonard clenched his jaw. "Damn it," he thought, shaking his head. Willa stood up with a neutral expression, almost automatic. She walked toward the bathroom with a steady pace, not looking at anyone. It seemed like she just wanted to get it over with as quickly as possible. Archie followed her in silence, entering the bathroom. Pippa closed the door behind them and started the timer. The group fell silent, trying to listen. In the first few seconds, they heard Archie trying to start a conversation, but Willa's responses were short and flat. And then nothing. Silence. 1 minute, 2, 3. Nothing. 1. Andrew, Hallie, and the others exchanged puzzled looks. "Feels like a meditation session," said Hallie. "Must be cold in there. I feel bad for you, Arky," murmured Zach, feeling a bit sorry for him. "This is great. No chatting and no kissing sounds either," Leonard thought, ear pressed to the door. Finally, the timer hit 0. "Time," said Pippa, unlocking and opening the door. Arky came out first, looking like he'd just attended a parent-teacher conference in another dimension. His eyes were downcast, his smile defeated, and his body a bit tense. Willa followed, wearing the same impassive expression she'd had going in. No sign of emotion. No visible discomfort either. Arky walked over to his spot and dropped onto the couch next to Howard, who raised an eyebrow at him. "You alright, man?" Howard asked. "Yeah, even if it doesn't look like it," Arky replied, offering nothing more. Those 5 minutes had been the longest of his life. Willa had sat on the closed toilet lid, legs crossed, arms folded, staring at the floor. She hadn't spoken, hadn't looked at him. His first attempts at conversation were met with one-word answers like, okay, millimeters, or vague nods. After that, Arky gave up. He just stared at the bathtub tiles, pretending they were more interesting than the awkward situation he was trapped in. And he waited. Waited for the endless 5 minutes to be over, so he could leave that ice-cold bathroom. Andrew and Pippa glanced at each other. Pippa was the first to speak, in a low voice. "Well, that was weird. One anticlimactic ending," Andrew murmured, feeling a little bad for his friend. No one asked anything, and no one dared approach Willa. The gathering continued. The group scattered a bit. Conversations picked up again with a lighter tone. The jokes returned, though more gently. Kara had calmed down. Kevin and Sophie were talking quietly. Howard was still in his corner, unsure if he'd be forgiven or not. A while later, with the night well underway, Pippa checked the time on her phone. Her mom would be picking her up soon. She turned her head toward the living room and looked around. Andrew wasn't there. She'd been chatting with Kara, Zach, and Sophie, assuming Andrew was still nearby, but not seeing him made her ask, "Where's Andrew?" Kevin, pouring himself some soda, answered without looking, "Went to his room. A few minutes ago." Pippa nodded, but at that moment, she noticed another absence. Willa wasn't in the living room either. She couldn't help but raise her eyebrows slightly. She stood up and walked slowly toward Andrew's room. She reached the door, which was slightly ajar, and just as she was about to step in, she stood still when she heard laughter. Not just any laugh. Willa's laugh. And a genuine one, with true enthusiasm. 14. You can read 15 chapters in advance on my Patreon point link, https://www.patreon.com/nav07 chapter 105. Slight feeling. Andrew was sitting on the floor of his room, with a pile of open comics scattered across the carpet. Willa, on the other hand, was lying on her bed face down, legs crossed in the air, flipping through a Star Wars comic with a critical expression. "Do you seriously like The Phantom Menace?" Willa asked without looking up. She was referring to Star Wars, Episode I, The Phantom Menace, the 1999 film that marked George Lucas's return to the saga, and also, the most controversial of them all. "I already told you I do. And you're not going to change my mind," Andrew replied, flipping through another issue without looking at her. "One please. It's a movie with more diplomacy than action, a charisma freak kid doing boring races, and the most annoying character in the galaxy." Willa scoffed. "To Jar Jar?" Andrew asked, raising an eyebrow and glancing at her. "Obviously," said Willa. "I think he's charismatic, loyal, and has good vibes," Andrew said with a slight smile, one that immediately irritated Willa too. "He's annoying. Just like that little smirk of yours," she said, pointing a finger at his face. Andrew smiled even more. "I like him better than C-3PO, for example. Plus, the aesthetic of Episode I is great. The GD Council, Obi-Wan, Qui-Gon." Willa looked at him, like she'd just heard heresy. "What did you just say?" "C-3PO. I'm not that into him. He's always whining, not that useful, and unlike R2, he doesn't even seem that loyal," Andrew said without hesitation, holding her gaze without fear. "One C-3PO is a classic. He's history. He's part of the soul of the original trilogy. Loyal? R2 literally drags him along in every movie. They cut his wires, abandon him, and he still goes with him everywhere. Willa shot back, 1R2 is a soul. C-3PO is the guy nobody wants to invite, but he still shows up, Andrew said, shrugging as he watched her explode. For Willa glared at him. Why are you so stubborn? She said, pointing at him again. Stubborn, me? Andrew raised his eyebrows. Yeah, and you? What? Understanding. You can't tolerate someone disagreeing with you. You're like those old school fans who repeat that everything new is garbage. You act like you're going to short circuit if people don't cheer for everything you say, Andrew added with a slight defiant smile. Willa huffed, crossing her arms. I'm not like those old guys who think they're superior. My arguments are valid. You're the one who doesn't want to get them. I don't agree. It's not that I don't get them, Andrew replied, shrugging again. Willa rolled her eyes. Okay, and what about the midichlorians? You going to defend that too? I'll give you that one, Andrew said, and Willa smiled slightly. Thanks. Because reducing the Force to a lab report is a total betrayal of what made it special, Willa said, and Andrew agreed. The Force, before the 1999 movie, had been something mystical, spiritual. But in that episode, midichlorians were introduced, microscopic organisms living in the blood that determined a person's level of connection to the Force. For many fans, both old school and new, it was like turning a magical legend into a clinical diagnosis. It reduced the greatness of destiny to a simple biological count. One, you were no longer chosen because of your spirit, but because of your cells. For many, it shattered the mythical poetry of the Force, turning something abstract into something measurable. I'll admit though, Revenge of the Sith is amazing. It has drama, betrayal, tragedy, everything a good story needs, Willa acknowledged, making it clear she wasn't a mindless hater of the new trilogy. And it kind of washes away the mess that was episode 2, Andrew added. Willa smiled when she heard that. See, I did manage to teach you something, she said with a triumphant smile. No, I just said something I already believed. But it's cute that you're taking it as a win, Andrew replied. You're insufferable, Willa said, unable to hold back a quick, genuine laugh. It was right then that the half-open door swung fully open. Am I interrupting something? Pippa asked as she stepped into the room. Willa, still lying comfortably on Andrew's bed, didn't flinch. She sat up calmly, still smiling. I was just correcting your boyfriend's questionable taste. She verbally assaulted me for saying I like C-3PO less than Jar Jar, Andrew added, looking at Pippa with a mock victim expression. Pippa narrowed her eyes, unsure whether to laugh or sigh. C-3PO. I think that was the golden robot, she thought, slightly furrowing her brow. As for Jar Jar, she had absolutely no idea who that was. Ridiculous name, though. Andrew had told her they should watch the whole saga together. But she only made it through episode 4. Not because it was bad, but because it just didn't grab her too. Not the story, not the characters, not the old school pacing. And even though she tried to continue, she didn't have enough motivation to sit through 5 more movies. Yeah. Very serious stuff. That robot and the jar something, Pippa said, not really sure what else to say. Willa looked at her for a moment. Not mockingly, just observing. Andrew chuckled, noticing Pippa's confusion. I'll give you a summary later. A short one. My mom's on her way to pick me up, Pippa said. Andrew stood up right away. I'll walk you to the door. No need, Pippa said with a small smile. Your dad always opens for me. You stay and keep arguing. Looks like you're having fun. She didn't say it with jealousy or coldness. Then she took a step toward him. And before Andrew could say anything else, she kissed him. Not a quick kiss. A passionate, lingering one. To Willa, still sitting on the bed, couldn't help but look at first. Just for a second. Then she lowered her gaze to the comic in her hands. Andrew pulled back, looking at Pippa with a curious expression. This wasn't like her. She usually wasn't the type for passionate kisses, especially not in front of people. Text me when you get home. I will, Pippa said with a slight smile. Before leaving, she turned to Willa. See you, Willa. Have a nice evening. You too, Willa replied in a neutral tone, not lifting her eyes from the comic one. As Pippa walked out of the room, she couldn't help but notice that the way Willa interacted with Andrew was different. with Howard and Leonard. She didn't laugh like that, didn't lie around comfortably, or argue with a half smile on her lips. She felt a strange knot in her stomach that she couldn't quite explain. It wasn't jealousy or insecurity like with Regina. It was more like a premonition. 8 after Pippa left, Andrew kept debating Star Wars with Willa for a while longer. Then they returned to the living room, and in less than an hour, everyone had gone home. Andrew tidied up and cleaned, then headed to bed. The next morning, the sun was barely filtering through the blinds when Cameron announced he needed a new shirt. That evening, they were having dinner at Jay's house, and Gloria was cooking Colombian food, which, for Cam, was practically a ceremonial event, since it was a tribute to Gloria's late grandmother. So a few hours after waking up, there they were, Cameron, Mitchell, Lily in her stroller, and Andrew, all sitting on a long couch inside a clothing store. Or rather, Andrew was slumped on the couch, arms crossed and wearing an expression that screamed, "How did I end up here?" His phone had run out of battery. God had abandoned him for I don't know. When I agreed to come, Andrew muttered, staring at the ceiling with resignation. "You should know how long Cam takes by now." Mitchell replied, playing Flappy Bird on his phone. "Hey, let me play, will you?" Andrew asked, noticing his dad's phone still had battery. "Use yours," Mitchell said, pulling the phone slightly away from Andrew. "TSCH, stingy," Andrew muttered, then started playing with Lily, who was sitting in her stroller. After several long minutes, Cameron finally came out of the fitting room wearing a white shirt decorated with small dark blue dots. He was so focused on his own reflection that he didn't even notice Andrew's face. "Okay, what do we think?" he asked. "I like it," Mitchell said with a sincere but short tone. Andrew just gave a thumbs up from the bench, not moving an inch. "But you don't love it," Cam said, looking directly at Mitchell with a hint of disappointment. Yes, I love it," Mitchell corrected instantly, sitting up a little straighter. "More than the other one?" That question created a pause. Mitchell hesitated. Just enough for Cam to huff, spin around, and head back into the fitting room, like he was walking into the third act of a drama. Andrew let his head fall back and sighed. "Haven't you learned there's only one acceptable answer to all of this?" "Yes, I love it," without thinking. "I can't lie that blatantly. He has a radar for that," Mitchell replied. A few seconds passed. Then Cameron emerged again, this time wearing a more subdued grey shirt with a more formal cut. "Alright. Let's suppose the house is on fire and you only have time to grab one shirt. Which shirt do you grab first?" Mitchell blinked and answered without hesitation. "The correct answer is Lily. I'd grab my comics and my figures," Andrew said from the couch. "Then jump out the window. After that," Cam said, rolling his eyes. "Fine, the blue one," Mitchell conceded with a shrug. Cam looked at him with a raised eyebrow, scandalized. "The blue one? Does the gray make me look washed out? Is that what you're saying?" "No. There's no bad choice. Everything looks good on you," Mitchell said, quickly standing and approaching him with a pacifying smile. "I love both." Meanwhile, Andrew leaned over to look at Lily, who stared back at him with her attentive little Asian eyes, waiting for some brotherly wisdom. "You're gonna have to get used to this," Andrew whispered. "Our dad's worse than teenage girls. And that's saying something. My girlfriend is one, and she picks her clothes in exactly 3 minutes." Cam heard the comment, but chose to ignore it. He had more important matters to attend to. Mitchell, still standing nearby, tried to ease the tension with another compliment, but before he could escape, Cam leaned in, clearly aiming for a kiss on the lips. Mitchell, with well-trained reflexes, pulled back with an awkward smile, and gave him 2 odd pats on the shoulder. "Thanks for trying stuff on," he said with a weird smile, backing away toward the couch. Cam froze, lips tight, eyes narrowed, watching him walk off. Cam's commentary: "Mitchell has a problem with public displays of affection. On New Year's Eve, right at midnight, he tried to high-five me. There are 2 problems with that," Cam began. 1. Gay men don't high-five. 2. Gay men don't high-five. 3. End of commentary. Meanwhile, Andrew was still sitting next to Lily's stroller. She looked at him with a neutral expression, like a silent spectator to her family's drama. Andrew leaned in and spoke to her softly, giving a little insight into the chaos. "You'll get used to this, Lily," he said. The baby blinked, and Andrew leaned a little closer, as if talking to his baby sister, who didn't understand a word, was more fun than staring at the ceiling. See? Dad Mitch is kinda complicated when it comes to affection. And Dad Cam, well, he's very expressive. And that combo. He made a small gesture with his fingers, like mimicking a tiny explosion. But you won't have to worry about any of this when you grow up. It's not weird to have two dads. In fact, you're lucky to have them. Andrew continued. One Lily let out a small sound, as if replying. Andrew chuckled softly. And if one day someone, at school, on the street, wherever, looks at you funny, or says something stupid, because you have two dads, Andrew said, straightening up a bit, don't worry, I'll take care of it. Lily looked at him with the seriousness of someone who understood nothing but sensed she should stay quiet. I promise. No one's going to mess with you, because I'll be there, Andrew said, then paused for a few seconds. Unless I die of a heart attack in a year and a half, of course. But let's cross our fingers on that one, okay? He smiled to himself, a kind of humor that only makes sense when you've already died once. Seeing that Lily was no longer paying attention and was now playing with one of her toys, Andrew sighed and looked toward the fitting room. Cam had gone in with yet another shirt. It was going to be a long afternoon. You can read 15 chapters in advance on my Patreon. Link https://www.patreon.com/nav07 chapter 106. Alex asks for advice. Andrew returned home after a long clothing shopping session, where Cam spent another 20 minutes making up his mind. In the end, he didn't choose between the grey or the blue shirt. He bought both. And also a black one with silver details he found near the checkout counter. And a wine-colored linen shirt, because I have nothing that matches those white pants buried at the back of the closet. On the drive home, the silence was tense. Mitch and Cam hadn't fought, but something was unresolved. That awkward moment of the failed kiss to Andrew, sitting in the back seat, noticed it. He said nothing. He sat quietly, with Lily asleep beside him, her tiny hand loosely holding onto one of his fingers. Andrew stared out the window in silence until they got home. As soon as he walked in, he headed straight to his room and plugged his phone into the charger. Then he turned it on and sat down in the chair in front of his desk to start checking his messages. One message was from Papa. It said, "Which of these two outfits do you think is better for tonight? I just tried them on. I don't know which one to wear." It came with two photos. Andrew raised an eyebrow as he looked at both pictures. Pippa almost never asked for his opinion on these kinds of things. She usually made decisions quickly, on her own. And besides, she tended to choose her clothes with a logic he didn't always understand. But here she was, asking for his opinion. He looked carefully at both photos. He loved both outfits, and they both looked great on her. For a moment, he thought about replying, "Everything looks good on you," but forced himself not to. With another girl, that might work as an easy compliment. But Pippa wasn't like that. She had asked him a direct question and expected a decision, not an evasion. He looked at the photos once more and replied that he liked the second one more. Then, he noticed two missed calls from Alex. Seeing them, he frowned slightly, curious. What would Alex want? He muttered to himself. His cousin wasn't the type to call often. Actually, she almost never did. And even less so twice in under an hour. Without hesitation, he pressed the button and called her back, holding the phone to his ear. On the second ring, he heard Alex's voice. Finally. "Why didn't you answer earlier?" she said in her usual critical serious tone. "Hi, Alex. I'm fine, thanks for asking," Andrew replied sarcastically, leaning back in his chair. Alex huffed on the other end. "What's up? Did one of your experiments explode, and now you need my help to keep your mom from punishing you?" Andrew said with a slight smile. "Of course not. Unlike Hallie and you, I'll never get grounded," Alex replied immediately. "Remember when you got me drunk little by little? Your mom grounded you when she found out," Andrew pointed out, and Alex went silent, unable to counter it. "Touche," Alex muttered, resigned. "I need Pippa's help," she added. Andrew raised an eyebrow. "You want me to act as a middleman and tell her you need her help? I thought you had her number." "Yes, I have it. but I'm a little embarrassed to ask her for help," Alex replied, in a tone very unusual for her. Almost shy. "Embarrassed? You? The girl who turned down a guy in front of the whole school, even though he got down on one knee holding a romantic sign," said Andrew, half incredulous, half amused. "Shut up. It's partially your fault I had to do that," Alex exclaimed, losing her patience. "Whatever. Is it a math problem? Your ego can't handle asking for help because you feel like your IQ will collapse?" Andrew asked. "No," she answered quickly, almost offended. "Chemistry? Language arts? A group project where you need Pippa's help because your teammates are useless?" Alex sighed in frustration. "It's not academic, okay? It's personal." Andrew shifted in his chair, intrigued. "Personal? What do you mean?" There was a short silence. Then, as if it cost her to say it, Alex blurted it out. "It's about a boy. Jeremy Reed. He's in my grade." "Oh," said Andrew, not expecting that twist. "And what about this Jeremy Reed? I think I like him," Alex said in a low voice. "We've been talking on the text message." "I see. You're finally nervous about something other than a final exam," Andrew said solemnly, which made Alex angry. "Shut up. Are you going to be useful or not?" "One alright. I just didn't see this coming." "So you want Pippa to give you romantic advice?" Andrew asked. "Yes. She's smart, sensible, and has good judgment," Alex nodded. "And why not talk to Hallie about it?" "She has experience in." "I already talked to Hallie," Alex interrupted before Andrew could finish. "And what did she say?" "She should have more experience in these things than anyone you know," said Andrew. "Yes, she has experience, but that doesn't mean she's reliable," Alex said. "Experience and reliability don't go hand in hand now?" Andrew asked. "Not in Hallie's case. I don't even know how many boyfriends she's had. Dylan was the one she lasted with the longest, but they broke up more than 5 times. Her relationships are volatile, chaotic, and highly dependent on her mood. Basically, the perfect example of what I don't want," Alex answered bluntly. "Valid point," Andrew said, smiling slightly. "What advice did she give you?" "That if I don't kiss him soon, Jeremy will think I'm a lesbian," Alex replied, making a brief pause, as if she were debating whether to say it or not. Andrew was speechless for a few seconds. "That was the whole advice?" "Yes." And she added that she suspects I'm a lesbian because of the sandals I wear. Andrew covered his face with his hand, shaking his head. "I want to believe you didn't actually take that advice seriously, right?" Alex stayed silent. Her silence made Andrew sigh lightly. "You did take Hallie's advice seriously," he stated. "It's not something I'm particularly proud of, but her stupid advice made me so nervous that I started thinking maybe I was being too slow, and I didn't want Jeremy to think I was a lesbian. Luckily, while I was on my way to his house, I stopped and realized it didn't make any sense, and that I needed the opinion of someone reliable," Alex said. "You actually ran toward the guy's house planning to kiss him, just because of Hallie's advice?" Andrew thought, struggling to believe what he was hearing. Thankfully, Alex had come to her senses halfway there. "Alright, I'll tell Pippa that you want to talk to her about this," Andrew said, agreeing. He knew Pippa would give Alex solid, sane advice, nothing crazy, and would help calm her anxiety about this whole thing. "But don't mention the sandals, or the fact that I was running to Jeremy's house," Alex warned. Andrew smiled and agreed without teasing her. "Thanks, Andrew," Alex said in a softer tone, feeling more relieved. "Don't thank me, I'm just acting as a middleman. Speaking of that, why don't you ever ask me for advice? I know I'm a guy and maybe you feel more comfortable talking about this stuff with girls, but I do have experience, you know," Andrew said, sounding a little offended at not being considered. "Experience in what?" Alex asked. "You know, relationships. Pippa and I have been together for over 6 months. We've only had one fight, and we got through it easily. Plus, I have a pretty solid track record of giving good love advice," Andrew replied with a slight confident smile. "Good love advice? Like what?" Alex asked doubtfully. Andrew began listing what, in his view, were his successful moments, helping Manny regain his confidence on Valentine's Day so he could get his date, and that same day helping Hallie reunite with Dylan so they could spend Valentine's Day together. And finally, the advice he gave Aki just yesterday, although it didn't turn out to be effective, was still good advice. Aki had a better chance of winning Willow over by using basic flirting, rather than trying to impress her through nerdy hobbies, something he wasn't an expert in, and would only make him look ridiculous. Alex let him finish telling everything, and then spoke up, going straight for the attack, dismantling what Andrew believed made him a good love advisor. First, you helped Hallie get back together with Dylan in exchange for something. You didn't do it for free, and besides, that doesn't even count as romantic advice, Alex said bluntly before Andrew could defend himself. She continued, second, you did help Manny get his Valentine's date, but you didn't give him any romantic advice that helped with the girl. In fact, Manny did everything by himself with the letter he wrote. You only helped him regain his confidence, retrieve the letter, and face his bully. Third, the advice you gave your friend didn't help at all. From conversations I overheard from Hallie, Willa completely ignored him. So whether he went with the nerdy hobbies angle, or the basic flirting approach, both were failures, Alex declared. And about your first fight with Pippa. Before Alex could continue, Andrew interrupted. Do you want my help or not? Alex bit back what she was about to say and replied, yes, please. After a few more words, they ended the call. Am I not a good love advisor? Andrew thought, as he sent a message to Pippa asking her to help Alex. Pippa agreed immediately, and after that, seeing the time, Andrew got to work editing a video for his gaming channel. There were still a few hours left before he had to head over to Jay's house. And just then, his phone started ringing again. This time, the call was from Jay, which was also unusual. Jay and Alex, both calling him on the same day. What the hell is going on? You can read 15 chapters in advance on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/nav07 chapter 107. Calm before the storm. Andrew answered the call, put the phone to his ear, and before Jay could speak first, he greeted him in a peculiar way. WASUUUP. 4. 1. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. Andrew smirked slightly. He knew perfectly well that Jay understood the reference. In fact, he had done it on purpose, just to annoy him a little. After a few seconds of awkward pause, Jay's deep voice finally broke the silence. Are you still doing that stupid greeting? Without a hint of shame, Andrew kept editing his video, moving the mouse with one hand, while holding the phone with the other. One day you're going to answer me with a "what's up to," he said completely seriously. Phil already does it. Phil still hasn't grown up. And the day that happens, it'll be over my dead body. Jay grunted one. Well, at least it'll make for a nice tribute. Andrew replied with a small laugh. What do you need? It's not like you to call, Andrew added, getting straight to the point. I need help. Jay began, pausing as if each word cost him a great effort. For connecting a damn printer, he finally admitted, letting out a heavy sigh. Andrew blinked a couple of times, confused. Connecting a printer? Seriously? He said after a few seconds, as if someone had just asked him to solve 2 + 2. Coming from a future just over 10 years ahead, connecting a printer seemed like such a simple task that he almost burst out laughing. On the other end of the line, Jay snorted, clearly annoyed by Andrew's tone. Are you going to help or keep acting like a smartass? Andrew held back his laughter, sensing Jay's lack of patience. I'm not acting like a smartass. But I have to ask, since when does Mr. Anti-Technology want to connect a printer? Andrew asked. Planning to print flyers to sell your closets? He added with a slight smile. You're real funny today, huh? Jay said, and then resignedly revealed the real reason. Gloria misses her grandmother. I want to print an old picture of her, and this damn new machine won't cooperate. A romantic gesture? Andrew thought, raising an eyebrow. Gloria was the only person in the entire family who ever got gestures like that from Jay. For everyone else, being gruff was his default language. Andrew realized it was the second sentimental problem he'd been asked to solve that day. First Alex, asking for help with a love issue. Now Jay, trying to do something sweet for his wife. It was curious, to say the least. I can't go right now. I'm editing a video. Why don't you ask Phil for help? Andrew finally said. Jay snorted again, clearly unconvinced. He knows about that stuff. You'll have that photo ready before you lose patience and shoot the printer, Andrew insisted. He heard a loud sigh on the other end, and finally Jay said, "Fine, I'll call Phil." Andrew smiled. He thought this would be good for Phil. His uncle was always seeking, unsuccessfully, the old grump's approval. And Jay, hard to impress, didn't give smiles or compliments easily. Maybe this was a good opportunity for Phil to score a few points. That's great. See, it's not that hard to ask your son-in-law for help. Plus, you'll make Claire happy, Andrew said, leaning back more comfortably in his chair. There was a thick moment of silence. "If you keep talking like that, it won't be the printer I shoot," Jay muttered, clearly irritated. And without waiting for a response, he hung up. Andrew set the phone down on the desk and leaned back in his chair, clasping his hands behind his head. A small smile formed on his lips. So far today, he had managed to complete 2 family missions. First, helping Alex as an intermediary, so Pippa could give her advice. That, in turn, also strengthened the bond between Pippa and his family, something she wanted and Andrew valued. And now, he had managed to get Jay to call Phil for help. A perfect opportunity for Phil to show off his skills, even if it was with something as simple as connecting a printer, and hopefully improve his relationship with the old grump. Claire would also be happy to see her husband and father getting along better, even if just a little. Next one, bring it on, I'm ready, Andrew thought as he resumed editing. Focused, he finished editing the video, uploaded it, and seeing that he still had some free time, he started working on the idea for his 1 million subscriber special, which he had decided to split into 2 parts. Time flew by without him even noticing. When he checked his phone, he saw a message from Pippa saying she would be at his house in 10 minutes. Andrew opened his eyes, realizing he had less time than he thought. He quickly shut down his computer and started changing clothes. He needed to look more presentable for tonight. He sprayed on deodorant at lightning speed, changed clothes in record time, and as he was tying his Jordans, he heard the doorbell ring too. He finished tying the laces and practically ran out of his room. "I'll get it," he called out. Cam, who was already heading toward the door, stopped in the hallway and murmured, visibly emotional, "Ah, young love," as if his son rushing to open the door for his girlfriend was a scene straight out of a romantic movie. Andrew ignored the comment, already used to it, and opened the door. There was Pippa. She looked amazing, even better than in the picture she had sent him a few hours earlier. However, Pippa wasn't looking at him. Her eyes were fixed on her phone screen, her brows slightly furrowed as she types quickly. 5 Andrew raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms at the door. "Hello, Earth calling Pippa?" Pippa blinked, as if snapping back to reality, and looked up. "Sorry," she said, smiling as she stepped closer and hugged him, wrapping her arms around his neck affectionately. "I was talking to Alex." Andrew held her by the waist and tilted his head. "Still about Jeremy? How did the advice go?" "It went well. My advice helped," Pippa said, first with a smile, then with a more serious tone. "But then came the drama." "Drama? What happened?" Andrew asked, narrowing his eyes. "Alex found out that Claire read the messages she was sending to Jeremy without her permission. That's how Hallie found out in the first place and gave her the advice to kiss him," Pippa answered with a sigh. "Oh," Andrew said, not sure what else to add. It made total sense that Claire, the ultimate paranoid mom, would have taken Alex's phone and snooped through her private conversations. Alex wasn't the only one who got mad. Hallie got upset too, because she didn't know any of that. "A classic," Andrew said, shaking his head. "And how did you find all this out?" he added. "I kept talking to Alex, and she told me everything. She's really mad at Claire," Pippa replied. "Well, we already did our part. We helped Alex, and she didn't end up making a fool of herself by desperately going to kiss the guy at his house," Andrew said with a shrug. "The rest wasn't their problem. It was a mother and daughter's problem now." "That's not all," Pippa said, making Andrew frown. "What else could have happened to make it worse?" Andrew asked. "Somehow, Hallie found out that Alex dismissed her advice and decided to ask me for help instead," Pippa explained, her tone neutral but clearly annoyed. "And she got offended." "Offended by what?" "I don't know. I guess her ego was hurt that her sister preferred me. She even sent me a private message, like I had betrayed some sort of older sister code or something, Pippa said, frowning as she recalled the stupid logic behind Hallie's anger. I couldn't believe it. Andrew let out a low whistle at her statement. Honestly, it wasn't that crazy. Hallie and Alex fought all the time. That was their dynamic. They rarely ever got along like real sisters. Of course Alex would prefer Pippa. After all, Pippa was smart, grounded, studious, serious about her future, everything Alex valued, and hardly ever found in Hallie. Let me guess you didn't just let it slide, Andrew said, half amused, half surprised. Pippa raised an eyebrow, not even bothering to hide the obvious. Do I look like someone who lets absurd things slide? Definitely not, Andrew said, shaking his head. I tried to explain politely that I didn't do anything wrong, that Alex asked me for help, and I just tried to support her. But Hallie didn't want to hear it, and kept sending passive-aggressive messages, accusing me of interfering in things that weren't my business. So, I ended up responding the way she deserved. Pippa huffed. Perfect. I tried to help Alex, and now I've triggered some kind of civil war. And now we're all going to have dinner together like nothing's wrong, Andrew said, resigned. The important thing is that we helped Alex, and she didn't ruin her first love because of some stupid advice from Hallie, Pippa said with a serene smile. Andrew glanced sideways at her, noticing a particular glint in Pippa's eyes. She was still smiling, but she was definitely mad at Hallie. And that, at dinner, could be dangerous one, especially because he knew Hallie, impulsive, irrational, and anything but discreet when she was upset. This could blow up at any moment, Andrew thought with an internal sigh. Just then, they heard Cam's voice from the hallway. Alright, enough kissing at the door. Come on, love can wait. Gloria's Colombian food is waiting for us. We weren't doing that, Dad, Andrew said, rolling his eyes and raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. Pippa let out a soft laugh and waved at Cam and Mitchell, who was pushing Lily in her stroller. Whoa, that outfit looks perfect on you. Gloria's going to love it. Cam exclaimed enthusiastically the moment he saw Pippa. Mitchell, more reserved, smiled and nodded in approval. You look really nice, Pippa, he said more calmly, but sincerely. Thanks, Pippa replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Mitchell glanced sideways at Andrew, noticing the slightly wrinkled shirt and the loosely tied laces on his Jordans, as if he had rushed to get ready. A classic straight boy, Mitchell thought, unable to help himself, letting out a small internal sigh. Cam and he always took their time carefully picking their outfits for every occasion. Andrew, on the other hand, had clearly changed at the last minute. Andrew, who had been too focused on the drama to think about anything else until that moment, realized he hadn't said anything about Pippa's outfit. You really do look amazing, Andrew whispered, giving her a quick kiss on the lips. Sorry, I should've told you that earlier. Thanks, Pippa replied, blushing slightly as she accepted the kiss. See, Mitchell. That's how you show affection in public, Cam said, unable to resist throwing in a little jab. The atmosphere suddenly shifted into an odd tension that Pippa didn't fully understand. Andrew leaned down slightly toward her and whispered softly, things are a little tense around here too. Pippa raised her eyebrows and nodded slightly. Without saying anything else, the two of them, still holding hands, started walking toward the car. Behind them, Cam and Mitchell closed the house door while arguing quietly under their breath. Andrew and Pippa exchanged looks without getting involved. They all got into the car and after getting settled, headed off toward Jay's house. You can read 15 chapters in advance on my Patreon. Link https://www.patreon.com/nav07 chapter 108 Minefield. Ding dong. Jay walked toward the door, grumbling to himself as he adjusted something around his neck. He opened the door. First to come in were Mitchell and Cam, pushing Lily's stroller. Both greeted Jay quickly, barely smiling, too focused on not talking too much to each other to notice the strange accessory around Jay's neck. Hi, Dad. Hey, Jay, they said in unison, walking past him. Hey, Jay replied, waving at them as he watched them for a second. Then he looked back at the door, where Andrew and Pippa were approaching, holding hands. As soon as Andrew saw Jay, he raised an eyebrow. Pippa also paused for a second. Jay had two large brown leather shoes hanging around his neck, tied together with a thick cord like some kind of strange improvised necklace. "Did you forget where shoes are supposed to go, Grandpa? People usually wear them on their feet, not around their neck," Andrew commented. "One very funny, Mr. Comedian," Jay said, though his tone was clearly not amused. "Hanging your ancestors' shoes around your neck is a Colombian tradition," he added, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. "It's better than beating a chicken while shouting to ward off death." Two Colombian traditions? Pippa thought, raising an eyebrow slightly and holding back a smile. She knew perfectly well that wasn't a Colombian tradition. It was obvious Gloria had made it up. One for what purpose? She had no idea, but she wasn't about to correct Jay and risk Gloria getting mad at her, especially since she was already dealing with Hallie. If Jay and Gloria were going to fight, they could handle it themselves. So, Pippa just smiled and nodded, as if Jay's answer made perfect sense. Andrew, on the other hand, nodded seriously. He had no clue about Colombian traditions, so he completely bought the story to "It's good to know," Andrew said, as if it were valuable information he might need someday. Remembering the main reason Jay had called him earlier, Andrew asked, "And how's the printer thing going? Did Phil already print the photo of Gloria's grandmother?" "No," Jay answered, snorting loudly, with that mix of constant annoyance and disappointment that was so typical of him. "Apparently, Phil isn't as much of an expert as you thought. It's been 4 hours, and the only thing I've gotten is having to put up with him since early this morning," he added. "Too seriously?" Andrew said, blinking, incredulous. "For Phil, it should have been a simple task. It shouldn't have taken that long." "Yeah, why would I lie?" Jay grunted, pulling a face. His bad mood was obvious. Between the bizarre Colombian traditions he'd had to endure, like hanging shoes around his neck or beating chickens, and now Phil, who was stuck with something as basic as a printer, Jay looked like he was reaching the limit of his patience. Just then, from the kitchen, Gloria's unmistakable voice rang out. "Jay, don't criticize my traditions in front of the guests." "I'm not criticizing. I'm explaining," Jay shouted back. Then, muttering under his breath, he added, "explaining how senseless these traditions are. There are sodas and snacks in the living room," he said, motioning toward the living room with his hand. "But don't fill up. We are having pig intestines for dinner, one of Colombia's finest dishes." 3 Without waiting for a response, Jay snorted again and went back into the kitchen, mumbling something unintelligible about shoes, chickens, and now printers. Andrew and Pippa stayed in the hallway for a few seconds, exchanging looks. "Pig intestines, huh?" Pippa said with a cautious smile. It didn't exactly sound like the most appetizing dish in the world, judging by the name. "As long as it meets my calories and protein, it's fine by me," Andrew said, shrugging as he started walking toward the living room, bringing her with him too. "Your discipline with food sometimes borders on extreme," Pippa said, laughing softly, "but I respect it. It's one of the things I like about you." Once she knew Andrew took it seriously. He wanted to be a professional football player, and his level of commitment was part of that. No improvising. Everything measured, everything planned. "I have my cheat meals. I'm not a robot," Andrew said with a slight smile. "I know. But still, it's incredible how disciplined you are. At our age, most people don't think beyond what they're doing for the weekend," Pippa said as they sat down on one of the living room couches next to Andrew. "You're just as intense when it comes to studying. You plan your days, your study hours, what you're going to study, your free time, your sleep schedule. I like that about you too," Andrew said, looking at her. "All to get into a good university," Pippa replied. 3 Same, Andrew added. They stayed quiet for a few seconds, enjoying the calm moment together, and then they noticed. They looked around and realized the living room was empty. Most likely, Mitch and Cam had gone to the kitchen with Gloria to offer some help. As for Jay, he had probably gone back to Phil, most likely pressuring him to finally print the darn picture of Gloria's late grandmother. "Now we are just missing Aunt Claire, Hallie, and Alex. That's when the real trouble starts," Andrew muttered to himself, but Pippa heard him. Hallie and Alex were both mad at Claire for being so controlling and snooping through Alex's private messages. And on top of that, Hallie had irrationally gotten mad at Pippa just because Alex had turned to her for advice. Then there were Mitch and Cam, who still carried tension from the whole public kiss incident and the argument that followed. And Jay, well, Jay clearly wasn't in the best mood either. Between the strange Colombian traditions and Phil's disastrous attempt with the printer, he seemed about ready to lose it at any moment. Pippa, knowing it might be better for Andrew to be prepared, decided to speak up. "There's something I should tell you," she said softly, leaning in a little closer. "What is it?" Andrew asked, curious. "The Colombian traditions Jay's doing, hanging shoes, beating chickens." Pippa lowered her voice even more, like she was afraid Gloria might hear them. "They are not real. They are made up." "What? Really?" Andrew asked, surprised. Pippa nodded seriously. "Yes. Gloria made them up. I don't know why, but I can assure you those things aren't part of Colombian culture," she confirmed. Andrew froze for a few seconds, processing the information. And then he slightly paled. If Gloria had invented those traditions, it could only mean one thing. She and Jay had probably had a previous argument. And now Gloria was quietly getting her revenge, forcing Jay to make a fool of himself with cultural excuses. If Jay found out during dinner, Andrew swallowed hard. The night was going to be way more dangerous than he had initially thought. He leaned back on the couch, staring at the ceiling. "We are sitting on a minefield," he muttered to Pippa, nodded with a strange smile, but there wasn't much they could do about it. Just then, they heard the doorbell ring. Andrew and Pippa exchanged a look, as if chaos itself had just knocked on the door. From the kitchen, Gloria's voice boomed like thunder. "Andrew, can you get that, please?" "I'll go get it. Wish me luck," Andrew said, getting up with resignation. Pippa nodded, settling a bit more into the couch. Andrew walked to the door and opened it. Hallie walked in first. "Hi, Andrew," she said in a flat tone. Hard to tell if she was angry or not, but she definitely didn't seem in a good mood. "Hey, Hallie," Andrew replied. As she walked past him, Hallie gave him a quick sideways glance, as if trying to read his face, trying to figure out if Andrew knew anything about the argument she had with Pippa. But Andrew, wearing his best poker face, didn't show a thing. Behind Hallie came Alex. "Hey," she greeted, her expression serious and clearly still angry, most likely at Claire. "How's it going?" Andrew asked, playing dumb, as if he didn't know anything. "My mom's a controlling, naughty person who doesn't respect her daughter's privacy," Alex immediately blurted out, turning to glare at Claire, who had just walked in behind her and heard everything. "Damn it, why the hell did I ask that?" Andrew thought, mentally kicking himself. "I'm not a controlling, naughty person. I just care and want to make sure you're not dating a sexual predator. And besides, you left your phone unlocked and in plain sight, so it's not my fault," Claire explained. Alex stared at Claire, completely outraged. "And you still blame me? You're unbelievable, mother. Don't even talk to me. I didn't even want to come here." The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Andrew raised his hands in a peace gesture. "There are sodas and snacks in the living room," he said quickly, stepping in as a referee. Then he looked at Claire and added, "Gloria and my parents are in the kitchen. They probably need some help or something." Claire let out a restrained huff and, without arguing further, headed toward the kitchen. Hallie and Alex, for their part, made their way to the living room. Andrew let out a silent sigh before following them. When he returned to the living room, he noticed the scene had changed slightly. Besides Pippa, Luke and Manny were now there. They must have arrived while he was dealing with the Dunphys at the door. Luke was sitting on the floor, flipping through some magazines quickly, as if searching for something interesting. Manny had settled near Pippa and Alex, who now seemed to be in a better mood, chatting animatedly with both of them. Hallie, on the other hand, sat on the opposite side of the living room, arms crossed and a frown on her face, throwing furtive glances toward the group, especially at Pippa. "Hey, Luke, Manny," Andrew greeted them with a smile as he sat down next to Pippa. "Andrew, let's go play outside. I'm bored," Luke said instantly, springing to his feet. "We can't, Luke. Dinner's gonna be ready soon. It's not the right time to go running around," Andrew replied, shaking his head. Luke let out a dramatic sigh and flopped back onto the floor, crawling over to a cabinet and starting to dig around for something to entertain himself. Manny, meanwhile, greeted Andrew enthusiastically, seemingly oblivious to the tension still lingering in the air. "Hi, Andrew. I wrote a new poem to share with everyone at dinner, Manny said excitedly, clearly hoping for some praise. Oh, I can't wait to hear it, Andrew replied, giving him a genuine smile. The conversation among the group continued peacefully. Pippa, Alex, Manny, and Andrew exchanged comments, jokes, and little stories, enjoying themselves. However, the atmosphere wasn't exactly relaxed. Hallie's silent presence, sitting at a distance with her arms crossed and a frown on her face, was like a heavy shadow hanging over the living room. Andrew kept glancing sideways at Hallie. She hadn't touched her phone, which was unusual in itself. Her arms remained crossed, her expression growing more closed off by the second, as if every moment spent watching Pippa and Alex having fun was piling up gunpowder inside her. Oh, God, when will dinner be ready? Andrew thought, checking the time. It was only a matter of time before Hallie exploded. If they stayed there much longer, maybe at dinner, with all the adults present, Hallie would hold herself back to, or at least, it would be harder for her to start an open argument. But every minute spent in that living room, with Pippa, Alex, and Manny laughing calmly, sharing ideas and clever jokes, while she sat there watching from her corner, made the chances of an outburst grow dangerously. And then, inevitably, it happened. At one point, while Pippa was answering Alex, talking enthusiastically about basic concepts of biochemistry, an introduction Alex had just started studying, and found both challenging and fascinating, Hallie let out a dry, mocking laugh. A not uncomfortable silence followed, as every gaze in the living room turned toward Hallie. What's so funny? Pippa and Alex asked almost at the same time. Neither of their tones was friendly. Pippa, for her part, was already angry about the earlier argument with Hallie, where Hallie, angry and irrational, had told her not to get involved in sister matters. Alex, on the other hand, wasn't in the mood either. Her relationship with Hallie had always been a battlefield. Competitive, different in everything. And this time, Hallie had also been the one who, without thinking too much, had given her the almost absurd advice to kiss the guy she liked without thinking it through, something that nearly led Alex to make a mistake she was now ashamed of. Andrew's comment, the minefield's already been stepped on, and dinner hasn't even started, Andrew said, sighing and shaking his head. 5. End of comment. You can read 15 chapters in advance on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/nav07. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109, Secrets Revealed. What's so funny? Nothing, Hallie replied after a few seconds, her tone dripping with fake innocence. Just that it must be so fun to talk about such boring topics instead of, living real life, she added, with a dismissive smile. The tension in the living room thickened. Pippa kept her expression neutral. Manny glanced around, clearly uncomfortable. He hadn't realized there was so much tension, and he didn't know the exact reasons behind it. Andrew closed his eyes for a moment, mentally bracing for what was coming. Alex, on the other hand, had completely lost her patience. You know what's fun? She snapped, leaning forward. Not making a fool of myself by following your stupid advice. I never told you to go kiss him like some desperate loser. Hallie shot back immediately, rolling her eyes. I just said to do it soon, or he might think you're a lesbian. To at least you finally got rid of those hideous sandals, she added, eyeing Alex's new shoes with a mocking smile. Alex opened her mouth, clearly about to explode, but before she could unleash whatever she was thinking, Pippa raised a hand, stopping her with a calm yet firm gesture. What exactly do you mean by living real life? Pippa asked, her tone so composed it bordered on threatening. Partying every night? Getting bad grades? Not caring about your future? Hallie stared at her, narrowing her eyes, but didn't respond. Pippa kept her voice steady, each word delivered with surgical precision. Because if that's what you mean, I've got bad news for you. That all ends when high school does. And then real life is going to hit you, and it's going to hit hard. 11. The silence that followed was absolute. Even Luke, who had been flipping through a magazine, Stop turning the pages. Manny blinked, impressed. In his own way, he thought it was a brilliant response, and maybe even advice few dared to say aloud. Alex, sitting beside him, nodded slightly, clearly agreeing with every word Pippa had said. In that moment, she admired her even more, for saying what she herself had wanted to scream at her sister so many times. Hallie couldn't come up with a clever response. And, as usual when she ran out of arguments, she went straight for the personal attack. Forgive me, your highness, for not being as perfect as you. You must feel so superior to everyone. Huh. Straight A's, always the smartest in the room, and now the trophy girlfriend with the school's quarterback drooling over her, Hallie said with a disdainful sneer. Pippa blinked, caught off guard. She hadn't expected Hallie to go so directly and so low. Seeing her hesitate for a second, Hallie smiled with that typical cruelty and didn't stop. Must be nice having everything handed to you, right? What's next? A little trophy for perfect girl of the year? Or are you gonna start a club to remind the rest of us how inferior we are compared to your big fabulous life? She finished one. Andrew, who had stayed silent until now, sat up on the couch and looked at Hallie with a serious expression, one rarely seen on his face. That's enough, Hallie, he said. Hallie looked at him defiantly. Do you defend her because she is your girlfriend? It's not true. So now we can't say anything just because Miss Perfect thinks she can come here and give us all life lessons? Even to my own sister? I'm defending her. Andrew began, his voice steady, because I won't sit here while someone who has no idea what they want in life insults someone who does. Someone who works hard, has goals, and will go far. Hallie narrowed her eyes, but Andrew didn't stop. You want to live day by day, go with the flow, do whatever you want without thinking about the future? Fine. That's your life. But that doesn't give you the right to mock other people for being different. A heavy silence followed. Andrew wasn't done, though he debated for a moment whether to say the next part. But remembering Hallie's toxic words to Pippa, he chose to continue. You know why your sister goes to Pippa for advice, and not to you? Because when Alex tries to talk about her interests, about what she's passionate about, you make fun of her. Because when she wants to be serious about her future, you make her feel like she's some kind of freak. Hallie pressed her lips together, her expression hardening. Andrew leaned in slightly, finishing the blow. It's not just about the advice on the guy. This started way before that. Don't blame Pippa, because Alex turns to her. The distance between you and your sister, Hallie, you created it. Hallie opened her mouth, as if to say something, but no word came out. If you want Alex to come to you for advice, then be a better sister, Andrew concluded. The impact was immediate. Hallie's eyes grew glossy, and she looked away, struggling not to break down in front of everyone. Manny, sitting in his chair, stared at Andrew like he'd just witnessed a real-life movie hero. Up until that moment, he'd never been particularly impressed by the family's golden boy athlete. But right then, seeing Andrew stand so firmly for what was right, he couldn't help but genuinely admire him. Alex, off to the side, lowered her head for a moment, a faint smile forming on her lips. She felt grateful. Pippa, sitting next to Andrew, looked at him, her eyes shimmering, clearly moved and thankful that he had defended her with such passion. She knew Andrew and Hallie had always been close, like siblings. Seeing him now, standing up so firmly, even against Hallie, just to protect her, and Alex, it touched her more than she'd expected. But Hallie, unable to bear the weight of the silence, did what she always did when cornered, throw a tantrum. Shut up, Andrew. She snapped suddenly, crossing her arms with a childish huff. No one asked you to butt into a girl fight. 3-0. Gonna cry now, princess? Want me to call daddy so he can comfort you? Andrew shot back with a mocking grin. Pippa covered her mouth to keep from laughing. Alex let out an involuntary chuckle. Manny's eyes widened. His noble hero defending justice just shattered in seconds to shut up, you big dumb jock. You're like a mountain of muscle and zero brain. Hallie shouted, red with fury. 1-0 brain? Andrew repeated, pretending to be shocked. I'd like to remind you that I have better grades than you. So what does that make you? -0? 5. The comeback was so quick and dry that the reaction was instant. Manny let out a short laugh, covering his mouth to keep it quiet. Alex burst into a short laugh, unable to hold it in. Pippa laughed too. Even Luke laughed, despite not fully understanding the joke. He just joined in on the collective laughter. Hallie, realizing the crowd was no longer on her side, blushed even harder. It was a foreign feeling for her. She was losing, and in a very humiliating way. I didn't mean that kind of brain. Hallie snapped, clenching her fists and raising her voice. I didn't mean that kind of brain. Andrew repeated in a high-pitched whinny voice, exaggeratedly mimicking her 5 this time. Manny laughed out loud, unable to cover his mouth in time. Alex nearly choked on her laughter. She hadn't expected such an over-the-top yet spot-on imitation of Hallie's whinny tone. Pippa had to hide her face in a sofa cushion. Even Luke let out a genuine laugh and clapped. He found Andrew's impression hilarious. "Shut up," Hallie screamed, cheeks burning red with embarrassment, as she hurled a pillow at Andrew. Andrew caught it midair without flinching. And as he did, he mimicked again in the same whinny voice, "Shut up." The room exploded with laughter. Hallie, red as a tomato and clearly losing ground, played what she thought was her last card. "At least I don't have a secret album full of Natalie Portman photos," she shouted, her voice cutting through the laughter. 11 Silence fell instantly when everyone stopped laughing and turned to look at Andrew. His frozen expression for a brief second was all they needed to confirm it. It was true. "You bitch," Andrew muttered, staring at her like she'd just stabbed him in the back. "For show us, show us," Luke said excitedly, like they were about to uncover buried treasure. "There's nothing to see," Andrew grumbled. "And I don't even have it here." "So it is true that you have a Natalie Portman album?" Pippa asked, raising an amused eyebrow. "It's not Natalie Portman," Andrew corrected, raising a finger. "It's Padme. There's a difference." "And how exactly is that better?" asked Alex, crossing her arms. "Because she's a Star Wars character. It's not like I'm obsessed with a real-life celebrity. I like the character. It's completely normal. Ask Leonard or Howard." Andrew justified quickly. 6 Hallie scoffed from her corner. "Oh, right. Totally normal. Just like building her a secret shrine in a photo album." Alex let out a dry laugh. "Besides," she added, looking at him with mockery, "I don't think Leonard and Howard are the best examples. If you're trying to look good, I was defending you 5 minutes ago, damn traitor," Andrew thought, glaring at Alex. Before Andrew could reply, a voice cut through the scene from the living room doorway. "What album are we talking about?" Everyone turned their heads and saw Jay, Gloria, Mitchell, Cam, and Claire standing there. Who knows how long they'd been watching. "Andrew has an album full of printed photos of some actress who plays one of those geeky characters he likes. It's a very big album, all printed pictures," Hallie explained. "It's better to have an album of Padme than to have porn magazines, okay?" Andrew blurted out, saying the first thing that came to mind with everyone staring at him for another brutal silence. Mitchell closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose. Claire blinked slowly, trying to process what she'd just heard. Jay muttered something like, "Could be worse." Cam nodded in agreement with his son. Cam's comment, "I've actually known about the album for a long time. And yes, it's weird. But honestly, I'd rather that than porn magazines." 6 End comment. Seeing he was now the sole focus of public humiliation, Andrew decided to act too. He turned slightly toward Claire and said in an innocent tone, "Since we're all sharing secrets, did you know, Aunt Claire, that Hallie snuck out of the house last Saturday night to go to a party?" Hallie, who had just started to relax, looked at him in horror. "Andrew, no," Hallie whispered. But Andrew kept going, and she didn't do it alone, by the way. Dylan helped her sneak out the window. "Yes, family. Hallie's back with Dylan. Again." 6 The shock was immediate. "What?" Claire said, her brow furrowing dangerously. Jay let out a tired huff, like he'd heard that news at least 7 or 8 times before. "Again, me American Englisher?" Gloria said, shaking her head at Hallie. Mitchell rolled his eyes, clearly unsurprised. "Dylan again. Are there no other guys in California?" Cam muttered, more entertained by the drama than concerned. "Oh, that's 8 times Hallie and Dylan have broken up and gotten back together. Think they'll make it to double digits?" Alex said with a mocking smile. "Hallie, we are going to talk after dinner. We'll see what your punishment will be," Claire said in a deathly calm tone. That we are going to talk sounded more like a sentence than a conversation. Luke, not fully grasping the gravity of the situation, settled happily into his chair and said, I bet they break up again before Halloween. 3. Hallie, now fully aware she was screwed, between the looming punishment and the mountain of public humiliation, looked at Andrew with seething fury. How the hell do you even know about that? She asked. You weren't exactly subtle talking about your romantic escape with Dylan at school, Andrew replied. Pro tip for next time, try being more discreet. Hallie clenched her jaw, collapsing into the sofa in defeat. Andrew's secret, while weird, nerdy, and maybe slightly creepy to some, was ultimately harmless. Hers, on the other hand, was a whole different story. She had snuck out of the house at night with her older boyfriend, and now the entire family knew she was back with Dylan yet again. It was humiliating. 8 times? That should be illegal, Mitch muttered to Cam, who gave him a soft elbow to keep quiet. Hallie, that relationship isn't healthy, commented Manny, entering full therapist mode, speaking in a deep and serious tone. 1. Hallie, out of patience and completely out of dignity, raised her hand, like she was trying to stop traffic. Let's not talk about this anymore. Is the food ready? Hallie asked, desperate to change the subject. But before Gloria could even open her mouth to answer, Andrew raised his hand. Hold on. I'm not finished yet, he said with a serious expression. To everyone looked at him, surprised. Andrew slowly turned toward Alex, who had been thoroughly enjoying watching her cousin and sister get humiliated. To Aunt Claire, Andrew said, shifting his gaze toward his aunt, I'd recommend keeping a closer eye on how Alex uses the internet. What are you talking about? Claire asked, confused. A few days ago, I lent Alex my laptop. Supposedly, she needed it for a project. Later, when I went to use it again, I couldn't remember the name of a page I'd visited, so I checked the browser history. Andrew began, in the tone of a prosecuting attorney too, and it turns out, I found some pages Alex had visited. They weren't exactly educational. Alex's eyes widened in horror, already realizing where this was going, but Andrew didn't stop. Twilight fanfiction. Rated 18+ content. Literature porn. Andrew said 16. A murmur rippled through the room. Fanfiction? Is that like fans writing their own stories? Asked Phil, who had just arrived a few minutes earlier. He had finally managed to print the photo, but it definitely didn't seem like the right time to bring it up. Correct. But not just any stories. Explicit 18+, and homosexual stories. Andrew nodded. 7. Claire's mouth fell slightly open, speechless. Hallie, who had been the center of scandal moments ago, covered her mouth to keep from bursting out laughing. Manny blinked, utterly confused. Pippa raised an eyebrow at Alex. Seeing that everyone was processing the information, Andrew added, in an educational tone, for those who don't know, that technically makes her a fujoshi. Fujo what? Asked Jay, frowning. Fujoshi, Andrew explained. It's a Japanese term for girls who enjoy reading or watching romantic stories between boys. 6. Cam and Mitch glanced at Alex and instinctively took a cautious step away from her. 3. Claire just stared at Alex, caught somewhere between horror, bewilderment, and not knowing whether to scream or laugh. Alex, red as a tomato, crossed her arms and sank deeper into the couch, glaring at Andrew like she was already plotting her long-term revenge. You are a dead man, Alex muttered under her breath, her voice full of dangerous intensity. If I fall, you're all falling with me, Andrew said, pointing dramatically at Alex, who glared daggers at him. 5. Manny, who had been quiet until now, desperately trying to stay under the radar, completely misunderstood the look. He raised his hands, like he was surrendering. I didn't laugh at anything. He quickly justified to before things could escalate even further. Gloria, on the verge of losing her patience, intervened. Enough. Everyone to the table. I don't want to hear another word about drama, accusations, or secrets. My food does not deserve to be ignored because of your secrets. 1. The group, still murmuring and whispering among themselves, began moving toward the dining room. 3. You can read 15 chapters in advance on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/nav07. Chapter 110. The Kasai. The Colombian dinner unfolded in a strange atmosphere. the clinking of silverware against plates, sips of drinks, the occasional murmur, and every now and then a discreet comment about how surprisingly tasty the pig intestines were. Jay ate in silence, chewing with a stone-cold expression, adding nothing to the conversations that came up and quickly died out. Claire was just as quiet, though for different reasons. At first glance, she seemed disturbed by what she had discovered about her daughters. Sneaking out at night with Dylan and reading steamy fanfics weren't exactly reassuring news, but deep down, part of her felt slightly satisfied. She would never show it, but the information Andrew had given her was perfect. Until just a few minutes ago, both Hallie and Alex were angry at her for snooping through Alex's messages. Now, with this ammunition, she could turn the situation around. Hallie, for her part, barely touched her food. She stared at her plate, as if the Reaper was judging her. After her public humiliation, and knowing that punishment was only a matter of time, she just wanted the ground to swallow her whole. Alex didn't say anything either. She avoided eye contact with everyone. She was far too embarrassed by what Andrew had revealed. In her mind, she was mentally slapping herself over and over again for not deleting her browser history. One lesson learned. Never leave a trail, she repeated to herself over and over. Luke was the only one eating happily, as if nothing had happened. He was completely oblivious to the tension. He chewed enthusiastically, tried everything, and even helped himself to seconds. Mitch and Cam sat side by side, but with a clear emotional distance between them. They still weren't talking much after this afternoon's argument. Andrew ate in silence, not particularly bothered by his secret being exposed. What else could he do? There was no point in sulking or feeling ashamed anymore. Besides, he had more important things to think about. The 1 million special. He had to upload a video thanking all his subscribers and announce the date, time, and of course, the location of the meetup. Nothing could go wrong. It was his first major event as a creator, maybe even one of the first YouTuber events in America. Meanwhile, Manny chewed slowly, looking at his plate with a doubtful expression. Despite loving many things about Colombia, pig intestines clearly weren't one of them. Well, Gloria said, trying to break the tension with her best smile, what do you all think of my grandma's dishes? There was a brief silence until Pippa spoke. They're delicious. I loved the spiced rice, she said with a smile. Thanks, me American Englisher, Gloria replied sweetly, touching her chest. You're the only one who appreciates what I make with love. She then turned to Andrew and, with a firm but affectionate tone, added, don't ever lose her, you hear me? If you do, I'll never forgive you. That girl is worth gold. For the compliment didn't make Pippa smile. It reminded her of what Hallie had said minutes ago about how perfect she supposedly was. She just nodded slightly, as if thankful for the praise. I know, Andrew replied casually, without lifting his gaze from his plate. He kept eating, still thinking about the possible locations for the 1 million subscriber meetup. Gloria, noticing the lack of enthusiasm in Andrew's response, slightly pursed her lips. She didn't say anything else. There was already enough tension at the table without adding more fuel to the fire. Dinner ended without further incident. Miraculously, no one else revealed someone else's secrets, no new arguments were started, and Gloria managed to see the plates emptied without issuing any additional threats. After clearing the table, the family returned to the living room for dessert. Ice cream for the kids, wine for the adults, and uncomfortable silence for those still dealing with their inner shame. Alex and Hallie. Taste this, said Pippa, raising her spoon and pointing it at him like it was a wand. Andrew looked at her with one eyebrow raised. I already did. No matter how many times you try to convince me, you'll never make me like it. Just try one more time, please, Pippa insisted with a smile. Your palate has matured. This is a new chapter in your life, she added in an overly dramatic tone. Andrew let out an exaggerated sigh, but leaned forward and took a bite. He chewed a couple of times, processing the flavor. Pippa watched him closely. Well? She asked. Andrew shook his head and shrugged. Nope. Still don't see what's so delicious about it. Pippa chuckled softly as she brought another spoonful to her mouth. A few feet away, Cam approached Mitch with a glass of wine in hand. I brought you a glass, Cam said, handing it over with a peaceful smile. Mitch looked at him cautiously and raised a hand. Wait. Taste it first. Do you think I'm going to poison you? Cam asked, raising an eyebrow. I'm just covering all possibilities, Mitch muttered. Cam smiled, resigned, and took a sip. I'm not mad about earlier anymore. I thought about it, and maybe you were right. Sometimes I can be a bit needy, he said to Mitch. Let his guard down, relaxing and taking the wine glass. I appreciate that. And you're not entirely wrong. Lord knows I have my quirks. I'm not the most expressive man, but I try to work on that, Mitch admitted. And I'm going to help you with that, Cam said, smiling for real this time. Alright, but don't give up, said Mitch, raising his glass. Never, replied Cam. They clinked their glasses gently, finally ending their argument and reconciling like the grown men they were. Gloria, standing by the table, gave a soft ting with her fork against her glass. Alright, everyone. Gather around. Jay, come here, she said with a warm smile. Everyone slowly made their way over, forming a loose semicircle around Gloria. I want to thank you all for coming tonight, for trying my grandmother's traditional recipes, Gloria said, her voice filled with emotion, and even though she's no longer with me, I'm very happy, because I have all of you. The group reacted with quiet smiles. Claire took Phil's hand. Andrew smiled as he placed his hand on Pippa's waist and pulled her closer. 1J simply nodded, true to his style, but a faint smile was visible as he looked at Gloria. To Ana Maria Rosa de la Inmaculada de Jimenez Morales, said Gloria, raising her glass. 5. Everyone lifted their glasses and, with some effort, tried to repeat. To Ana Maria Rosa, in Moral, G. More. No one could quite remember the order or pronounce it correctly. With soft laughter and mumbled words, they all toasted anyway, clinking their glasses and taking a sip. Cam, touched, spoke up. What beautiful words, Gloria. Just like my Mitchell. And after saying that, he turned his head, intending to kiss Mitch on the cheek. But at that exact moment, Mitch was taking a sip from his glass and unknowingly dodged the gesture. Instinctively, the motion threw Cam off balance, since they were both leaning on the back of the couch. He stumbled forward, tripping over his own foot, and falling awkwardly toward the coffee table. Splat. His glass spilled on the floor, hit a bowl of snacks, and a rain of potato chips fell directly onto his head. Cam ended up sprawled on the floor much like his dignity. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Did you slip? Mitch asked, still holding his glass, pretending to be surprised. Andrew wanted to laugh, but held it in. On top of that, he had just taken a sip from his glass and nearly choked. Quickly, to avoid bursting out laughing and giving himself away, he curled up against Pippa, hiding his face in her neck as he trembled from the effort. 1. Don't laugh, that's your dad, Pippa whispered, running a hand over his head. She knew the kind of humor Andrew had. Don't tell me that fall wasn't funny, Andrew whispered near her ear, his voice muffled by laughter. Pippa bit her lower lip, as if that would help her hold back a giggle. It was, she admitted quietly, glancing at him from the corner of her eye. But it's not the time to laugh. He still has a potato chip in his hair. At that moment, Cam sprang back up, brushing snack crumbs off his shoulder with theatrical composure, as if nothing had happened. I'm fine, Cam declared with forced dignity, trying to stand up straight with elegance, despite a few potato chips still stuck in his hair. The glass broke, Claire said as she stood up too. I'll go get something to clean this up. Claire could barely hold in her laughter. The sight of Cam sprawled on the floor had been glorious, but she knew that laughing openly in front of everyone, especially in front of Cam, who was trying to preserve his dignity, wouldn't look good at all. So she took the perfect excuse to leave the room and let her laughter out in the kitchen. You can read 15 chapters in advance on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/nav07 Chapter 111, The Kiss Second. As Claire left the living room trying to stifle her laughter, Gloria walked over to Cam and helped him back onto the couch. Oh, Cameron, what happened? One moment you were standing there, and the next all we could see were your shoes, said Gloria as she started pulling chips out of his hair. Andrew, Pippa, and the others bent down to pick up the scattered snacks from the floor. From his seat, still slightly disheveled, Cam took a deep breath and declared, do you want to know what happened? He raised his hand dramatically, pointing at Mitchell. Mitchell is embarrassed to kiss me in front of other people. That's not exactly true. You ambushed me. Mitchell defended himself. Just then, Claire returned with a cloth and a small bucket. It's not personal, Cam. In high school, Mitchell dated Robin Schiller and never kissed her either. That was because I was gay, protested Mitchell, turning toward his sister. And what's your excuse now? Asked Cam, without missing a beat. An awkward silence fell for a second, until Gloria spoke up again. It's not Mitch's fault, Cam. He learned it from his father, she said, pointing directly at Jay, who stood in the corner of the living room, a string of shoes hanging around his neck, staring at the floor like it was the most fascinating thing in the world. Jay isn't affectionate in public either, Gloria added, shrugging. Jay looked up, offended. I can't believe you're attacking me, Jay replied, spreading his arms. I've got shoes hanging around my neck. And for nearly half an hour I yelled at your meat to scare off death. What more do you want from me? With that, he ceremoniously took off the shoes and dropped them on the floor. Don't you see? It's your fault your son can't kiss his lover in public, said Gloria, raising her voice. Don't say lover. We don't like the word lover. Cam and Mitch said almost in unison. Jay, raising one hand, as if calling for a ceasefire, said, can we just end this now and keep eating our ice cream in silence? No. Tell Mitch it's okay to kiss Cam in front of you. Just say it, Claire insisted. Why do we have to do that? Asked Jay, exasperated and confused. Meanwhile, on the couches, Andrew, Pippa, Manny, Alex, Hallie, and Luke watched the scene as if it were a play. Their eyes followed each adult in turn, hanging on every line as they enjoyed their ice cream along with the free show. We don't have to, said Mitch, arms crossed, shaking his head. In this situation, he was on his father's side. Of course we don't, said Cam from his seat, clearly sarcastic. Sorry for not wanting to make out with you in front of the whole family, said Mitch, his patience wearing thin. Don't apologize, said Jay, as if giving him his blessing and confirming it wasn't necessary to do any of this. No. Gloria's right, said Claire, still meddling and staring straight at Jay. Dad, the fact that you're emotionally closed off makes it harder for your kids to show affection. To really? Jay asked, locking eyes with Claire. Yes, Claire replied, confidently. Has it been hard for you to show affection in public places? Jay pressed. Yes, Claire repeated, trying to sound just as confident. You? Jay asked again, like he needed to be absolutely sure. Yes, Claire answered, her voice dropping slightly. Jay paused for a beat, then fired back. Was that before or after the police brought you to my doorstep wearing nothing but underwear and a blanket they gave you? Claire's eyes widened. Oh my god. Hallie exclaimed, jumping up from the couch. I knew it. I knew you weren't some saint, she added with a victorious tone. She'd always been suspicious of her mom's supposedly spotless high school record. You got arrested? Alex asked, sounding scandalized and glaring critically. Amazing, Luke muttered, clearly impressed. It's not amazing. And no, I wasn't arrested. Your grandfather is joking, Claire shot back immediately. Yeah, of course. Just a joke, Jay said with a fake smile that didn't convince anyone. Then, under his breath, he whispered to Claire, I've got a million of those. Claire glared at him. But before the topic could die, Gloria jumped back in, refusing to give up on the Mitch and Cam situation. You are emotionally closed, Jay. Admit it. Phil spent 4 hours helping you with that printer, working like a little ant. 4 hours. And what did you say to him when he finally got it working? Thank you. A plain, dry thank you. Everyone looked at Phil, who shrugged with a shy smile. Even if he didn't say it, his expression had a subtle, dulled undertone that Andrew noticed right away. It was subtle but definitely there. Jay scoffed, raising his hands. Oh please. I've given all of you twice as much as my father ever gave me. You should be grateful. Then Jay looked at Andrew. Right, kid. You get it. You've never complained about anything. Andrew, still sitting with Pippa, looked at him and nodded naturally. Yes, grandpa. I'm used to it. One adapts, Andrew said without any drama. Claire turned toward him, not entirely convinced. You adapted to not getting affection from your grandfather? It's not the traditional kind of affection. I got guidance, clear rules. But I know it's there. The affection, I mean. It's in the gestures. I don't need him to hug me every time I walk in to know he cares. Andrew replied with a shrug, not quite sure how to explain it. 5J pointed at him with a mix of pride and satisfaction. There you go. A young man with common sense. One that might work for you men in this family, but it can cause problems in a relationship, like with Mitch and Cam, said Gloria, and Claire nodded in agreement to aren't we meant to you? Mitchell thought, slightly offended, but said nothing. For Andrew frowned slightly, not quite understanding where this was going. Gloria looked straight at him. I'm saying this because when I told you Pippa was a gold and not to lose her, you just said yeah, I know and kept eating. That wasn't very expressive. Are you saying I'm not affectionate or something with Pippa? Andrew asked, raising an eyebrow, clearly annoyed. I'm just saying you didn't show much affection in that moment, Gloria replied, raising her hands in a peace gesture. Seriously? I asked her to be my girlfriend in front of the whole school and kissed her right there. I have no problem showing affection in public. I even have a profile picture with her and Lily, said Andrew, half indignant as he pulled his phone from his pocket. And he showed everyone a photo of him with Pippa and Lily. Not long ago, he had even asked the whole family for advice on how to fix a small fight he'd had with Pippa. Open to suggestions and all, being more verbally expressive than he had ever been. Andrew was about to go on, but Pippa placed her hand on his knee to let her speak. Gloria, believe me, Andrew is very affectionate. He hugs me when I least expect it, and he has no problem showing how he feels. He just doesn't always do it with long grand speeches. But it's clear, Pippa explained calmly. Gloria nodded, her expression softening. Alright. I'm glad to hear that. You know how I am. I worry. 3 Andrew exhaled, his shoulders relaxing. Well, you may have a point. It didn't really affect me that grandpa's like that, because he's my grandpa, not my dad. And besides, I have my dad, who's super affectionate, said Andrew, looking at Cam. Jay looked at him, somewhere between confused and betrayed. Are you throwing me under the bus now? Want me to tell the story about the one and only kiss your dad gave you? Andrew asked, looking at Jay, who couldn't help but grimace. Once, while watching an old football game and, after having more whiskey than usual, Jay had opened up and told Andrew about the only kiss he ever got from his father. Tell it, said Gloria. Well, it's not much. Basically, Grandpa's dad kissed him once because he mistook him for his sister when saying goodnight. Andrew replied 5 That's so sad. I'm really sorry, Jay, said Cam, dramatically, as usual. 1 minute, when was the last time you kissed Mitch? Gloria asked, turning to Jay. What does that have to do with anything? Jay replied, frowning. Everything. Mitch, when was the last time Jay kissed you? Gloria asked, now looking at Mitch. Honestly, I don't remember, Mitch said with a shrug. It can't have been that long ago, said Jay. I was 12, Mitch answered. 112. Gloria repeated, scandalized. That's the problem. Jay's dad never kissed Jay. Jay doesn't kiss Mitch. And now Mitch can't show affection to his lover. We don't call each other lovers. Cam muttered again. Kiss him, said Gloria, staring at Jay. Jay groaned in frustration. Oh, come on. You have to do it. Gloria insisted, already pulling Mitch closer with one hand. Now, Claire joined the attack. Come on, Dad. Do it. In front of your grandchildren. Show them you're a loving grandfather. She grabbed Jay by the arm and started pushing him forward. Meanwhile, everyone else, Andrew, Pippa, Phil, Cameron, and the rest, started clapping in rhythm and chanting in unison. Kiss, kiss, kiss. 3J raised his hands, exasperated. Alright. Shut up. The room fell silent immediately. Come here, said Jay, looking at Mitch. Now, I feel uncomfortable, Mitch said, blinking. He didn't like being the center of attention, especially not for something like this. Jay huffed. Don't be shy. Want a box of chocolates too? Come on, let's do it. Mitch walked over stiffly. Jay went for Mitch's right cheek. Mitch turned to the left. They bumped slightly, and after a quick readjustment, Muah. Jay gave him a dry kiss on the cheek. There was a moment of silence, then everyone in the room began to applaud softly. That's the most heartwarming thing I've seen, said Cam, wiping away an invisible tear. Alright, and now, so none of you complain again. "Come here," Jay said, looking at Claire. "Oh," said Phil, who was hugging Claire and thought Jay was finally going to thank him properly, but his illusion was short-lived. "Not you." Then Jay and Claire hugged and exchanged a kiss on the cheek. "Love you, Daddy," said Claire as she held him tight. "Well," said Andrew, taking one last bite of his ice cream, "in the end, everything worked out, and we actually got to eat dessert without shouting or fighting. That's already a win for your family," said Pippa with a smile. Andrew chuckled softly. "Honestly, I didn't think a Colombian dinner would bring this much drama." Later that night, with the dishes done and the living room empty, Cam, Mitchell, Lily, Andrew, and Pippa said their goodbyes to everyone. They would walk Pippa back to her house. Jay just raised a hand in farewell, this time without any shoes hanging around his neck. You can read 15 chapters in advance on my Patreon. Link https://www.patreon.com/nav07 chapter 112, Two Lovers. On Sunday, October 1st, Andrew uploaded a short video, about 5 minutes long, to his channel, where he emotionally thanked his subscribers for helping him reach the 1 million milestone. In the video, he announced a meetup with fans aimed at those who lived nearby or could travel. It would take place at a shopping mall farther from his home, to keep some distance, since he didn't want to accidentally dox himself. He had already discussed it with his parents, who, though a bit concerned about the logistics, ended up supporting the idea. Cam, in particular, was excited. To Cam, it felt like some kind of premiere or red carpet event, but for an internet-born celebrity, the date would be the following Sunday, October 8th, at 4 in the afternoon, exactly 1 week after the announcement. The meeting point, the central fountain area of the mall. The video already had the following YouTube stats: we hit 1 million. Vertical bar meetup with subscribers plus thank you for everything Andrew Pritchett Tucker 1,571 subscribers 284,112 views vertical bar posted 6 hours ago 7,984 comments big numbers for just the first 6 hours. Both in views and comments. Typically, Andrew uploaded 2 to 3 videos a week. 2 of them were focused on Friday Night Football. One was a pre-game video, where he and his teammates analyzed their opponents, made predictions, and showcased pre-game preparations. These videos felt like a mix between a sports blog and locker room talk, serious when needed, but always with that fun edge that came from banter and debate with his friends. The second was a game recap, with the most exciting highlights, tactical analysis, intense or emotional moments, and even some behind the scenes clips from the locker room or sidelines, always with the school's permission, of course. The third weekly video, usually uploaded midweek, was more personal or lifestyle oriented. It featured his training routine, nutrition tips, fitness, or diet challenges, snippets from his daily life, or just youth-oriented fitness vlogs. Each video averaged between 300,000 to 500,000 views. So for this thank you video and meetup announcement to hit nearly 300k views in just 6 hours was incredible. Still, it was expected. His previous 500,000 special had also drawn higher viewership and popularity. But this wasn't the real special. This was just an initial thank you, a short video to announce the subscriber meetup. The actual special was still on its way, and he already had it all planned out. If this video already got nearly 300,000 views in 6 hours, I can't imagine what the special will pull, thought Andrew, half lying on his bed, his back against the headboard and the laptop resting on his legs. He was scrolling through the comments on his latest video. There were many comments. Some were pure excitement, others asking questions about the meetup, others wondering if this was the special, or if he had something else planned, etc. Comment section, at CLARENCE77, I'll be there, even if I have to take 2 buses, and walk over 10 blocks. It'll take me almost 2 hours. Tom92, my little brother's going wearing a shirt with your face on it. He says if you sign it, he'll never wash it again. Be afraid. At BENCHWARMER89, I'm just going to watch. If Andrew tries to make me run, Do push-ups or something. I'm dropping to the ground and faking a hamstring injury to at STATMAN89. Almost 300,000 views in 6 hours. The special's gonna break records. At JUSTJOEY. Who else is gonna be at the mall? Maybe we can meet up before the event. One at MAXTORQUE. Imagine being at the same school as him and watching all this happen in real time. It's like witnessing the rise of a legend. Monkey D, replying to at MAXTORQUE. Bro, we are witnessing it in real time thanks to the videos. At OLDSCHOOL69. Back in my day, quarterbacks didn't vlog. They did push-ups and busted their teeth out of respect. One at QBQUEN69. If I see you, I'll die. I'm going with a shirt that says marry me, and I'm not joking. To at ANDREWFANPAGE1. I've been following Andrew since he had 2,000 subs. This feels like a personal victory. See you there. At NICEGUI777. I'm about to skip my girlfriend's birthday for this. Sorry, Sophie, but Andrew is Andrew7 at EAGLEPRIDE67. Damn. I can't go. I'm across the country, but I'll watch the vlog as soon as it drops. At WILLSBW27. I don't get the hype. He's just a high school kid making videos. So what if he has a million? There are kids his age in better divisions who actually train and don't just put on a show. One at KIRAMAN52. Replying to at WILLSBW27. A show. Dude, he broke division records and got the CIF to move him up in his first year of high school. And if you don't like it, don't watch. I'll be okay, right? Thought Andrew. His expression a bit strange as he kept reading the comments on his laptop to the message from at QBQUEN69 saying she was going to wear a shirt that said marry me. Still had him processing. It wasn't the only intense comment, but it definitely took the prize. Why can Captain America hold his own against Iron Man? Asked Pippa suddenly, without taking her eyes off the comic she was reading. She was also lying on the bed, but in the opposite direction from Andrew, deeply focused on one of the many comics Andrew had in his collection. Normally she wasn't that into them, but this time she'd picked one out of curiosity and maybe also to share a bit more of Andrew's world. When she didn't get a reply, she frowned slightly, turned a little, and noticed Andrew was still absorbed in his laptop screen, not registering that she had spoken. She tapped his arm twice with her foot. "Hey, I'm talking to you," she said in a friendly tone. Andrew blinked, as if waking from a trance, and turned his face toward her. "Huh? Sorry, what did you say?" Pippa raised the comic and gave it a slight shake in the air, like it was evidence. "I'm reading this part where Captain America fights Iron Man, right in the middle of the street, and he's kind of beating him," she said, pausing to glance at the illustrations. "I don't get it. Iron Man's got a multi-million-dollar suit with high-tech weapons, boosters, sensors, lasers, and Steve just has a shield and some extra strength, and he wins," she added, adjusting her position on the bed. "Civil War, right?" asked Andrew, and Pippa nodded. "Cap doesn't just fight with strength. He has a lot of experience, instinct more than Tony. That's why he can go toe-to-toe with him," said Andrew. "Tony doesn't need a PhD in battle experience to beat him. He could just fly him into space and leave him without oxygen. Or drop him from 500 meters in the air. Or just melt the shield with a laser. Why doesn't he?" said Pippa. "Well, the shield can't be melted with the tech Tony has. It's made of proto-adamantium, a special metal. Comes from Wakanda," Andrew replied. To as for the other battle tactics Pippa had suggested, they were harder to counter. "Waka what?" repeated Pippa, slightly frowning. "Wakanda. Well, you're gonna have to read a few more comics before things start to make sense. And meet the other heroes too. Civil War has many characters and several ongoing conflicts from earlier stories," Andrew replied. Pippa looked at him with a mix of resignation and amusement. "This is more work than I thought. Understanding the Marvel comic timeline is a full-time job," Andrew joked, closing his laptop and turning slightly toward her. "And that's not even counting multiverses, alternate versions, timeline-altering events, crossovers with other universes." "Multiverses?" Pippa repeated, half incredulous, half overwhelmed. "This sounds more complicated than school assignments." Andrew laughed. "It does. But with my custom-made guidance, I can make it easy and even fun. Well, fun if you're into this kind of stuff. You never really were a fan of superheroes or comics. What sparked the sudden interest? He asked, looking at Pippa with curiosity. Pippa lowered the comic a bit, resting it on her stomach, and looked at him without replying right away. They had been dating for a while now. In fact, they were close to hitting their 1-year mark. It didn't seem like much, but for a first teenage relationship, it felt like forever, especially compared to most guys their age. Their relationship wasn't based on sharing the same hobbies. Andrew was football, video games, YouTube, and comics. Pippa was science, philosophy, history, and deep debates on topics Andrew sometimes mixed up with NFL player names. And that was okay. Neither of them expected the other to like what they liked. Still, they shared what really mattered, the same sense of humor, a critical view of the world, the ability to laugh at anything together, binge-watching movies that were neither too serious nor too dumb, and a chemistry that didn't need shared hobbies to make sense. Pippa held his gaze for a moment before speaking. I don't know, maybe I just wanted to see what makes it special, she began, her tone calm. And I saw you talking to Willa the other day. About comics. You looked really into it. Andrew nodded slowly, remembering the moment. Yeah, but we were talking about Star Wars. And it's not the first time you've seen me talk like that about comics. You've seen me do it with Leonard, with Howard. So why now? He asked, raising an eyebrow, looking at her curiously. Because this time, you were talking to a girl. And let's be honest, it's rare to see a girl as cheeky as Willa, and also that pretty, Pippa replied. Her answer was more honest than jealous. Andrew opened his mouth to respond, but only managed to say, oh. For a moment, his mind flashed back to their first fight, and the scene Pippa had made about Regina. Getting into that kind of argument again would feel like a step backward. But Pippa, as if reading his mind, spoke up immediately, her words coming faster, like she wanted to get everything out in one breath. Is it jealousy? Probably, a little, but not the dramatic kind. Nothing like what happened with Regina. I'm not going to make a scene. It just hit me differently, you know? Before Andrew could say anything, Pippa was already speaking again, even faster now, as if she wanted to make it clear that it wasn't childish insecurity but something more observable. At our age, it's common. Their brain impulses, intense hormonal changes, especially in the amygdala and limbic system, which interfere with rational judgment. Add to that the oxytocin and dopamine released when you're near someone you care about, and that messes with your emotional perception and triggers reactions like this. The teenage brain is chemically unstable. It's not my fault. Technically speaking, what I felt is a spontaneous emotional response caused by the fact that I'm in love with you. 3 Silence. Andrew, who had been leaning back against the headboard with the laptop on his lap, slowly sat up. He set the computer aside. Did you say you're in love with me? Being in love with someone isn't the same as just liking them. Many teenage and even adult couples can simply like their partners, a more superficial feeling. But being in love is a much more intense emotional state, characterized by deep attraction, a strong emotional connection, and a desire to be with that person. It involves emotional commitment and the wish to build a lasting relationship. Pippa froze. Her eyes widened just a bit and then, without a word, she lifted the comic she had resting on her stomach and covered her entire face with it, turning slightly to the other side. No, you misheard, Pippa replied, her voice muffled behind the pages. Andrew leaned in, now sitting right in front of her. I heard your whole scientific explanation perfectly, complicated and full of difficult words, said Andrew with a smile. And you know what was the clearest part of it all? He placed a hand on the comic and gently lowered it from Pippa's face, revealing her completely flushed cheeks. That you're in love with me, he added. Well, it was an accident of language. It was not programmed, Pippa replied, avoiding eye contact. Oh, really? Well, let me tell you, I'm programmed to feel the same way, said Andrew with a slight smile, leaning in a little closer. Pippa finally looked at him, half surprised, half skeptical. Yeah? Well, I don't believe you. Why the doubt? I'm being honest, Andrew said, pretending to be hurt. He wasn't lying. Because I've never seen you jealous. Pippa replied, as if it were the most logical thing in the world. One, and what does that have to do with anything? It has everything to do with it. Of course you'd get jealous if you're in love. I'm in love with you, and I've already had, let's call it, 2 jealousy attacks. One with Regina and now another with Willa, when I saw you talking alone with her in your room the other day. I'm handling this second one better. I don't want our relationship to fall apart over insecurities or silly things, Pippa said firmly, taking a moment to catch her breath. I'm trying to be mature, not the typical clingy girlfriend who makes a scene about everything. But it would be nice, I don't know, to feel like you could feel something similar, she added. It's not that I don't feel jealous, Pippa. Of course I do. But you're always in your own world, you know? And besides, our friend group is small and shared. It's hard to feel jealous when I see you talking to Zach, Kevin, or even Leonard, Andrew said honestly. Pippa nodded, understanding. I get your point, she said, then raised an eyebrow with fake malice. But tell me, how would you react if Howard tried using one of his foolproof flirting techniques on me? Andrew couldn't help but laugh. Honestly, I'd find it hilarious. Especially because it'd be interesting to see how many seconds it'd take you to destroy him verbally. Depends on how sexually inappropriate the line is, said Pippa with total seriousness. But I'd say between 6 and 8 seconds. 10 if I'm feeling patient. But seriously, I would get jealous if you ever met someone else. A smart guy might kill his heel, said Andrew, his tone turning serious again, though it faltered slightly at the end. Achilles' heel? Pippa asked. Yeah. You know I'm not exactly the brightest in the class when it comes to history, philosophy, or all those things you love. My thing is more football, video games, comics. I don't think I'm an idiot, but I'm definitely not an academic, Andrew said, shrugging. Pippa stayed quiet for a moment, looking at him with a soft expression, no teasing, no condescension. Then she placed her hand over his and spoke in a calm voice. I don't need you to be an academic to be in love with you. And even if one day some super smart guy shows up, someone who understands all my readings and tries to flirt with me by talking about existentialist philosophy or ancient history, I'd never look at him that way. For she paused, smiling faintly, because he wouldn't compare to you. Because you're smart too, just in different areas. You know about nutrition, training, sports history. Even with comics and video games, you can wipe the floor with Leonard or Howard in nerd debates, and that's saying a lot considering Leonard has a sky-high IQ. 1mm, thanks, Andrew said with a small smile, glancing at Pippa's hand resting on his. Pippa noticed his thoughtful look, so she made sure her words really sank in. And you don't need straight A's or to read scholarly books to be intelligent, Andrew. Intelligence isn't just academic. For example, you make brilliant decisions every game. Your mind works fast. You read plays in seconds, adjust formations, spot holes in the defense, like you've got radar. That's intelligence too. It's vision, logic, making decisions in the heat of the moment, strategic thinking under pressure. Andrew looked at her in silence for a few seconds, processing her words. I get it. So now that you know I could get jealous if some super intelligent stranger showed up around you, do you believe I'm in love with you? He asked, looking at her. Pippa held his gaze, more confident now. Yes. We're even. Emotionally balanced. 2 jealous people, but functional, she said softly with a smile. I like the sound of that, said Andrew. I know. I'm brilliant. And modest. Another one of my many virtues. Pippa replied, lifting her chin expectantly, waiting for a kiss. Is that your subtle way of asking for a kiss? Andrew asked, leaning in slowly toward her. No, a shameless one, Pippa replied with a slight smile, and Andrew kissed her 3. You can read 15 chapters in advance on my Patreon point link, https://www.patreon.com/nav07 chapter 113, Fame. Long Island, New York. The freshly cut grass and trees cast shadows over a 2-story family house with white shutters and flower pots overflowing with blooms. Upstairs, in a 2nd floor room, a young girl stepped out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel, her wet black hair clinging to her neck. She walked into her room, closed the door behind her, and dropped into the chair at her desk. 3. She turned on her white laptop and automatically opened YouTube. The first video that popped up made her eyes widen in surprise when she read the title. We hit 1 million. Vertical bar meetup with subscribers plus thank you for everything. One what? A meetup? She said out loud, as if someone could hear her. She clicked quickly, and the video began. The boy on the screen had an aura that radiated confidence and security, the kind you don't learn. The background was simple, a room, a shirt hanging, natural light coming from a window on the side. He spoke in a calm, clear voice, thanking everyone for 1 million subscribers on his channel, and saying how much it meant to him. The girl barely blinked as she listened to what her favorite YouTuber was saying. So next Sunday, at 4, I'll be at the Citrus Grove Mall in California. If you can come, I'd love to meet you guys. I've got a few things prepared, surprises. Upon hearing that, she slammed the video to a pause. She stayed still for a second, as if her brain was slowly processing an opportunity that seemed too good to be true. Then she jumped to her feet, the towel still wrapped around her, and began digging through drawers with extreme care but urgency. Pants, shirts, sneakers. She got dressed in under a minute, tied her damp hair into a slightly messy ponytail, and rushed out of her room. Once she stopped in front of a closed door and knocked hard several times. Open the door. Come on, hurry up. Silence. No response from the other side, which made her frown and lose the little patience she had for her brother. Don't make me kick the door down, idiot. Are you sleeping? Open up. Alright, stop yelling, came a sleepy voice from inside. The door opened slowly, and a boy about her age, maybe a little older, appeared. His black hair was messy, and he had bags under his eyes. What do you want? He asked, scratching his head. We have to go to California this weekend. The girl replied with a mix of urgency and excitement. Whoa, slow down, he said, stepping back. Don't tell me you ate marshmallow cereal and ice cream for dessert again. She looked at him impatiently, crossing her arms. I don't eat that poisonous stuff anymore. This has nothing to do with that. Really? The boy said, not sounding convinced. With your current metabolism, if you ate as much sugar as you used to, technically you could be experiencing a glucose spike followed by euphoria, sweating and tremors, like now, he added, pointing at her sweaty face. That's not sweat. I just got out of the shower. She growled. I'm perfectly fine and sticking to my diet. I'm just excited because Andrew is doing a subscriber meetup. Andrew, the football guy? He asked, narrowing his eyes. Yes. Who else? And we are going, she said like it was carved in stone. The boy leaned against the doorframe with resignation. You do remember he's from California? And we live in New York. That's the other side of the country. I know. We need plane tickets. And to get them, we need mom and dad's permission and money. And I need your help to convince them, she said with a confident little smile. The boy raised an eyebrow, intrigued. My help? And what do I get in return? He asked, adopting a weary negotiator's tone. Between siblings, every favor involved a small transaction. It was the unspoken law. A fun weekend in California with dad, she replied, wiggling her eyebrows. Besides, you watch Andrew's videos too. I know you're doing his 30-day workout routine. I saw you doing squats in front of the mirror with your Knicks shirt. Hey, don't spy on me. The boy growled, blushing slightly. It's not spying if you leave your door half open. He let out a long sigh, leaning against the door frame. Fine. I'm in. But on one condition. Which one? Stop working out in the living room. Your burpees at 6 in the morning are scaring my friends. Your friends are weaklings. One of them tried to lift one of my kettlebells and couldn't. What kind of guy can't do that? The girl said, clicking her tongue in frustration. He has asthma and weighs 100 pounds. The boy replied to enough useless talk. Let's go speak to mom and dad, the girl said, grabbing her brother's arm and starting to push him toward the kitchen. Ugh, this is going to be a long battle, the boy thought, having no choice to. October 6th, 2009. It was Friday, game day, and at Palisades High School, that meant everything. The air in the school's hallways was filled with excitement and energy. Many lockers were decorated with eagles, handmade posters hung on the walls. Let's go Eagles, undefeated, #12 is the GOAT, and Most students were wearing team jerseys for the entire school, pulsed with an energy that was hard to describe, a mix of collective anticipation for Friday night games and deep pride in their identity. The team had a perfect record this season, 5 wins in 5 games, dominating each match with a sharp offense and solid defense. There were still 4 games left in the regular season, but honestly, for Palisades to not qualify for the regional playoffs, they'd have to lose every single one, and not by a little. We are talking blowout losses, with score gaps so wide that even the most optimistic calculators of rival teams couldn't make the numbers work. If you counted their undefeated streak from the previous year, Palisades had come off an almost perfect 2008 season. They won every game in D5, finishing as both regional and state champions. They had only lost one game, the first one of that season. Why? At that time, Andrew wasn't the starting quarterback. He earned the starting spot in the very next game after that loss, and since then, they hadn't lost a single match. Since he took command, Palisades hadn't known defeat. That storyline didn't just fuel the team, it lifted the whole school. Andrew had become the local pride. His YouTube channel, with over 1 million subscribers, was a daily topic of conversation, and many students followed him, like he was a celebrity. For Andrew, getting used to it wasn't as easy as he thought, yet he somehow managed it. After all, no one forced him to start a YouTube channel, or become a quarterback. He chose that, and with it came the stares, the expectations, and the opinions. He knew being a quarterback wasn't exactly a low-profile role. It's the face of the team, the leader, the point of reference. Even more so, when your stats are insane, and you've been undefeated since last year. This Sunday is finally the day, said a 9th grader, walking through the hallway alongside his friend, heading to the cafeteria. The fan meetup? His friend asked, and he nodded. Citrus Grove. It's not too far. I guess he chose a more distant place for safety. I'm bringing my jersey for him to sign. His friend gave him a weird look at that. Why don't you just ask him to sign it here? You see him during breaks, in the hallways. Yeah, sure. The first one snorted. You think it's that easy to approach him? He's always surrounded. I don't want to look like an idiot asking for an autograph in front of everyone. You'll be surrounded by fans on Sunday too. Yeah, but that event is meant for that, he shot back. Good point, his friend admitted, just as they passed by one of the bathroom doors. The door swung open, and Andrew walked out at that exact moment. He had his backpack slung over one shoulder, his phone in hand, and a slightly serious look on his face. He'd caught part of their conversation and couldn't help but smile faintly as he walked. I'm not surrounded right now, he thought, with a touch of irony. But he didn't stop. He picked up his pace, like he often did, when he felt attention piling up like storm clouds. Every student he passed greeted him. Let's go, Eagles. Crush them, shouted a group of 4 guys in unison, causing a commotion when they saw him. You're throwing 8 touchdown passes today. 8 passes? That's a bit much faith, Andrew thought with a faint smile, giving a small nod as a thank you for the confidence. Andrew, I love you, shouted a girl from a group of friends, before hiding her face behind nervous laughter. The others pushed her playfully, giggling. I have a girlfriend, Andrew thought as he slightly nodded and kept walking. To every comment, Andrew responded with a quick nod, a faint smile, a small wave, and kept going. It wasn't arrogance, nor that he thought he was better than anyone. It was experience. He knew that if he stopped, even for a second, more people would approach, and practice started in less than 10 minutes. And although, as a prodigy, he had certain privileges, and the coaches forgave him more often than they'd admit, he was never late. He'd only been late once the year before, and that was due to a family matter. He picked up his pace, cutting through a side hallway, until he finally reached the double doors that led out to the locker rooms in the field. There, 2 girls were waiting, Regina and Karen. Both were wearing the cheer team jackets, perfectly styled as if even the wind couldn't mess up their hair. Karen was chewing gum lazily, with a slightly blank stare. Regina, on the other hand, had her arms crossed, and was tapping her left foot impatiently, like she was waiting for someone. It seemed they'd been waiting for him. Running from your fans, star quarterback? Regina asked, raising an eyebrow slightly with a faint smile. Aren't we all running from something? Andrew replied, throwing the question back at her. Karen giggled. Regina tilted her head. That was a very philosopher-like answer for someone who throws footballs. It's not all muscle. Is there something you two need? Andrew asked, pushing the door open and stepping outside, the girls following him. A yearbook signature, Karen said, half joking and half serious. Are you going to Liam's party at his house after the game? Regina asked casually, but with clear intent. Andrew didn't respond right away. Even Liam, the defensive captain and a senior, would occasionally host parties at his place. Andrew and Pippa weren't into parties. They preferred quiet nights at one of their homes, with their close circle of friends. Reasonable volume music, pizzas, snacks, board games, inside jokes. Still, they had made a deal between the two of them, one party a month. Just so they wouldn't be total antisocials when it came to that stuff, especially since even their friends like Leonard and Harwood sometimes wanted to go to a proper high school party and change the atmosphere. Yeah, I'll go. As long as we win tonight's game, Andrew replied to a smile formed on Regina's face, but then she couldn't help but frown slightly. Lose? Are you kidding? Even Karen looked at him, like he had said something impossible. I don't underestimate anyone. See you, Andrew replied with a slight smile. Always so professional. Sometimes he's irritatingly decent, Regina remarked once Andrew was out of sight. Andrew arrived at the field for practice with 1 minute to spare. You can read 15 chapters in advance on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/nav07 chapter 114, Training and Coach Decision. Andrew stood stretching on the Palisades field alongside Archie, Kevin, and the rest of his teammates. Going to Liam's party? Archie said, more of a statement than a question. Andrew stared at him without responding. How does he know? He thought, confused. Just 10 minutes earlier, he had told Regina he'd be going. How do you know that? Andrew finally asked, not fully hiding his surprise. Regina posted it on her messenger status a few minutes ago, Archie replied, and Andrew remembered seeing him on his phone before they started stretching. And you know how this goes, Archie added, patting him on the back. If you're going to a party, the whole of Palisades is gonna find out. Rumors travel fast. Whoa, all that pressure, just for going to a party, Andrew said, sighing and shaking his head slightly. Did Pippa approve of this? Kevin asked from behind with a half smile. One of course. We are both going to the party, Andrew replied, and just to be clear, it's not like I need her permission, or she needs mine. We decided to go to one party a month. It's our minimum commitment to society, he added with a smile. Whoa, you guys are professional antisocials, Regi said, joining the conversation with a smile. Thanks, Andrew replied with a slight theatrical bow. We work hard at it. Just enough to not be complete hermits. Everyone laughed. The conversation carried on as they stretched under the sunlight, wrapped in the confidence that surrounds winning teams until a rough, deep voice abruptly cut through the air. You call that being on time, Steve? Coach David growled from a few yards away. The group instantly turned. David stood with his arms crossed, staring directly at Steve, one of the starting offensive receivers. His voice was low and cold, not yelling, but clearly angry, his patience wearing thin. Steve stood there holding his helmet, a poker face on, as if he couldn't understand what the big deal was about being 10 minutes late. Steve was the only one who didn't get it. Everyone else, even the most clueless, like Regi, knew he was on thin ice. Last year, Steve had earned his starting spot through hard work and talent, beating out senior receivers. He was Andrew's best partner and had a great season. But since then he'd gotten comfortable. The blowout wins, the undefeated record, the growing fame of the team. It all went to his head. Late arrivals, less focus, an attitude that, for Andrew and the coach, was becoming unbearable, or rather, already was. This is the third practice you're late to, and we've only had 6. That's 50%. David said in a chilling tone, frowning at him too if he had another talented, experienced receiver. Steve would have been benched already. But David already had a solution. Steve raised an eyebrow and sighed. No real guilt, no shame. 5 laps around the field. Now, Steve grimaced in resignation and began walking toward the track. He noticed Andrew and the others watching him. Unbothered by the coach's scolding, Steve raised his hand and waved like it was no big deal. "Hey guys. Today's game is gonna be a piece of cake. Opponent's record is 1-2-4. Easy win, bro," he said with a half smile. 10 laps instead of 5. David roared upon hearing that. "And stop underestimating your opponents, you hear me?" The vein on Coach David's forehead was throbbing. Steve gulped and said nothing else. He just put on his helmet and started running fast, not looking back. The group fell silent for a few seconds. Even Reggie, the jokester and laid-back one, kept his mouth shut. He might have an ego, but he wasn't as arrogant as Steve, and he always took games seriously. "At this rate, he's gonna warm the bench," Kevin said, arms crossed, watching Steve run laps like a punished athlete. Archie and Reggie nodded almost in unison. "That'd be a hard hit to his ego," Archie murmured. "But hey, you reap what you sow." Andrew stayed silent for a moment, eyes fixed on his friend running laps. Then he slowly shook his head and said, "No. No?" Reggie asked, turning toward him. "What do you mean?" "Steve is going to warm the bench. Tonight," Andrew said bluntly. The three of them looked at him in surprise. "What?" Kevin blurted out. "How do you know?" "We've been practicing a secondary formation for 2 weeks now, remember?" Andrew said, and the others slowly nodded, recalling the recent tactical practices. "Yeah, the one with just 2 receivers." Kevin confirmed. "Exactly. That formation changes the passing game. Only 2 wide receivers are used. And the coach confirmed it to me this morning. That's our base formation for tonight's game," Andrew said. There was a pause. "So do we know who the starting receivers are gonna be?" Archie asked, a mix of curiosity and tension in his voice. "Jack and Nico," Andrew answered directly. Jack was the 9th grade rookie who had caught several passes from Andrew in the last game. And Nico was a 10th grader, a transfer student who had joined Palisades this year 5. The coaches really benched Steve. "They're putting a freshman in over him?" Reggie asked, raising both eyebrows in disbelief. "Yeah. Jack's getting the start, because I suggested it," Andrew said calmly. The 3 stared at him, surprised. "You?" Kevin repeated. "Yes. I talked to the coach about it a week ago. He was already considering it. Maybe he would given Steve one more chance to see if he stepped up. But I gave him my reasons," Andrew explained. Reggie clicked his tongue, not sarcastically this time. "And he listened to you?" he asked, though he already knew the answer. "Yeah. I'm the quarterback, and it's my job to make sure the offense works. I don't play favorites. And well, having 72 touchdowns last season helps a bit too," Andrew added. The boys laughed, but there was a note of respect in their laughter. Andrew looked up, raising one eyebrow and flashing a mischievous smile. "So the 3 of you better not start slacking, or any one of you could be the next to warm the bench." Kevin, Archie, and Reggie glanced at each other with mock alarmed expressions. "I'm scared now," Reggie said, half joking, half serious too. "It's good to know there's no favoritism. We don't want to end up like Jason and those typical seniors on most teams," Kevin added, more earnestly. "Yeah, it's reassuring and a little terrifying," Archie agreed. "Relax. As long as you do your job, you're the best at your positions. But if anyone starts playing lazy, I'll send them off to water the plants with Steve," Andrew said, and the laughter returned. Practice continued without major issues. At this point, it wasn't about physical intensity, but fine-tuning the details, reviewing routes, syncing timing, and sharpening the strategy. With practice nearly over, the team gathered near the bleachers in a circle for the final tactical talk of the day before the game. Base formation, pro set, 2 wide receivers, 2 running backs on the field, 1 tight end, and the usual offensive line, the coach announced firmly, then began reading out the names for each position in this new offensive setup. Of course, Andrew was the starting quarterback. Reggie and Archie were the 2 running backs. Kevin was also one of the 5 offensive linemen, alongside the tight end, and, finally, the 2 wide receivers. Steve, who had no doubt his name would be called, raised an eyebrow when the first name out of the coach's mouth was Jack, the 9th grader. And when he heard the second name, Nico, he froze in place. He thought he'd misheard. But no. The coach repeated the lineup once more to make things clear. Both Jack and Nico looked surprised to be starting over Steve. Especially Jack. Andrew glanced sideways at Steve. He wasn't the only one looking at him. His expression was a perfect mix of confusion, disbelief, and bruised ego. As if he couldn't process being left out. As if no one had warned him, even though, deep down, he knew they had. Andrew had told him many times to take things seriously and wake up. Andrew thought that face deserved to be framed and hung on a wall so everyone could see it, and remember that no one's position is guaranteed. Despite bearing some responsibility for Steve being benched, since, without his input, Steve might have gotten one more game, Andrew felt no guilt. They'd been childhood friends, yes. But Andrew aspired for his team to be perfect one, and perfection had no room for A's in a 7. You can read 15 chapters in advance on my Patreon. Link https://www.patreon.com/nav07 Chapter 115. The Team Works. Manual Arts vs. Palisades. 4th quarter, 00:42 on the clock. The scoreboard was brutal. Manual Arts High School 7, Palisades 65. Most coaches, under those circumstances, would do the obvious, hit the brakes, send in the second team. A polite way of saying that's enough. But David knew Andrew wasn't the type to slow down. Despite the score difference, despite the exhausted faces on the opposing team, despite the uncomfortable murmurs in the stands, Andrew was still playing with full focus. Standing at the line of scrimmage, eyes locked on enemy territory, while most of the home crowd watched with a mix of anger and resignation. Set, hut, Andrew shouted, and the snap landed cleanly in his hands. Andrew stepped back, faked a look to the right and tossed the ball toward Reggie, who burst forward on a short route, pretending he had the ball. He clutched it to his chest and lowered his body, as if protecting the play. The defense took the bait. 2 linebackers lunged at Reggie. The safety began to close in on that side, but the ball was still in Andrew's hands. He accelerated, using the deception that didn't last long, but just enough to give him a slight edge. He cut left, dodged a lineman who turned too late, and leapt over a low tackle with the kind of agility one wouldn't expect from a quarterback. When the Manual Arts cornerback tried to close in, Andrew was already gone. The Palisades sideline erupted. The Manual Arts players could only turn their heads and watch as he pulled away, faster than even their own running backs, Archie and Reggie. The Palisades visiting section exploded with cheers and applause. And another touchdown for Palisades, of course. This time, a run by the Eagle star quarterback, Andrew Pritchett. The guy everyone's talking about. And he's not even slowing down with 40 seconds left on the clock. Incredible, said the announcer, his tone resigned, barely hiding his annoyance. Andrew didn't celebrate with jumps or flashy gestures. He just crossed the goal line with the ball steady in his hand and a calm, contained smile, like someone finishing a perfect drill in practice. His teammates came after him at a moderate pace to celebrate. A few high fives, nothing flashy, all very respectful. Nice job. Great acting. Andrew praised Reggie, who had sold the fake beautifully. I could be a Hollywood actor, Reggie joked, high-fiving Andrew. Archie approached with a raised eyebrow and a sarcastic tone. Going for 2? He asked, though everyone already knew the answer. Of course. Jack, the usual, said Andrew, and the team quickly took their positions. There was no hesitation, no debate. They moved like a well-tuned orchestra that already knew the notes by heart. Andrew received the backward snap, faked a glance to the right to pull the coverage, then quickly turned, and, before anyone could react, fired a bullet past to Jack, who cut across the field, and caught it, just before crossing the goal line. 2-point conversion. The final score, lit up starkly on the visitor scoreboard, Manual Arts 7, Palisades 73. The home announcer said nothing more. Only the murmurs of the crowd and the creaking of the metal benches could be heard as some students quietly gathered their things. In the visitor stands, Cameron had both hands over his chest. That jump was too close, he said, still recovering from Andrew's run, that came dangerously close to getting him leveled. If it were up to Cam, Andrew would throw all his passes from the comfort and safety of the pocket, well protected, like a prince behind a wall of shields. As much as he enjoyed the show, watching Andrew run toward a defensive line made him break into a cold sweat. Cam, breathe, said Mitchell, eyes still fixed on the field. It's not healthy for you to look like you're having a heart attack every time Andrew runs. I was worried. What if he gets a cramp running at that speed with all those sharp cuts? Or gets injured from a dirty tackle? Cam said. One Mitchell looked at him with resignation. He said nothing. He knew it was all pointless, no matter how much he tried to explain that Andrew could handle tackles just fine. He wasn't some scrawny quarterback. He had tough, resilient muscles under that uniform. This should probably be considered athletic abuse by now, right? Alex remarked as he adjusted his glasses, staring at the scoreboard too. Maybe. The parents might file a complaint for psychological trauma. Your student scored 7 touchdowns on our kids. We demand emotional compensation, Hallie said with a half smile. One Claire, who up until that moment had only been clenching her fists with competitive excitement, turned her head and said, they better get used to it. This is football, not a sport for crybabies. If they don't like being humiliated, they should train harder. One Phil raised an eyebrow. He already knew how tough and competitive Claire could be, so he didn't jump in either, like Mitch with Cam, though for different reasons. Not far away stood Pippa, Kara, Howard, Leonard, Zach, and other Palisades students. Let's go Eagles. Nice work, Starboy. Kara shouted with all her might, waving her arms in the air, like they had just won the state championship. Pippa, beside her, clapped softly with a gentle smile, not raising her voice much. Her eyes stayed fixed on Andrew, who was walking calmly toward the bench with his usual collected demeanor. Kara glanced at her sideways, confused. Hey, why so little excitement? Pippa didn't take her eyes off the field when she replied, I'm excited. It's just relative, she said, finally turning to look at her. This game wasn't exactly a feat for Andrew. It was a clean, controlled execution just the way he likes it. Kara blinked. Not a feat. He threw like 6 touchdown passes. I know, Pippa admitted with a small shrug, but I'm not going to get super hyped over a game we won by more than 50 points. Don't you think? Whoa, cold, Kara said. I'm not cold. Look, even Andrew's not as pumped as you. Not even Reggie, and that says a lot, Pippa added, raising an eyebrow. In tougher or more intense games, or at least in the early touchdowns that opened the score, Pippa usually gets very enthusiastic and celebrates loudly, even scolding the team harshly if they don't support her boyfriend properly. Kara looked out onto the field, searching for Andrew. She found him walking alongside his teammates, exchanging high fives, smiling modestly, like he'd just wrapped up a successful practice, rather than having played a flawless game. The game ended. Andrew headed straight to the locker room in great spirits. Unlike the previous game, which they had also won, this time there was a key difference. He enjoyed every second of it. The scoreboard against Manual Arts had been crushing, but it wasn't just about the result. What truly left him satisfied was how they had won. Last week, despite the victory, he'd walked off frustrated. Steve hadn't played at 100%. Passing routes kept breaking down mid-play, and Andrew had been forced to run more than he liked, relying on his dual-threat quarterback abilities to salvage situations that shouldn't have rested entirely on his shoulders. Yes, their last opponent had been stronger than Manual Arts, but still, there had been no tactical excuse for all the improvisation. Today, things were different. The new offensive formation, with only 2 wide receivers instead of 3, worked perfectly. Jack and Nico had started and responded with unexpected maturity, clean routes, precise timing, sure hands. Andrew threw 6 touchdown passes. Archie and Reggie also stood out more than they had in the previous setup. The team felt more balanced overall. It was the first game of the season in Division 4 that they won by over 50 points. A very good sign, and hopefully, the start of a consistent trend. Who knows, maybe, if we keep winning like this, CIF might actually promote us, Andrew thought as he changed in the locker room. But he wasn't entirely sure. Nothing is guaranteed by performance alone. There are other variables. And just 2 years ago, Palisades wasn't even considered a serious contender for the D5 state championship. Andrew knew that. He knew that, even if they dominated Division 4, the committee could still choose to leave them there for another year, out of caution, internal politics, or simply because that's how the system works. Using the same strategy he applied in his YouTube video probably wouldn't help much this time. It could even backfire, making him seem overly arrogant. Andrew had a deep affection for Palisades, not just because of the team, but because of what it represented, a school with no football legacy, brought to the top by a united and disciplined group. A star quarterback, yes, but also a talented offensive line, Archie, Reggie, Kevin, even Steve, despite not being at his peak performance. A defensive line that gives it its all. Coaches who had trusted him since 9th grade, letting him lead. Taking Palisades all the way to the top during his high school years. That would be a far greater achievement than simply transferring to an already established Division I school. An incredible legacy. But he wasn't naive. If CIF didn't promote them to Division III after this season, he would make a difficult but necessary decision. He had already received offers last year. Schools with elite programs wanted him. And if this season continued as it had started, even more offers would come. And he wasn't going to waste another year in Division IV, where the challenge was limited and his growth restrained. Playing in D1 didn't scare him. He already knew that level in his past life. He had won, though he died, the state championship at 16, playing for one of the top football programs in Texas too. Thinking about all of this, Andrew couldn't help but clench his fists for a moment. Then he slammed the locker door shut and sighed. Transferring meant leaving a lot behind. Not just his childhood friends, Reggie, Archie, Kevin, even Steve, despite everything. But also Leonard, Howard, Zach, Kara, with her boundless energy. Hallie, even if he'd still see her often. After all, they were family. And of course, Pippa. The thought of leaving all that behind hurt. He wouldn't admit it out loud, but he felt it. Stop thinking about depressing stuff, the year's far from over, Andrew told himself, scratching his head. They had a fun party to go to tonight, and after this huge win, it was bound to be lively. He left the locker room and found his family and friends waiting outside. After the greetings, photos, Cam loved capturing every one of his games, and Jay's final comment, "You beat them so badly you should pay for their therapy." Andrew went back home with his parents. He showered, had dinner, then edited what he could from the video using the highlight clips Howard had sent him. Finally, Mitchell drove him to Liam's house, where the party was being held. No alcohol, understood? I don't want a repeat of last time, Mitchell said in a firm, no-nonsense tone. Yes, I promise, Andrew replied, a little embarrassed about that night, which had ended up being epic in its own way, but also earned him a long punishment. One, I'll pick you up at midnight sharp, Mitchell said as Andrew stepped out of the car and closed the door behind him. Alright. See you, Andrew replied, waving goodbye to his dad. As for Hallie, she didn't come with him. She was grounded because of him. Claire had not been amused when she found out Hallie had snuck out in the middle of the night to attend a college party with Dylan. Her punishment, 1 full month, a tragedy of biblical proportions, according to Hallie. You can read 15 chapters in advance on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/nav07. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116, Think. Liam's parents' house was spacious, 2 stories tall, located in a quiet residential neighborhood not far from the Dunphys home. But the party wasn't inside the house. Everything was set up in the large backyard, accessible through a side gate that led straight from the street. Liam, while relaxed and sociable, wasn't stupid. He knew exactly what could happen when loud music, guys his age, and illegally obtained beer mixed together. His parents were out that night, and the last thing he wanted was ruined couches, stained carpets, someone throwing up in the hallway bathroom, or, worst case scenario, someone using the bedrooms to explore emotional chemistry in the dark. That's why he was clear from the start, everything would happen outside. And to reinforce the idea, he locked the front door, hid the keys, and left a sign on the glass door that read, "No entry. If you want privacy, go home or rent a hotel room." The night was pleasant, not too hot or too cold. A perfect temperature to be outside. By the time Andrew arrived, the yard was already packed. Students from all years at Palisades were mingling, juniors, seniors, and even a couple of kids from other schools. No one knew who had invited them. There was a small, makeshift stand with non-alcoholic drinks officially, although that depended on the cup you picked. As for the bathroom situation, Liam had placed 2 portable toilets discreetly on the side of the yard. Not glamorous, but functional. Andrew walked through the crowd, looking for his friends and for Pippa. He moved calmly through the crowd, scanning faces as he searched. Along the way, he got handshakes, shoulder slaps, and more than one stare. Some treated him like he'd just come back from the NFL draft. Others simply looked at him like they couldn't believe he was actually there, in the flesh. Andrew spotted Liam with more teammates and headed over. When Liam saw him, a wide smile appeared on his face. "Andrew, you came. So, is the 1 party a month rule true?" "More than true," Andrew replied with a smile, accepting Liam's enthusiastic handshake and a half hug. Then he greeted Kevin, Archie, Reggie, and the rest. "Told you. My intel was solid," said Reggie, taking a sip from his cup. Liam glanced at Andrew for a second and lit up, like a genius idea had just struck him. He stepped up onto a small platform and shouted for everyone to hear, "Attention, Palisades. Give it up for our quarterback. 7 touchdowns and he still showed up to party. The MVP. The untouchable. The million subscriber kid, Andrew." All heads turned to Liam, then to Andrew standing beside him. There was a brief pause. Then the yard erupted in cheers, whistles, applause, people raising their drinks, and even a few chanting his name through laughter. Andrew just shook his head and smiled, slightly uncomfortable but amused. He raised a hand in a calm gesture, waving to everyone. "What'll it be, Captain?" asked Liam, heading toward the drink stand. "Something non-alcoholic, please," Andrew replied, following him. Liam gave a sly grin as he opened a blue cooler and pulled out an ice-cold soda can. "I knew it. You're predictable, but in a good way," Liam said, handing him the soda. "I'm not drinking tonight either." Andrew looked at him, surprised. "You're not? Seriously? I got the beers thanks to my older brother, just to make it a fun party, but I'm skipping them tonight. It's not the right time," Liam replied with a more serious tone. Andrew nodded and said, "Alcohol every now and then doesn't kill you, but it can cost you something big down the line, especially if you're in the wrong place at the wrong time." "Exactly," Liam agreed, raising his own soda can like a toast. "Tonight, we celebrate without losing focus," he added, and they clinked their cans together. After that, they returned to join Reggie, Archie, Kevin, Steve, and the rest of the team, forming an impromptu circle. Inevitably, the conversation turned to the recent game. It was still fresh on everyone's mind. "That second pass to Nico was a masterpiece, man. I didn't see it coming," said Kevin, clinking his can with Andrew's. "Nah, the third one was better," Archie chimed in. "The cut inside, the fake, and boom. Clean touchdown." "And what about my 35-yard run?" Reggie cut in, feigning hurt. "Come on, at least pretend it was impressive." Yeah, it was solid," Liam said with a smile, waving his hand. "But Andrew's pass was insane, and not just that. Nico caught it in midair, with one hand, Reggie. One hand. Well, it wasn't just the offensive plays that were the best. When Liam broke through the offensive line in the second quarter and tackled the QB, that was epic too. I could see real fear in the guy's eyes when he got up," Andrew added with a smile. Liam laughed, lowering his head, almost embarrassed by Andrew's praise, although it was a nice feeling of validation, strange since it was from someone younger than him. The conversation flowed easily, until Steve, who had been quieter than usual, staring blankly at his can, broke the mood. "Would been nice to break the 80-point record, huh? Just 8 points away. Millimeters. True, we were close," Reggie said after a few seconds, once the laughter died down a bit. "Last year, they had won a game 82-0, the highest scoring game in Palisades history. It had been during their championship season in Division 5. A crushing victory that set a record not just for the school, but for the entire division." Andrew came out like a man possessed. Some players had mocked his parents, and he was determined to humiliate them. Everyone knew Steve's comment wasn't really about the points. It was about his absence. TSCH, if coach had put me in, we would've broken that record. Easily. Hell, maybe we'd have even hit 100, Steve said with a crooked half smile. Can you imagine that? A tense silence followed. Some looked down. Others pretended to look elsewhere. Andrew took a sip of his soda, eyes fixed on Steve. But Nico, the new kid, with less than a semester at Palisades, didn't hold back. His brow was furrowed, and he spoke firmly. Or maybe if you had been on the field, we wouldn't have even reached 70. What? Steve blinked rapidly. If you're on the bench, it's for a reason. You're not playing like last year. Everyone knows it, except you. Nico shot back one. The tension in the air thickened. Jack, the other freshman wide receiver, took a small step back, his eyes alert. A fight could be about to start. Who do you think you are? Steve snapped, taking a step toward Nico with a scowl. Some transfer from a no-name school, who thinks he's better than the guys who won last year's championship? I don't think I'm better than anyone, but I know that right now your level sucks. And that Jack and I are better options than you, Nico replied. Steve's eyes immediately turned to Jack. Don't drag me into this, Jack thought, swallowing hard. He hadn't said a word. He just caught passes. That was his thing, not fight. 3. Steve took another step toward Nico, but before he could throw a punch, he looked over at his friends, Reggie, Kevin, Archie, and Andrew. His childhood friends. His teammates since elementary school, middle school, and now high school. He hoped they'd say something. Something to defend him. But no one spoke. Reggie crossed his arms. Kevin looked down. Archie adjusted his cap uncomfortably. Nico's right, Andrew said, his voice firm. Steve looked at him, like he'd just been stabbed. What? Even Nico was surprised that Andrew backed him. Everyone knew how close the 5 of them were, and that they'd known each other since childhood. The old guard as they are known. Even though they were 15 years old, your performance dropped. Coach noticed it. I noticed it. Everyone noticed it. Compare your stats from last season to the games you've played this year. Fewer receptions, fewer yards, less effort, Andrew said, taking a step forward. You didn't get your spot taken. You lost it. Steve looked down slightly. The anger seemed to give way to something deeper, maybe guilt. But then Andrew stepped even closer, and everyone who knew him well tensed a little, because Andrew rarely lost his composure. And when he did well, you're frustrated because coach benched you? Andrew said, lowering his voice, but with clear sarcasm. Then, without warning, he grabbed Steve by the collar and lifted him, like he weighed less than 50 kilos. Steve's eyes went wide. The guy who seemed aggressive just seconds ago now looked like the victim. He tried to break free, but Andrew held him firmly, not violently, just with overwhelming authority. You're frustrated. I'm the one who's frustrated. Do you have any idea how many touchdowns we could have scored if you were playing like last year? You were my best partner, my star receiver. We trained together since we were kids, perfected routes. I taught you how to read defenses. Andrew lowered him slightly, getting closer to his face. Think, Steve. Think. Why did the coach bench you? Just use your damn brain for once. Andrew snapped, letting out all the frustration he'd felt with Steve. Since the first game of the season 16, everyone was silent. Liam stood with arms crossed, equal parts proud and concerned. Reggie had his mouth half open, and mentally made a note never to slack off like Steve, not with Andrew on the team. Kevin watched with a strange expression. He agreed with what Andrew was saying, though maybe not entirely with how he was saying it. And just when it looked like Andrew was about to say something even more intense, Andrew and the others turned their heads. There they saw Pippa arriving with Clara, Leonard, Zach and Howard. Pippa walked toward Andrew with one eyebrow raised, arms crossed, and a barely contained smile that clearly fought not to turn into laughter. She knew how passionate her boyfriend was about football, and how angry he was at his childhood friend. Ahem. Andrew cleared his throat and slowly lowered Steve, who hadn't suffered any physical harm, but had clearly been hit where it hurt the most. He stood still, thoughtful, not like someone humiliated, but like someone who'd just been hit with a good dose of reality. Now calmer, Andrew gave him a pat on the shoulder and began smoothing out the wrinkles in his shirt, as if feeling a little guilty for the aggressive handling. We've been playing together since what, 6 years old? Andrew said in a gentler tone. I enjoy playing with you. You're fast, reliable when you take it seriously. I hope you come back, but you're gonna have to prove it to coach," he added, direct but with a half smile. If it were up to his feelings, he'd ask coach to keep Steve in the starting lineup. With Andrew's backing, he could make it happen. It might be their last year playing together, his childhood crew, Reggie, Archie, Kevin and Steve. But he couldn't do it. He wasn't like Jason and the others. He valued merit and work ethic over personal bonds. Steve nodded. "You're right," he said, staring at the ground. Then looked at everyone with a mix of shame, scratching the back of his neck. "Sorry for being late, for not taking things seriously, for being an idiot. That's the attitude," said Liam, giving him a pat on the shoulder. Everyone smiled, their shoulders relaxing. Even Nico held out a fist, and Steve bumped it without a word. "I'm heading home," Steve said suddenly. "If I stay, with the state I'm in, I might end up getting drunk, and that's not a good first step." He said goodbye to each of them, and when he got to Andrew, he said quietly, "Thanks for telling me like that." Andrew just nodded and Steve left, calm. "Well, that was quite a speech. Quarterback," said Pippa as she approached, linking her arm with his, and giving him a quick kiss. "It was like Oprah's New Year's special, but with more yelling," commented Leonard, holding a soda can. "One a bit aggressive though, we could hear your voice from the entrance," added Clara, with a strange smile. "I wasn't that dramatic," said Andrew. "You yelled, 'Think, Steve, think,' while lifting him off the ground, like he weighed nothing." "What are you, a superhero?" said Howard, unable to hold back a grin for Superman, but more evil. Leonard added with a smile. "To "It's this drink's fault," said Andrew, raising his soda can. "Liam tricked me. This has alcohol in it." "Lies, slander and defamation," Liam shouted from a few feet away. "That soda is purer than a golden retriever's soul." 11 Everyone laughed, and the party carried on. The mood was light again. You can read 15 chapters in advance on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/nav07 chapter 117. Seize the moment. The party at Liam's house was still going strong. The night was just right, not too chaotic, not too calm to be boring. There were people laughing, background music playing, groups chatting in different corners, and an overall light-hearted vibe that made everyone forget, at least for a while, the pressure of school or upcoming games. Andrew and Pippa were having a great time, even though they weren't exactly the biggest party lovers. They could talk without having to yell, which was already a big win for a teen party. Since it was outdoors, the music wasn't deafening. The speakers were well placed, and you could hold a normal conversation without losing your voice in the process. There were no heavy smells like the ones that usually hang in the air at indoor parties, no stale sweat, no weird smoke, nothing like that. Just fresh air, the scent of grass, and the occasional aroma of pizza from the open boxes someone had brought. There was no wild behavior either, just beer, which gave the whole thing an adult but responsible vibe. Sure, everyone knew getting alcohol as a minor wasn't that hard, but Liam had made it clear from the start he didn't want a wrecked party. There was energy and yelling, students dancing, some couples kissing in the shadows, but nothing out of control. After chatting with friends and other classmates, Andrew and Pippa found a small corner with 2 inflatable couches, where they sat down and started talking about a bunch of things. One of those topics, Flappy Bird and the next update. "Sales dropped this month," said Andrew, glancing at his phone, before placing it face down on his leg. "How much?" asked Pippa. "About $1,000 less than last month. But if you compare it to our best month, when we made 15 grand, this one only brought in 6, Andrew replied. $3,000 each wasn't bad, but during their best month, they had grossed $7,500 each. Besides, Andrew knew Flappy Bird had way more potential. He had just released it too early. I read a survey the other day. A lot of people still don't even have a phone with a touch screen. It's not totally crazy that sales are stalling, Pippa commented. Andrew nodded. She was right. Even though he'd launched the game in 2009 ahead of time, thanks to his advantage of being from the future, he knew the market wasn't fully ready. Even spending real money on a mobile game still felt strange to many people. The boom hadn't hit yet. We have to keep updating it to keep it alive, Andrew said, until phones become like, I don't know, an extension of the human body. Doesn't that sound kind of apocalyptic? Pippa joked. Believe me, it'll happen, Andrew thought. Maybe, but it'll also be profitable for us, he said with a slight smile. Pippa chuckled softly, but her tone turned more serious as she answered, still, what we've made so far is no small feat. I've already split my share. Part went into a college fund, another part into liquid savings, and the rest into an investment in US Treasury bonds. Where you really have it all figured out. You're officially more mature and forward thinking than 99% of Palisades students, Andrew joked, though there was genuine respect in his tone. I'm cautious, Pippa replied with a slight smile, clearly pleased with Andrew's compliment. Speaking of investments, Andrew said, a faint mysterious smile on his lips. Oh, got a hot tip for me, Wolf of Wall Street? Pippa asked, raising an eyebrow too. You could say so. Have you ever heard of something called Bitcoin? Andrew asked. Pippa frowned. What? Bitcoin. It's a virtual currency, like money, but completely digital, no banks, decentralized. No one controls it. It's new. Technically it launched less than a year ago, Andrew explained. A virtual currency. Is that even legal? Asked Pippa. Yeah, although it's so new that there aren't really any laws that know how to deal with it yet. The idea is that it runs on a technology called blockchain, which records all transactions in a public and secure way. And yeah, right now it's very new, even suspicious to a lot of people, but I have a gut feeling it could be the future, Andrew said. Pippa narrowed her eyes. Did you invest in it? She asked. Something like that. It has potential, Andrew replied. You sound very confident. Where does all that confidence come from? Pippa asked, curious about how he could be so sure about something that sounded like a shady pyramid scheme to Andrew. Hesitated for a second. I've been reading technical forums. I've followed its development since the idea came up, and I just have a feeling it's going to blow up. Pippa crossed her arms, not entirely convinced. I wouldn't invest in something that doesn't have a clear legal framework. What if it disappears tomorrow? What if it's all smoke and mirrors? Andrew sighed. He couldn't exactly say, don't worry, in a few years it'll be worth thousands of dollars per unit, and you'll be a millionaire. You're right to be skeptical. I'm not asking you to invest real money. You can mine Bitcoin from your computer, literally with just a piece of software. We can look into it together. And if it convinces you, we just start mining, not literally digging, of course, Andrew explained. It does sound interesting to study blockchain and what a decentralized currency is. But just that. I'm not putting in real money, and I hope my computer doesn't get hit with a virus, Pippa said with a slight smile. Andrew laughed. What? You don't want to be my partner in the global financial revolution? Maybe I'll consider it after I've done some proper research, Pippa replied with a soft chuckle. A familiar voice interrupted them. What are you two doing all the way over here? Asked Kara in a teasing tone, holding a bottle of soda. Looking for privacy or waiting for the petal rain to start? Andrew and Pippa turned at the same time. Behind Kara were Leonard, Howard, and Zach. We were talking about the future, investments, and potential new financial technologies, Pippa replied without missing a beat. Kara couldn't help but look at them with a strange expression. Seriously? You two are such adorable weirdos. Oh, were you talking about Bitcoin? Asked Howard excitedly after hearing the words potential new financial technologies. Pippa nodded, and Leonard jumped in, clearly thrilled. Andrew explained it to us. It's a public decentralized network that verifies transactions through proof of work. It's brilliant, mathematically speaking. I downloaded the client a few days ago, and I'm already close to 200 bitcoins. He added with a smile. 5 ha, I already passed that, Howard said with a smug smile. Andrew nodded, pleased that his friends had listened to him. It was great that they were such nerds and, beyond any profit, were genuinely excited by the technology behind Bitcoin. They were mining out of curiosity, for fun, completely unaware of the treasure they were digging up. Back in October 2009, mining Bitcoin was ridiculously easy. There was no competition, no massive server farms, no specialized GPUs. All you needed was a decent CPU and to keep your computer running. Each mined block awarded 50 bitcoins, and a new block was generated every 10 minutes. It was so simple that, with a decent laptop running for several hours a day, you could earn several bitcoins a day. Andrew, who actually knew what those numbers would mean in the future, didn't let the opportunity slip by. Luckily, he remembered in time. In this new life, ever since he was 5, he had been so focused on his family and football that it had completely slipped his mind. Bitcoin had launched in November 2008 and for months, it had stayed off his radar. But now, he was more than on time. With part of the money he had earned from his YouTube channel and the sales from Flappy Bird, he bought a second computer dedicated entirely to mining. 2 machines, mining for hours each day for the past 2 weeks. At that time, he had already accumulated nearly 1000 BTC. He knew that in a few years, that amount would be nearly impossible to reach. The difficulty would increase. Giant companies would emerge, specialized hardware would appear, ASICs designed solely for mining. Server farms and industrial electricity would be required to do what he was doing now with an average PC of the time. What now seemed like a harmless experiment. In the future, it would be a miracle impossible to repeat. Kara, who was standing there with one eyebrow raised, crossed her arms. "Yeah, great, investments and all that," she said, clearly unimpressed. "Pippa, can we talk for a second?" she added, glancing at her best friend. Pippa nodded, knowing exactly what it was about. She gave Andrew a quick but clear look. He understood immediately. Kara had asked Pippa a few days ago for help talking to Reggie 3. Nothing complicated, just a little social assistance. A set me up. And who better for that than her best friend, girlfriend of the quarterback, and friend of the guy in question. "Sure, let's go," said Pippa, and the two walked off. "She'll send me the message when Kara's ready," thought Andrew. Once he got the signal, he'd tell Reggie. "You don't mind Kara going out with Reggie?" Andrew asked suddenly, looking at Howard, who had taken the seat Pippa left empty. "Nah," said Howard with a wave of his hand. Since he'd crossed the line with Kara, that kiss in bathroom, it was over. And Howard had let go of Kara quickly. It hadn't been hard. Andrew chatted with his 2 nerdy friends, and at one point, got the signal from Pippa, and told Reggie it was time. He'd already mentioned something, and Reggie had shown interest in Kara. About 20 minutes later, Reggie and Kara were in a corner, kissing. Another successful MyCupid record, thought Andrew, sipping his soda, though this time, it had been easy, and required almost no effort. 1. Author's note: Hi everyone. I'm not an expert on Bitcoin, so I'm not 100% sure if the number 1 used 1000 BTC mined in October 2009 with 2 computers over 2 weeks is entirely accurate or realistic. Based on what I researched, those numbers seem plausible for that time period. But if anyone reading this knows more about Bitcoin and realizes that the amount is incorrect, feel free to let me know, and I'll gladly update it. 1. You can read 15 chapters in advance on my Patreon. Link: https://www.patreon.com/nav07 Chapter 118. Pippa drunk. The party went on. Laughter, music, groups chatting. Howard was still unsuccessfully trying to flirt, approaching any girl that breathed. His tactics fluctuated between adorably clumsy and clinically desperate. Incredibly, he hadn't received a single slap that night. At one point, Andrew went to the bathroom, and when he came out, he stumbled upon an unexpected scene. There, in the backyard's ping pong table, several half-filled plastic cups were arranged in a triangle. Standing next to them, about to throw the first ball in the classic game of beer pong, was Pippa. At her side, as her teammate, was Kara, lively, smiling, and with the competitive energy of someone who took this very seriously. Opposite them, the rival team, Regina and Karen. Both had shiny eyes, slightly unsteady balance, and an easy laugh that betrayed a few prior rounds. How the hell did Pippa end up playing that? Andrew thought, surprised. She didn't drink. She always avoided these kinds of games at parties. And yet, there she was. Focused, amused, even slightly competitive. Andrew walked up, still in disbelief. "Since when do you play beer pong?" he asked quietly, stopping beside her with his arms crossed. Pippa turned her head and looked at him calmly, a smile on her lips. Since about 2 minutes ago. Did Regina talk you into it? He asked, suspecting a strategic move. It wouldn't be unheard of. Pippa shook her head. No, nothing like that. They're undefeated, she said, pointing at Regina and Karen. They're looking for new challengers to defend their streak. And you volunteered? Andrew asked, raising an eyebrow. Yeah. Kara got excited and convinced me. Plus, I've never played one of these games before, and I thought, why not try something new? A bit of beer won't fry my brain, Pippa replied. Andrew looked at her for a few seconds. Who are you, and what have you done with my methodical self-controlled girlfriend? Pippa shot him a sharp, amused look. You're methodical and self-controlled too, Mr. Diode Routine Efficiency. Did you forget your drunken night when you tried to destroy the One Ring? Andrew stayed silent for a moment. He opened his mouth, then closed it. Touche, he admitted, raising his hands in surrender. But that night was a special case. Tonight I'm the special case. Though I won't go as far as you, Leonard, and Howard did that night, said Pippa, grabbing the first ping pong ball. Andrew chuckled as he stepped back. Well played. For the record, I'm not complaining. I love this version of you. Thanks, now cheer for me. We are about to crush the Blonde Empire, Pippa said with a grin, aiming at Regina and Karen, who responded with a defiant smile. The match began with a big crowd gathering to watch the epic showdown between the two most popular cheerleaders at school and Andrew's famous girlfriend, known for being one of the top students and co-creator of Flappy Bird. Pippa, to her surprise, was much better than she expected. The problem was Kara's aim. In fact, every time she threw, it was a potential threat to the eyes of both the spectators and their opponents. Hey, don't aim for my eye again. Someone shouted from the back. But there was one advantage. Regina and Karen were no longer the undefeated titans they'd been earlier in the night. The alcohol was doing its job. Their laughter got louder, their hands less steady, and they missed shots they'd once have made blindfolded. That didn't stop Pippa and Kara from having to drink several cups of beer, especially at the start. Pippa, who had never drunk alcohol in her life, completely underestimated her tolerance. She'd thought beer wouldn't be a big deal, lighter than stronger alcohol, but she was wrong. On this tastes awful, Pippa thought after the second cup, her cheeks already slightly flushed. By the fourth she was dizzy, flushed, and strangely happy. Most noticeably, her usual sharp mind and self-control had malfunctioned. Let's go, Kara. Pippa shouted openly after a disastrous shot from her teammate. Why do you suck so bad? Your aim is like you're throwing with your elbows. Even a crippled guy would be a better teammate. Kara stared at her, mildly offended for about a second, and then burst into laughter. For some reason, the word crippled struck her as hilarious, probably due to her state. On the other side, Regina and Karen were getting clumsier by the minute. Amid laughter and wild throws, they were barely sinking 1 out of every 4 shots. Pippa, on the other hand, was in euphoric sniper mode. She threw with conviction, laughter, and unexpectedly good aim, partly skill, partly luck. When the ball landed in the last cup of the rival team, Pippa raised her arms like an Olympic champion and took a misstep backward. Andrew, who had been watching her closely, stepped in and caught her before she could fall. As the winners, the whole crowd erupted in applause, cheers, and screams. Did we win? Pippa asked, looking at Andrew. Somehow, you managed to win with a teammate worse than a cripple. Andrew replied with a slight smile. Yes. What now? Do I get a trophy? A post-game interview? Said Pippa, trying to stand upright with some difficulty. Now you drink water. And after that, more water, said Andrew, wrapping an arm around her shoulders and guiding her away from the epicenter of the party. Whoa, what aim? How does it feel to have a drunk girl throw better than you, Leonard? Asked Howard. Shut up. You're not better than me, Leonard muttered, frowning slightly. Nearby, Kevin, who had watched the match from start to finish, added, impressive couples accuracy, by default. Almost 50 minutes to midnight, Andrew thought, checking his phone. He needed to make sure Pippa got home safe. Her stepfather was coming to pick her up at midnight, just like Mitchell was coming for him. Meanwhile, Pippa moved through the party like an unlocked version of herself. She wasn't out of control or doing anything she'd completely regret. but she had the kind of euphoria that only someone who'd never drunk alcohol before could experience. Realizing her inner filter was far too easy to turn off, Andrew followed closely, like a bodyguard, making sure she didn't end up standing on a table yelling or doing anything too wild. Nothing that would make her wake up tomorrow regretting her actions. Though, to be fair, nothing she was doing now compared to that one time he, Howard, Leonard, and Steve wandered through Los Angeles at dawn, convinced they were the Fellowship of the Ring, trying to destroy the One Ring. And how they mistook some shady guys in an alley for orcs. And Howard mistaking a homeless man for Gollum. Andrew even offered the guy $1 to convince him to guide them to Mordor, which only made the man chase them, forcing them to run away 1 year. This is definitely more low-key, thought Andrew, just as Pippa turned with purpose and headed straight toward Howard. Howard, said Pippa firmly, with a half smile, as if she knew he was already afraid. Yes, Howard replied, his expression tense. He had already heard a few too many blunt comments from this new no-filter version of Pippa. If you were a bystander, it was funny to watch, but if she set her sights on you, you were screwed. Your flirting attempts are garbage. And I don't say that out of hatred. I say it with hope. Hope that you'll improve. They're borderline sexual harassment, Pippa said seriously, pointing at him with her nearly empty water bottle. Howard blinked several times. Excuse me? I heard you told a cheerleader tonight that her body had more curves than the Monaco Grand Prix. Are you trying to seduce her or get security called on you? She added, outraged. I thought it was clever. You know, girls like guys who know about cars, said Howard, shrinking slightly. No, that's never going to work. You won't get a girlfriend if you come off like a creep who's only interested in her body, said Pippa without hesitation. Show some respect or at least stick to basic flirting that doesn't involve curves, boobs, or butts. Okay, got it, Howard nodded, swallowing hard. Leonard, who was off to the side, couldn't help but laugh at Howard's expression, like he'd just been scolded by his mom. Pippa turned toward him. Don't laugh so much. If you keep living in existential fear of anything that walks on 2 legs, you'll never ask Willa out. 3 what? I don't even look at Willa. Leonard protested awkwardly. Silence. Pippa cut him off, raising a hand, like she was moderating a debate. You're sabotaging yourself. You've got brains, a good heart, and even a certain tragic nerd charm, but you have to stop acting like a scared squirrel. Asking her out, or trying a bit of basic flirting, won't summon a black hole. Just do it. Leonard lowered his head, nodding like he'd just received academic feedback. Thanks, I guess. Andrew appeared beside Pippa, gently placing a hand on her waist. Time to sit down, sharpshooter. Your victims need time to reflect in peace. Pippa turned toward him slowly, with the same evaluative look she had used on Howard and Leonard, as if now it was Andrew's turn to face final judgment. You, she said, narrowing her eyes. Andrew raised an eyebrow, amused but slightly concerned. Me what? Pippa stared at him for another second, then her expression completely changed. It softened entirely. Nothing. You're perfect, said Pippa, and without another word, she hugged him tightly, resting her head against his chest. Andrew froze for a moment, surprised, then smiled and hugged her back. I knew you'd eventually fall for my charms, he murmured teasingly. Shut up, said Pippa, not letting go. I'm drunk, not deaf. Andrew laughed. He hadn't imagined the best part of the night wouldn't be the game, it would be seeing Pippa like this. Andrew managed to get Pippa seated, and did his job well. Gave her water, kept her sitting, kept her away from the party chaos, and let time do its work. When Pippa received a message on her phone, she mumbled while reading it. Victor's here. Alright, let's go, said Andrew, helping her to her feet, though she was much steadier now than an hour ago. A black car was waiting parked in front of Liam's house. Andrew walked her to the sidewalk. Victor rolled down the window, and upon seeing them, smiled. How's the beer pong champion doing? He asked playfully. Andrew blinked, surprised. How do you know? Victor chuckled softly. At some point during the night, I got a message from Pip, very enthusiastically announcing she was the best sniper on the planet at this alcoholic ping pong thing, or something like that. The grammar was awful, which says a lot coming from her. Andrew chuckled, shaking his head. Yeah, she was pretty euphoric. but she drank water. She's stable now. Nothing out of control, I swear. I took care of her the whole time. Victor nodded with a calm smile. I trust you, Andrew. And besides, if I were her age again, I'd have been way worse. So don't worry. No lecture tonight. Andrew carefully opened the back door and helped Pippa get in. She dropped into the seat with a satisfied sigh. Are you okay? Andrew asked. Undefeated, Pippa replied with a sleepy smile. You only played one match. Andrew thought with a strange expression, but didn't say it out loud. He closed the door and looked at Victor. Thanks for taking care of her, Andrew. It's nothing. She took care of me once, Andrew said. Good night, Andrew, Victor said as he started the car. It drove off smoothly, disappearing down the street. Andrew only had to wait a few more minutes before Mitchell arrived, and he headed home. You can read 15 chapters in advance on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/nav07 chapter 119. Meeting 1 million I. Sunday, October 8th, 2009. The day of Andrew's meetup with his subscribers had finally arrived. Andrew left home about 45 minutes early. Naturally, his parents were driving him. The mall was about approximately 35 minutes drive away. Mitchell was driving, serious and silent, though in his head he had already gone through 3 possible emergency simulations and an improvised evacuation plan, ranging from a collective hysteria outbreak to Andrew being kidnapped by a cult of obsessive fans. Maybe I'm overreacting, Mitch thought, changing the music for no apparent reason. Beside him, in the passenger seat, Cam couldn't be more excited. He was smiling, like they were on their way to the Emmys or a red carpet event. This is so exciting. It's like watching a star being born, but not a traditional one. An internet one. It's like being there when Elvis started, but with Wi-Fi. Cam exclaimed when Mitchell glanced at him sideways for a moment. That's the 3rd time you've said that. And we've only been on the road for 10 minutes, he muttered to himself. In the back seat, Andrew was calm. Next to him sat Howard, his well-paid designated cameraman, carefully holding the camera, and Reggie, who stared out the window, excited and wondering if anyone would ask him for autographs. Andrew's videos had shown Reggie and his teammates multiple times, either during warm-ups or training sessions. They had become familiar faces, funny guys that people often mentioned in the comments. So, when Andrew asked if they wanted to come, they all said yes. Behind their car, a 4x4 SUV followed closely. It was driven by Kevin's older brother, who had kindly offered to bring the rest of the group, Kevin, Archie, and Steve. As for Lily, she wasn't part of the trip. She was being looked after by Gloria and Jay, who were thrilled to spend time with the baby. Gloria more so than Jay. Reggie, who had been staring out the window, turned to look at Andrew and Howard. How many people do you think will show up? Millimeters. It's hard to say, Andrew began, and Howard, who had the camera pointed at the car floor, lifted it up. Maybe something funny or entertaining would come out for the vlog's opening minutes. Not all of my subscribers are from America, Andrew continued, talking to the camera, but also to his friends. Then, subtract those who don't live in California, and after that, the ones who don't live near LA. And even if they live nearby, not everyone can make it. Some have plans, others didn't get permission, or they're just not interested in a mall meetup. Realistic, but true, said Reggie, nodding with his arms crossed. So, if 100 people show up, that would be insane, and honestly, I'd already find that incredible, said Andrew, shrugging. To Howard frowned slightly, and couldn't help commenting, that's not a very mathematical conclusion. Andrew looked at him. I don't have an Excel spreadsheet, Howard. No graphs, no predictive formulas. I'm doing what I can from the backseat of a family vehicle. Good point, said Howard, pointing the camera at him with a solemn gesture. But you should know you're making estimates based on way too many unknown variables. Speak English, Howard, said Reggie, who wasn't following anything. He barely did his homework and passed by the skin of his teeth. I mean, Andrew's pulling numbers out of thin air, but I respect it, Howard said, laughing lightly. The three kept chatting, tossing around different possible scenarios for when they arrived at the mall. What if no one shows up? Howard said suddenly. Absolutely no one. Not a soul. Just the mall security guard staring at us strange. That would be sad and humiliating, said Reggie, pulling a mock pained face. I'd give the security guard $5 to pretend he knows me. Ask for a picture and an autograph or something, said Andrew with a small smile, and the others laughed. That's a good one. You could also make a video with a clickbait title like, "My subscribers abandoned me at the 1 million special," and a thumbnail of you standing all alone in an empty mall. At least you'd get 1 million views and make some money, Howard suggested. Noted. Andrew nodded with total seriousness, as if it truly was a great video idea with a catchy title. By the way, where's Pippa? Reggie asked suddenly, turning to him with a mischievous smile. She'll let you come alone knowing there'll be crazy fangirls waiting for you? Andrew gave a faint smile. With the chance of being swarmed by a crowd, she didn't want to come. She doesn't like big crowds. Besides, she gave me something to deal with the crazy fan problem. As he said that, Andrew lifted his arm and shook his wrist. He was wearing a golden bracelet with a delicate, almost feminine design. A small shiny plaque was engraved with a message, "To my favorite quarterback. I'll always support you. With love, your girlfriend, Pippa." To Reggie's jaw dropped. Bro, that is romantic, possessive, and brilliant all at once. To Howard nodded, as if confirming a scientific hypothesis. I told you the first time I saw it. That bracelet's not just a gift, it's a territorial seal. A mark of emotional ownership. And a pretty effective one, by the way, he said, pointing the camera at the bracelet, so the inscription could be clearly read. Andrew didn't hide the bracelet and let Howard capture it on camera. At first, Andrew had thought the bracelet was too feminine. He'd never really worn accessories like that before. But as his feelings for Pippa grew, he ended up growing fond of the gift, and the message engraved on it. I know, but I like it. It reminds me of her whenever she's not with me, Andrew said, looking at the bracelet. Howard and Reggie exchanged exaggerated expressions of agony. Groaned Reggie, clutching his stomach. Too much emotional sugar. I'm gonna puke on the camera, he added, miming a gag. Please, that's enough. I can't handle this much perfect love before a public event. You wanna call her real quick, so you don't miss her too much? Howard said in mock outrage. Andrew couldn't help but roll his eyes. Don't be envious. Who knows, maybe you'll meet a fan who turns out to be your soulmate. Or at least someone might ask for a picture. That would be awesome. Not the picture, the first part, said Howard with renewed enthusiasm at the idea of a romance with a potential fitness girl with powerful quads. Just imagine, a fit girl with strong legs sees me as a lovable nerdy cameraman who pops up now and then in the vlogs and records all the videos. Howard continued, already losing himself in one of his signature fantasies. 3-eyed outer nerd who refuses to touch a dumbbell or run 10 meters fits the criteria for a hardcore Andrew fangirl, Reggie teased, not maliciously, just being realistic. The three kept chatting as they neared the mall. The sub turned at the last avenue and finally took the entrance into the mall's parking lot. A big sign overhead reads Citrus Grove Mall in sleek, curved lettering, the kind that lit up at night. It was one of the most popular malls in the area, 3 floors, over 100 stores, restaurants, and a large open-roofed central plaza with the famous fountain in the middle. Mitchell stopped the car and took the parking ticket while letting out a sigh, mentally preparing himself for something that could either exceed his expectations or completely destroy them. If someone smashes a store window or starts screaming, like you're the Jonas Brothers, we're leaving. Okay. I'm not paying for anything, Mitch said. Can we not compare me to the Jonas Brothers? I won't have fans that crazy. My subscribers are civilized, Andrew said from the back. Never say never, son. Cam sang cheerfully with a wide, excited smile. They were in the underground parking lot. Andrew checked the time. 20 minutes to go before the meetup. They were early. He didn't know if 100 people would show up or none. He couldn't deny it was making him a bit nervous. The entrance from the parking lot led to the lower level of the mall. At that hour, many people were coming and going. Families, groups of teens, adults carrying shopping bags. But it was impossible to tell if they were here for the event or just shopping. That uncertainty kept everyone on edge. Behind them, Kevin, Archie, and Steve Suv also parked. They all got out, laughing, completely unaware of what was waiting for them. Howard pointed the camera at them, like it was a news segment. Here we are with 3 key members of the Palisades Eagles, and recurring personalities from many videos. How do you feel, before facing a possible crowd of photo-hungry fans? Kevin was the first to respond, slipping into character and smiling confidently, focused and ready to sign footballs. If anyone recognizes me, I even got a haircut yesterday, he said, solemnly smoothing his bangs. Archie burst out laughing and stepped forward, looking straight at the camera. I just want someone to say, hey, you're the best running back on the team. And I'll answer, yes, I'm the best running back on the team. That's all I need. Hey, I'm the best running back on the team, interrupted Reggie, stepping in from the side. Howard quickly turned the camera toward him, just in time. Who had the most rushing yards in the last game? Reggie added with a challenging smile. And who scored 3 touchdowns in the 4th game? A game way tougher than the last one. Archie shot back. Who dodged 4 defenders in the 2nd game against Venice? Reggie stepped closer, now face to face. Who blocked like a lineman and then sprinted like lightning in that same game during the 3rd quarter? Kevin looked at both of them, raised his hands like a neutral referee, and declared, you both have muscle, speed, and egos. I declare a technical tie until further notice. Archie and Reggie nodded, locking eyes and shaking hands. We'll wait till the end of the season to see who the best running back really is, Reggie said. So be it, my friend. At that moment, Steve walked up from behind, crossing his arms and looking into the camera. Well, while you two argue, don't forget I was the best wide receiver on the team last year. Andrew's top partner, Steve said with a slight confident smile as he joined in. Should we let that slide or press him a bit? Kevin whispered toward Archie and Reggie. Press him, Archie answered with a knowing grin. Then, Steve, I guess you were also the best at warming the bench last Friday, Kevin said, giving Steve a consoling pat on the shoulder. Ouch, said Howard, recording everything as the others, including Andrew, burst into laughter. Haha, Steve laughed sarcastically. I deserve that, but I've learned my lesson. I'm going back to training hard, and I'll earn my spot back. I'll prove it to the coach and the team. Yeah, very noble, but you're still last on the popularity list right now, aren't you? Added Kevin. We'll see about that. Steve shot back, pointing upward as they walked through the underground hallway toward the elevator. Today the fans will decide. Let's see who's the most requested after the quarterback. Are you saying we are doing a ranking today? Asked Reggie, suddenly fired up with competitive energy. That's actually a great idea, said Andrew, turning around with an amused smile. I don't count, because obviously everyone coming today is here for me. Humble as always, Howard muttered with a smirk. But among you guys, whoever gets the most greetings, photos, or autographs today earns 2nd place on the popularity podium, Andrew added, glancing at Steve, Archie, Reggie, and Kevin. And the loser buys the burgers, said Archie, raising his hand, like he was signing a contract. Deal. They all said in unison. The group stepped into the elevator, laughing, full of jokes, adrenaline, and a nervous energy that was impossible to ignore. They still didn't know what was waiting for them, but they were only steps away from finding out 10. You can read 15 chapters in advance on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/nav07 chapter 120. Meeting 1 million second. The elevator closed gently with a soft beep, and the group was enveloped in a brief moment of silence. There they all were, Andrew, Reggie, Archie, Steve, Kevin, Howard with the camera in hand, Cam and Mitchell up front, and Kevin's older brother in the back, serious, but curious about everything that was about to unfold. Steve, arms crossed, broke the silence. How about we go up one more floor? That way we can see from above. If anyone's by the fountain, we can scout the area before heading down. Andrew gave him a sideways glance. Scout the area, like we are some kind of special forces? Exactly. I don't want to go down there and find it empty. Better to know ahead of time, Steve replied. Cam raised his hand, as if approving a motion in a school assembly. I agree. I love the drama. If we go down and there's people, it's exciting. But if we look from above and see the crowd first, it could be cinematic. Mitchell sighed, or a silent disappointment if there's no one. Thanks, Mitch. Always the optimist, Cam said, rolling his eyes. I'm just trying to be realistic, Mitch replied. He wasn't really sure how a YouTuber meetup worked. Andrew pressed the button for the third floor. The fountain was on the second. From the third level, they'd have a direct view down into the open space of the central plaza, surrounded by glass railings and ringed with shops. It was the perfect place to see if anyone had arrived. The elevator continued its ascent while Howard filmed everything. Ding. The elevator doors opened slowly. A breeze of cool air and soft background music greeted them. Cam and Mitch stepped out first, followed by Andrew and the others. They walked a few meters, past an electronics store and a cafe, where a few people sat quietly sipping their drinks. Then they reached the railing. The heart of the mall opened up before them in a vast oval-shaped space spanning 3 stories high, with a glass ceiling that let natural light flood in. And in the center, by the fountain, they saw them. A sea of people. Hundreds. Many held signs and cameras. There were people in sports jerseys, caps with the Palisades Eagles logo, and printed sheets with various messages. One that Andrew managed to read said, "I trained thanks to you, no pain, no gain, Andrew, sign my abs," and so on. People chatted with visible anticipation, many holding up phones or cameras, as if waiting for the exact moment of his arrival. And there were still about 15 minutes to go before the scheduled time. Howard raised the camera and recorded the crowd at the fountain, then also filmed the silent reactions of Andrew and the others. The whole group stayed quiet until Reggie finally spoke, amazed. 100 people, huh? He said, looking at Andrew with a grin. Looks like you underestimated yourself, man. Yeah. Andrew murmured, his eyes scanning every corner of the place, the crowd surrounding the fountain, the signs, the faces. He'd always been cheered at football games. Hundreds, even thousands, came to watch his team play. He'd always handled nerves well, and they never affected his performance. But this was different. All these people were here specifically for him. Not to watch a football game, but because of the videos he uploaded to his YouTube channel. This is insane. Arky muttered, swallowing hard. He knew the crowd wasn't here for him, but still, the thought of being the second most popular on the channel after Andrew made him nervous. This is history, Mitchell. History. Exclaimed Cam, eyes shining with excitement, not caring how dramatic he sounded. That shout from Cam made several people near the fountain turn their heads. First, a couple of guys. Then a girl holding a poster that read Eagle Power. Their eyes shifted upward to the third floor, to the railing. There, they saw a boy with a bowl haircut pointing a camera their way and standing next to him. Someone they instantly recognized. "It's him," shouted a female voice to Andrew. "He's right there," yelled a boy, raising his arm and pointing like no one else knew where to look. The collective murmur erupted within seconds, like a spark lighting a damp fuse and suddenly exploding. More than 100 heads turned upward, and then came the cheers, the applause, phones held high in the air. A father even lifted his small child, maybe 7 years old, so he could see Andrew. Howard, still filming as if he couldn't believe what his lens was capturing, said, "I did not see this coming." "Me neither," Andrew murmured, more to himself than to anyone else. He knew he was in YouTube's top 10. At school, people asked for photos, autographs, even after away games, people who weren't from Palisades came up to him. Even on the street, or in the supermarket. But seeing over 100 people cheering, just for his YouTube channel, that was something else entirely. Mitchell's forehead began to sweat. His brain switched into overdrive, entering full security and logistics mode. "Let's head down before someone decides to come up here," said Andrew, waving at the crowd as they chanted his name. The others nodded and moved toward the escalators. The group descended in a tight formation. Howard, just behind Andrew, filmed every second, framing his face with the roar of the crowd in the background. As they reached the second floor, the noise turned into movement. Several people rushed toward the spot where they knew Andrew would step onto the ground. Luckily, as Andrew had predicted, his subscribers were civilized. There was an enthusiastic energy, but nothing wild, no chaos. No one was shoving or pushing to get ahead. And the area was spacious. A central plaza, that could hold over 500 people standing without being overcrowded, and by quick estimation, it looked more than half full. Maybe a few more people would still show up. Every face was expectant. Phones held high, arms outstretched with notebooks, t-shirts, footballs. Andrew kept a steady pace. He walked calmly but efficiently, greeting people, shaking hands, taking pictures, chatting. He tried to keep it effective and not spend too much time talking to just one fan because he didn't want to leave anyone out. Most of the people there from his channel were teenagers, between 13 and 18 years old. Mostly guys, but more girls than he had expected. Some shy, others more expressive. One girl handed him a letter that looked like it had 18 pages written on both sides. Another asked him to sign her forearm. Strange as it sounded, there were also younger kids, around 7 to 10 years old, brought by their parents. One of them, wearing glasses and barely over 4 feet tall, hugged him without saying a word. And when he let go, his eyes were watery. Cam, seeing this, gasped dramatically, nearly crying more than the kid. Mitchell began organizing to prevent any social chaos. He used his obsession with control and structure. He didn't even need to raise his voice. Everyone was respectful, but some order was definitely needed. Cam, meanwhile, had fully embraced his role as the official photographer, with the seriousness of a film director. He asked fans to stand at the right angle, took multiple photos to avoid closed eyes, and even gave small posing instructions. Smile. Right there. Yes. Perfect. Now a serious one. Now dab. When everything was flowing smoothly, almost miraculously, the event turned into something functional and well organized, just enough so that the mall staff didn't kick them out. Andrew had just finished taking pictures with a boy and girl who were dating, and had started working out together thanks to his routines. He moved on to the next group. This group consisted of a boy, a girl, and a middle-aged man. The girl looked about 15. Straight dark hair with a healthy shine, falling neatly into place. Her eyes were serious, steady, and her posture was almost military. She wore black athletic wear with red accents. Everything fit her perfectly. She was attractive, athletic, and at the same time intimidating. "Hi," she said, trying to sound as confident as possible, though her nervousness was clear. "I'm Monica Geller. I've been a fan since before you hit 100,000. 7 Andrew froze. Not because of how she looked, because of her name. He knew that name. Not from this life, but from the one before. One of the shows he'd watched in his past life was Friends 1, and Monica Geller was one of the main characters. The neat freak, the relentlessly competitive one, the woman who had to have the last word and a spotless kitchen. The name and the appearance, though younger, nearly identical, told him he was standing face to face with the real Monica Geller to a teenage version. Yes, but unmistakable. Andrew felt a chill run down his spine. What the hell? Why is she a teenager? He thought, confused. 6. You can read 15 chapters in advance on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/nav07 chapter 121, meeting 1,000,003. What the hell? Why is she a teenager? Andrew thought, confused. He recognized her perfectly, but it didn't make any sense. Friends was from 94. In his previous world, Monica was over 25 when the series started. And now here she was, in 2009, as a girl his age. In this completely confusing universe where he had already experienced enough surprises, his new family were Cam and Mitch from Modern Family, his friends included Howard and Leonard from The Big Bang Theory, and the timeline. Well, he had long stopped trying to understand it. But Andrew had experience staying composed. He smiled, regaining control. "Thanks for coming, Monica. And thanks for supporting me from so early on." "Thanks to you," Monica replied, more relaxed than she had seemed at first. "I used to be, well, much corpulent. Fat, actually. But I followed all your routines. Every video, every nutrition tip, everything. I lost over 30 kilos. And I've kept it off." Before Andrew could reply, a male voice interrupted with the enthusiasm of someone who didn't quite grasp the emotional context. "Really fat. She was really fat," said the tall boy beside her, gesturing with his hands. "For that must be Ross," thought Andrew. looking at the boy who, in the future, would have a lot of romantic issues with Rachel. Monica shot him a death glare. Without a word, she raised her elbow and jabbed him in the ribs. A surgical elbow. Ouch. What was that for? A reminder that I can still send you to the hospital, Monica muttered through gritted teeth. Ross cursed under his breath, but didn't try to retaliate, for now. Ever since his sister became a workout maniac, beating her had become nearly impossible. It had already been hard enough when she weighed over 90 kilograms, but at least back then she was slow, clumsy, and her cardio sucked. Now she was agile, strong, and fast. Behind them, a man in his 40s smiled proudly. I'm Jack Geller, the father. A pleasure, Andrew. Great job with my daughter, he said, as if congratulating him for personally training her. I never thought I'd see the day she turned down ice cream or cake. Did you know she once broke a swing at the park? Snap. Clean break. I still remember the look on the kid next to her, he added without malice, smiling like it was a fond family story. Monica closed her eyes for a second. Her cheeks red. Thanks, Dad, she said, tense. But Jack, oblivious to teenage embarrassment, carried on like nothing happened. But look at her now. She could probably carry me on her shoulders. I started watching your routines too, by the way. Although the squat part, ugh, my knees weren't built for that. Andrew chuckled lightly. Thanks, Mr. Geller. I'm glad my videos helped you too. Ross, meanwhile, was staring around. This is crazy. All these people, they follow you because of your football videos and stuff? He liked highlight clips or the occasional routine, but never thought a YouTuber could have such reach. And because of charisma, vision, discipline, and charm, Monica answered before Andrew could too. Ross narrowed his eyes and a teasing smile formed on his face. Whoa, you gonna propose to him or something? Throw some rice now or later? Monica clenched her teeth, slowly turned her head toward her brother, and said in a restrained voice, shut up. Then she turned to Andrew, erasing any sign of weakness or embarrassment from her face. Don't listen to my stupid brother. He's not a real fan. He barely watches your videos. He only checks out the ab workout routines hoping he can flirt with some girl someday, Monica said, and this time Ross's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Ross raised his hands defensively. Hey, that's not true. I watch the football videos too. Andrew smiled, amused. This was just like he remembered from the show, only Ross and Monica were way more confrontational. Chaos, competition, and poisoned affection. A picture? Asked Cam, stepping in. Otherwise, the siblings would keep arguing. Yes please, and take several, Monica said immediately. She pulled out her phone, switched it to camera mode, and handed it to Cam. Gladly, dear, Cam replied with a broad smile, receiving the phone like it was a professional camera. Monica stood beside Andrew, a little shy. She managed to smile. It was clear she had dreamed of this moment. Click. Perfect. 5 shots, said Cam, handing back the phone. My turn now? Ross asked with a resigned expression. He wasn't a Ehud fan, but he had come all the way from New York. He deserved a photo. Andrew gave him a friendly pat on the shoulder, and they posed. Ross smiled with a mix of discomfort and awe. Click. I want one too, said Jack Geller, stepping forward without a hint of shame, like he was part of the cast. Dad, said Monica, almost pleading. Come on, Monica. It's part of the trip, said Jack as he placed a hand on Andrew's shoulder for the photo, like they were old friends. Andrew could barely believe it. Jack Geller taking a picture with him in 2009. It was just too surreal one, but just when it seemed the family would finally make room for the next fans in line, Monica turned around decisively and opened her backpack. I wanted to give you this, Andrew. A little gift, she said, pulling out a small rectangular transparent container labeled with a sticker that read, post-workout, snack 1B. She offered it to Andrew with both hands, almost like a ceremonial offering. I made them this morning. Homemade protein balls, Monica explained, in a tone more serious than necessary. Made with oats, unsweetened cocoa, whey protein, chia seeds, and natural almond butter. No artificial sweeteners. Everything measured to the gram. Andrew took the container with a hint of reverence. They're meant for after training, but they work well as a snack between meals. Each ball has about 7 grams of protein. Oh, and I added a touch of vanilla extract, so it doesn't taste like chalk, said Monica, and Andrew smiled slightly, grateful. Thanks, Monica. Really, said Andrew, smiling with the container in hand. It's nothing. You helped me a lot. I just wanted to give something back, she said, with a mix of nerves and pride. Then she looked at Andrew with a soft but genuine smile. Enjoy it. And with that, the Jella family said goodbye, leaving Andrew with a box of snacks made with great precision and the intensity of a future chef with a control obsession. Andrew stood for a second watching them walk away. Part of him considered stopping her, asking for her number. Not for any romantic reason. Not even close. Just because of the sheer craziness of having teenage Monica Jella standing right in front of him too, but everyone was watching. Hollywood was still filming, Mitch and Cam were just a few steps away, and his group of friends stayed close. Plus, he was wearing the bracelet Pippa had given him. There was no way to explain that it wasn't flirting, that it wasn't a teenage impulse. Only he, with his strange past, would understand that it wasn't about love or attraction, but a mix of curiosity and respect for television history. But from the outside it would look like a celebrity using his fame to hit on a pretty fan. And that wasn't who he was. 2.5 hours went by. Mitch's voice had gone hoarse from organizing everything. Cam had taken hundreds of photos and got emotional over at least 20 different stories. Hollywood filmed more than his camera could store. Reggie signed a cap, Kevin a football, Archie a jersey, and Steve took at least 12 selfies with people who actually recognized him, making him, to everyone's surprise, the second most popular after Andrew. Andrew, for his part, kept the pace like a quarterback in the final quarter of a tight game. He greeted everyone, took pictures, listened to stories, received drawings, letters, caps, and other gifts. By the time it ended, he felt exhausted. The good news was that it had been a success and fun. And just like that, the first subscriber meetup came to an end. It was nearly 7 p.m. The mall was starting to empty out. The last few teenagers, accompanied by their parents, were walking away from the fountain area where, just hours before, a small crowd had gathered. Luckily, everything had gone smoothly. Nothing apocalyptic like Mitchell had feared. No uncontrolled screaming, no collective hysteria. Just enthusiastic fans, yes, but no chaos. Andrew, exhausted but satisfied, went to the restroom before heading home. He made his way to the bathrooms near a tech store. And that's when it happened. Just as he stepped out, his face showing signs of fatigue, the women's bathroom door, directly across from his, also opened. Out came Monica Jella. They both stopped and looked at each other. A moment of strange silence. Andrew's green eyes met her blue ones. Neither of them spoke right away. For a second, Andrew thought the universe was playing with him. Some kind of cosmic joke. What he didn't know was that Monica hadn't left the mall. Her flight to New York was at around 8:30 p.m. and her dad had suggested they wait at the mall. Ross had gone off to browse a bookstore. Jack sat down with a newspaper and she decided to walk around a bit more. She hadn't been able to get close earlier. Too many people surrounded Andrew, and she didn't want to seem like an over-enthusiastic fangirl or interrupt the event. But when she saw him walking off with his friends and then heading to the restroom alone, she couldn't help but follow. When she saw him go into the bathroom, an idea struck. She decided to enter the women's restroom and try to come out at the exact same time he did, pretending it was a coincidence. A perfectly rehearsed bit of timing. 6 Hey, Monica said with a smile, trying to sound as casual as possible. Hi. Andrew greeted, not quite sure what to say, now that Monica Jella was standing in front of him, alone. Do you remember me? I'm yes. Monica Jella, the girl who gave me the protein snacks, said Andrew, gently cutting her off with a small smile. 1 year. Monica replied with a slight smile, relieved not to be so easily forgettable. Once again, they fell into a strange and awkward silence. What a coincidence that the universe synced our bladders, Andrew joked, trying to break the tension. Yeah, coincidence. Monica replied in an odd tone, briefly looking away. That action made Andrew raise an eyebrow, and for a moment, he wondered if this encounter wasn't as spontaneous as it seemed. Taking advantage of the coincidence, there's something I forgot to say, Monica added, a bit timidly. Oh. What did you forget to tell me? Andrew asked. Monica hesitated. Just for a second. Then she took a deep breath, like she was about to say something emotionally risky, and said sincerely, "To thank you. Really. Your videos changed my life. And I'm not exaggerating. Before, I couldn't even run for 3 minutes without getting winded. I felt trapped in a version of myself I didn't like and couldn't change." She paused, lowering her gaze a bit. "And it's not just physical. I had anxiety. I compared myself to every girl at school. I hated mirrors. And then I saw one of your videos, not one about workouts, but about why you train. You talked about building something no one could take from you. And that clicked for me. It wasn't about changing how I looked, it was about proving to myself I could do things I used to think were impossible." She looked back at him, now with steady eyes. "Now I can run. I can do push-ups. I sleep better. I look better, sure, but the most important thing is that I feel proud of myself. And that feeling, that's something no one can take away from me." Andrew looked at her in silence, moved. He had been told many times that his videos helped people, but when someone put it into words like that, so clear, so personal, it hit differently. It felt closer. "Thank you for sharing that. I'm really glad you made it, and that I could be a part of that," Andrew said with a slight blush, scratching the back of his head. He thought he had gotten better at handling compliments, but when they were that personal, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Monica smiled. It seemed like she was about to say goodbye, but she didn't. "So, well, while I'm here, if it's not too much to ask," Monica said, lowering her voice slightly as she searched through her bag, "would you mind giving me your number? Just so I can know what you thought of the snacks. Culinary feedback, you know," she added quickly, with a slightly nervous smile. "Even if you didn't like them, I want to know, so I can improve my cooking." Andrew looked at her, and while part of him knew it could easily be misunderstood, another part knew it would be crueler to turn down a fan who had just shared something so personal. Besides, the excuse of culinary feedback was so Monica that he couldn't help but smile. "Sure," Andrew said and gave her his number. Monica jotted it down quickly and efficiently, and immediately sent him a message to make sure there were no mistakes. Andrew's phone buzzed right away. "Perfect. Once I try them, I'll let you know what I think. Just so you know, I'm an impartial judge. Being a fan won't affect my verdict," Andrew said. "Of course. I don't want any pity or anything like that," Monica replied seriously. She took her cooking very seriously, and to improve, she needed honest, constructive criticism. Well, goodbye," Monica finally said. "Goodbye, Monica," Andrew replied too. You can read 15 chapters in advance on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/nav07 Chapter 122, Mitchell's Revenge. Pritchard Tucker House, Tuesday, October 1931, 2009. Cameron woke up in the middle of the night. His eyes opened slowly and with difficulty. He shifted under the sheets, and when he saw the time on the digital clock on the nightstand, he paled. No, this isn't good," he whispered to himself in the darkness. The clock read exactly 3:33 a.m. A cursed hour, especially since it was October 31st. Halloween night 14. "I have to go to the bathroom," Cam murmured, though he remained under the covers with no intention of moving, as if the blanket could somehow protect him. "I don't need the bathroom. I don't need the bathroom," he repeated, as if that would convince his bladder to just wait until sunrise. In the middle of his self-persuasion, Mitchell's sleepy and clearly annoyed voice broke the silence. "What are you doing? It's 3:30, Cam. My bladder wants to go to the bathroom, but I don't. It's Halloween, Mitchell. What if?" Andrew said something up. Cam replied, glancing at Mitchell. Mitchell sat up with resignation and turned on the nightstand lamp. The soft orange glow, courtesy of a mood bulb that Andrew claimed creates cinematic tension, bathed the room like they were about to shoot a scene from Paranormal Activity 8. Adopted Dads Never Rest. Said something up where? In the toilet? Mitchell asked, frowning, though deep down, he was already starting to consider it wasn't such a far-fetched idea. "Did you forget who raises him when we are not around? Claire. Your sister is basically the Joker with a holiday agenda. Halloween is her Christmas," Cameron said, indignant. Mitchell sighed. He couldn't argue with that. Claire didn't just love Halloween, she worshipped it. She planned it with a passion that bordered on military precision. And ever since they adopted Andrew at age 5, Claire had molded him into a young dark apprentice of strategic scares. It's true those two have some kind of prank Cold War with a points system, Mitchell muttered, resigned. It's not even a healthy competition. It's like my sister raised her successor. Exactly. I'm not exaggerating. Last year, I went to get a glass of water. It was around 2 in the morning. My throat was dry. I just wanted some cold water, said Cam, pausing as if recounting a war story. I opened the fridge. The little light turns on and there it was. Andrew's head. An almost perfect replica. But with blood, eyes wide open, lifeless. Wide open and lifeless, Mitchell. It was like it was staring at me from beyond the grave. Mitchell couldn't help but smile. I have to admit, he outdid himself with that prank. Even Claire gave him the win that year. He stopped immediately when he saw Cameron's expression. He was looking at him as if he'd just praised Hannibal Lecter too. Why are we dragged into their Halloween psychological warfare? Cam huffed, outraged. Let them prank each other. Let them hide a rat in a shoe, electrocute themselves with the doorbell, scare each other to death. I don't know. But leave us alone. Mitchell raised an eyebrow. Cam, do you really think Claire limits herself to Andrew? She pranked Luke 2 years ago, when he was 8. Made him think she cut off her hand by accident. She bought fake blood and everything. Cam sank into the pillow with a theatrical groan. They become sociopaths on Halloween. Exactly. And it's not just a war between the two of them. It's like a big tournament, and we're all collateral damage, Mitchell said with resignation. Your collateral damage, Cam. At that moment, both jumped at a dull thump on the roof. Nothing else. Just a single sound, or maybe their imaginations playing tricks on them. But it was enough to send chills down their spines. Come with me to the bathroom, said Cam, looking at Mitch. What are you, a 5-year-old girl? Even Lily hasn't hit that age yet where she's scared of everything. Come on, you can go too, Cam insisted. I told you not to drink so much water before bed. I came prepared just in case, said Mitchell, stretching his arm to the right and proudly picking up a bottle from the floor. Cameron frowned. Is that emergency bottle for peeing if necessary? I don't think I'll need it, but just in case. I'm not risking a bathroom trip on Halloween. That's disgusting, Cam exclaimed, contorting his face like he'd just smelled sour milk. It's practical. It's survival. And honestly, one of the most heterosexual things I've ever done, Mitchell added flatly. And I'm not sharing it. 3. I didn't even ask for it. What kind of monster do you think I am? Mitchell carefully set the bottle back on the floor and settled into his pillow. Cam shook his head. I'm not going to the bathroom. Ever again. Not worth it. Let my bladder explode like a pumpkin in a microwave. Silence. For a moment. Then Mitchell, in a more relaxed tone, said, I think you're safe. I saw Andrew before I went to bed. He was super tired. Didn't even look like he had set anything up. Plus, between football, school, the YouTube channel, and his girlfriend, I doubt he had time. You think he didn't prepare anything? Cam asked hopefully, though still with suspicion, as if Mitchell were suggesting he cross a minefield, because the mines look old. I'm not sure, Mitchell admitted, but this is the first time in years I didn't see him excited about Halloween, like he forgot the holiday. I also didn't see him on the phone with Claire, like they were plotting a bank heist. And having a girlfriend that changes a teenager, said Mitchell, crossing his arms thoughtfully. Ever since Pippa came back from Europe, and they got past that first fight, they seem closer than ever. And he seems different. Different how? I don't know, more present. More open. Before, when he was with Pippa, it was clear he liked her, sure, but it was like he treated the relationship with a checklist. Everything was practical, logical, like he was analyzing a football game, what day and time they should go out, when to call, how many texts were appropriate, everything calculated. Classic Andrew, said Cam, nodding with a knowing smile. And very Pippa too. That girl is meticulous about everything, even breathing. She loves studying, needs time for her own things, and organizes her routine like it's a science project. Exactly. and with how organized he is with training, nutrition, schedules, they're a weird couple for teenagers, but very functional. But now I see them both acting all clingy, like they finally got hit by the whole love struck thing," said Mitchell. "So you think that made him forget about Halloween?" asked Cam. "I don't know if he forgot," Mitchell said, shrugging, "but I think there's a small chance he's just too busy this year to bother attacking you tonight." "What if he's pretending, just to lower our guard?" Cam asked again, still uncertain. "Well, if that's the case, he wins the award for best psychological manipulation in a family setting." "Alright, I'm going," said Cam, sighing with a glimmer of hope. He got out of bed and walked to the door like a man heading into battle. He opened it slowly, peeked out, and stepped into the dark hallway. Only then did Mitchell allow himself a faint smile to Cam walk toward the bathroom with all his senses on high alert. When he reached it, he flipped the light on quickly, bracing for the worst. Nothing. Everything was normal. The bathroom gleamed in white, clean and quiet. No fake blood, no fake limbs, no doll eyes floating in the tub. Even the mirror wasn't a shade. Cam let out a relieved sigh as he softly closed the door. He turned toward the toilet, and then he felt it. Not a sound, not a movement, just a feeling. Like when someone stares at you, and you just know. Slowly, like in a low-budget horror movie, Cam lifted his eyes toward the ceiling. And there it was. A massive black spider, the size of a watermelon, was hanging upside down right above him. 8 hairy legs spread like claws, a shiny body, red crystal-like eyes. The kind of creature that would make arachnophobes cry. To Cam froze for a second. The spider was right above him. And then, as if it had received a signal, it dropped. It let go of the ceiling and landed directly on Cam's face, covering it completely. Ah! A high-pitched scream echoed throughout the house. A second later, hurried footsteps rushed toward the bathroom. Mitchell was the first to burst in, barefoot. When he saw Cam on the floor trying to tear a hyper-realistic giant spider off his face, he couldn't help but grimace at the ugly creature, though a faint smile crept onto his face. Mitchell winced instinctively. "It's really ugly," he muttered, already pulling out his phone and snapping a picture of Cam. "Are you taking a picture?" "Mitchell, get it off me," Cam screamed, flailing as if the spider were alive and plotting evil. I'm coming," said Mitchell, trying not to laugh as he tucked his phone away. Andrew appeared behind him, barefoot, in pajamas, but with the smile of an artist awaiting reviews after a performance. "Did it work?" he asked, already knowing the answer from the scream, and trying not to laugh. One with total calm, Mitchell crouched and pulled the spider off Cam's face. Cam slowly sat up, breathing heavily, eyes wide. His gaze shifted from the fake spider to Mitch, then to Andrew, and back to Mitchell. No way. You?" he said, incredulous. "Yep," Mitchell replied with a triumphant little smile. "Traitor. You told me Andrew probably hadn't done anything. You sent me to the bathroom like a lamb to the slaughter. And you told me I could never pull off a decent Halloween prank," Mitchell said, standing up with dignity and giving Andrew a high five. Cam's mouth dropped open, blinking in confusion. "What are you talking about?" "2 nights ago, in the kitchen, we were talking about Halloween, Claire, Andrew, how creative they are with their pranks, and you, in your usual casual tone, said, 'Oh, Mitchell, you're not that kind of funny. You're too serious. You couldn't pull off a prank like that, even if you were paid.' I didn't say it like that." "Yes, you did. Maybe you didn't mean to sound offensive, but you were. It was just an observation, based on your type of humor. Nothing offensive." Cam tried to justify himself. "Well," replied Mitchell, pointing proudly at the fake spider, "that was my comeback. And I had help from the master," he said, motioning to Andrew. Andrew raised his eyebrows with mock humility. "The idea was totally Dad's. I just helped out with Howard, so the spider would have a motion sensor. It reacts to body heat and drops on its own when someone's underneath. Pretty cool, right? The damn bowl-cut gremlin," muttered Cam through gritted teeth, picturing Howard's face for "Don't take it out on our son's friend," Mitchell said, amused. Andrew chuckled quietly, but Cam, still disheveled and breathing heavily, turned to him with a pointed look. "And why don't you pull these pranks on Pippa, huh?" he asked, indignant. "Let's see if your girlfriend enjoys having a hairy tarantula fall on her face at 3 in the morning. Whoa, it really got to him. thought Andrew, eyeing Cam with a strange expression. In his mind, the answer was clear. It wouldn't be funny to see Pippa scared. It just wouldn't. Not like with the others. When Cam screamed, jumped, flailed around on the floor, it was pure comedy. His exaggerated expressions, the wild arm flailing, that off-pitch voice, physical comedy gold won. Claire, on the other hand, was a high-level trophy. If he could get even a small flinch out of her, it felt like winning a psychological battle. With Alex and Hallie, the fun was in the aftermath. They always tried to chase him down, hit him with a pillow, or prank him back. Phil laughed along with him. After the scare, he'd hug him and say things like, "That was brilliant." Real pro level stuff. Didn't see it coming. To Jay, well, scaring Jay was harder than scaring Claire. So getting any reaction from him felt like an achievement. But with Pippa, no. Just imagining her startled, frightened, trembling, or confused, it stirred something uncomfortable in his chest. An automatic urge to protect her. "No," Andrew said, shrugging. "No what?" asked Cam. "It wouldn't be funny to scare her," Andrew replied. Then he turned and started walking down the hallway toward his room. "You're in love. Serious in love," Cam called out, stepping toward the doorway to watch Andrew head to his room. Andrew didn't even stop. Just as he was turning into his room, he raised a hand in the air like someone who didn't have time for such things, stepped inside, and closed the door behind him. "Tough guy doesn't want to admit it," Cam said with a faint smile. "Well, I have to say, you recovered from the prank pretty well," Mitchell commented. "You can read 15 chapters in advance on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/nav07. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123, Cam's Anger. 7:14 a.m. The smell of freshly brewed coffee filled the kitchen. The toaster worked at a steady pace, and the pan sizzled with unenthusiastic scrambled eggs. Everything seemed in order, except for one thing, Cameron. Andrew noticed it instantly as he stepped through the hallway door, all ready for school, backpack slung over one shoulder, hair barely styled. He picked up on the silence from his father, who was cooking without a word. And that, when it came to Cam, was a bad sign. Lily was in her high chair, making a mess with her breakfast. She had cereal stuck to her forehead, yogurt on the sleeve of her pajamas, and a little spoon she had clearly decided to use as a percussion instrument against the tray. And yet, Cam said nothing. No silly songs. No high-pitched voices or phrases like "that spoon doesn't go in your ear, sweetheart." Nothing. Just silence. A silence that smelled like resentment. "Morning," Andrew greeted cautiously as he sat in the chair next to Lily, setting his backpack at his feet. Lily recognized him instantly. She looked at him, smiled with a mouthful of mush, and raised her right hand, also covered in breakfast, to wave at him enthusiastically. "Hey, sweetheart," Andrew said, leaning in to kiss her forehead with a smile. Then he grabbed a napkin and wiped her off a bit. Cameron didn't even look up. He just gave a brief nod. After a few minutes, Cam served Andrew a plate of eggs, placed 4 slices of toast, a coffee, and his protein shake in front of him. "Thanks," Andrew said, starting to eat. No response. Cam then served Mitch's breakfast. He wasn't in the room, probably getting ready in the bathroom or something, and sat down across from Andrew, on the other side of Lily, starting to clean her up and help her eat her food. Andrew thought of a conversation topic to break the silence, something interesting. "Were you able to replicate the recipe for the protein balls Monica made?" he asked. The protein snacks Monica had made for him weeks ago were delicious. Those protein snacks Monica had made still lingered in Andrew's mind and on his palate. They weren't just good for adding protein between meals, they were easy to carry, easy to store, and on top of that, delicious. Not in the "this is healthy, so I tolerate it" way, but actually delicious. Even Cam, who was usually skeptical of anything that didn't come in the form of a bagel or croissant, had praised them. The vlog Andrew had uploaded of the meetup with subscribers had already surpassed 1 million views in record time. Aside from showing the event itself, the end of the video featured Andrew opening the gift sleeve so everyone could see his reactions, and so he could thank people properly. The second part of the special was a sports challenge with his football friends, Archie, Reggie, Kevin, and Steve. He had filmed it on Sunday, when the school gave them permission to use the field to run a variety of football-related challenges. It was also well received. It had competitive moments, funny ones, and serious ones, all to crown a winner among the 5. Andrew had also given Monica feedback on her food, as she had requested. All he could offer were compliments. Monica had shared the recipe happily, with exact measurements, personal notes, and tips. And yet, despite having all that, Cam hadn't managed to replicate them successfully. "I followed the recipe exactly," Cam said, looking offended. "And you know it." "Yeah, but they didn't come out the same. I don't know if it was the texture, the sweetness, or the psychotic chef soul Monica puts into them, but something was off," said Andrew. "Sorry for not being a chef worthy of your fangirl," Cam replied with a mock apologetic tone. "What I meant," Andrew tried to clarify, "is that if we already have all her tips, and you have all the time in the world to experiment." Cam raised a hand, stopping him like he'd just uttered blasphemy. "Are you saying I have all the time in the world, young man?" Not like that," Andrew said quickly, fully aware he had just put his foot in his mouth. Cam took a sip of his coffee and began counting on his fingers. "Let's review. Taking care of Lily, who, by the way, decided yogurt belongs in her hair today. Dealing with the chaos that is Mitch when he goes full final trial lawyer mode. Planning all the meals for the week, and your meals with their exact millimetric impossible grams of protein. Not to mention making sure this house doesn't implode on a daily basis. Believe me, making perfect protein snacks hasn't exactly been my #1 priority." Andrew opened his mouth, but no word came out. Cam took a dramatic breath and added, "Why don't you just ask Monica to cook you another batch? Maybe you can get another Tupperware with a pretty little ribbon, since apparently no one in this house can match her divine level. She lives in New York." Andrew replied, "Well then I don't know. Maybe you could ask Pippa to give it a try. Let's see how she feels about her boyfriend being obsessed with another girl's protein snacks." Cam snapped. "Whoa, he's really mad about the prank," Andrew thought, surprised. It was rare to see his dad throw out comments like that, at least at him. "You're still mad about the prank, huh? I was only 20%, maybe 30% responsible. The rest is on Dad," said Andrew. "Oh sure, blame someone else," Cam replied, taking another sip of coffee. "Like the guy who dropped the bomb isn't responsible just because someone else set the timer." Andrew stabbed his fork into the eggs without another word. He ate in silence, knowing that anything he said would be used against him. His mind drifted to other things. Tonight's Halloween. The sort of Cold War he had going with Claire. He already had a prank in mind that might give him the edge this year and truly scare Claire. One thinking about it brought a faintly wicked smile to his face as he ate, then his thoughts shifted to football. In 3 days, it would be the final game of the regular season, the 9th game. Palisades was on an incredible 8-0 winning streak. Their spot in the regional playoffs was already secured, but the next game wasn't just a formality. They were facing a rival team that was also 8-0. It was rare to see something like that. 2 undefeated teams clashing in the final week. It would be a physical, technical, and emotional game. But that wasn't all. It was that school, Moose Ridge High School, an old rival of Andrew and his crew, one they hadn't faced since elementary school. That posh school, as Jay would say with disdain. Spoiled kids, expensive uniforms, natural grass fields, parents with deep pockets, and worst of all for Archie and the others, Nick Thorpe, to a quarterback with decent talent, in Andrew's opinion. Nothing extraordinary, average build, good arm, some mobility, but mostly an arrogant attitude. He always acted like the world revolved around his ego. Since they were little, Reggie, Archie, and the rest had hated him. Even though Nick never managed to beat them back in elementary school, his ego somehow always stayed intact. Andrew didn't hate him. He simply didn't see him as a worthy rival. In fact, Nick probably wouldn't even be starting. He wasn't the team's starting QB. Moose Ridge was another story now. They were in top form. And that wasn't all. They already had experience in Division 4. They'd been state champions last year, though they weren't promoted. The CIF didn't consider them established enough yet. But if they won again this year, all signs pointed to them moving up to Division 3, a major milestone for the school. They had cohesion, confidence, rhythm, and they were hungry to win the state title again and finally move up. And even though Palisades had him, that didn't mean they were solid from top to bottom. Andrew knew that better than anyone. The truth was that, just a year ago, before the season even started, Palisades had been stuck in Division 5. A team with no history, no direction. The previous season, when Andrew was still in his final year of middle school, they hadn't even made it to the regional playoffs. They were harmless, bland, just another team. That year, while Palisades was being defeated without much glory, Andrew was wrapping up his last year of middle school. People were already talking about him as a promising talent, an advanced quarterback. But it wasn't until he entered high school, in his freshman year, that he made it real. Winning the starting spot as a freshman was just the beginning. What came next was a quiet revolution. Palisades transformed. They went from an apathetic group to an inspired one. Because Andrew didn't just play, he led. He organized better practices, worked with his lifelong friends, Reggie, Steve, Archie, and Kevin, since they were kids, shaping them with patience, with technique, with high standards. Liam, the defensive leader, was another exceptional case, a natural talent, physical, with a team-first mentality. The kind of player who, in the hands of someone like Andrew, could be taken to the next level. The rest of the team, well, they had heart and discipline once they saw the team was working. Then came the confidence of a winning squad. But the promotion to Division 4, last year's state championship, and the current 8-0 record, none of that was a coincidence. It was Andrew's effort. He was the one executing impossible plays, while also making his teammates look better than they actually were. He had elevated Palisades through sheer will, precision, and obsession. And there they were. 8-0. One step away from a perfect season. Heading into the regional playoffs as undefeated champions for over a year. With a real shot at repeating as 4D state champions. And even though the game against Moose Ridge was, without a doubt, the toughest of the year, Andrew believed they would win. He wasn't expecting a 42-0 blowout. But he was expecting a solid win. 2 or 3 touchdowns ahead. Enough to make it clear who the real contender was. And while he mentally ran through scenarios, opposing defensive schemes, and how to punish the weak spots in Moose's safety coverage, his gaze had drifted off into his plate. He didn't even notice his breakfast anymore, until a voice called out, "Andrew, can you hear me?" Earth to Andrew, "Do you copy?" Andrew blinked, as if snapping out of a trance, and slowly lifted his head. Mitchell was standing there, just a few steps away, in a ridiculously ill-fitting Spider-Man costume stuffed with fake foam muscles. Shiny fabric. Too tight around the chest, too baggy around the legs, and a spider on the chest that looked like it had been drawn by a feverish child. Andrew said nothing. He stared in silence, wearing either a neutral expression or one of deep shock at the costume monstrosity in front of him. Mitchell raised his arms in a sort of heroic pose. Tada. You can read 15 chapters in advance on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/nav07 chapter 124. Trust. Tada, said Mitchell, raising his arms in a sort of heroic pose. Andrew exhaled through his nose. He pressed his lips together and brought a hand to the bridge of his nose, as if trying to contain an emotional migraine. As a superhero fan, someone who admired well-made cosplays, even if he didn't dress up himself, he had a deep respect for the art of detail. He loved seeing the costumes at Comic-Con, watching how some fans replicated iconic armor, capes, or suits with near-obsessive accuracy. They used quality materials, hand-stitched, painted every detail to achieve a level of fidelity that bordered on craftsmanship. And then there was this. Calling it cosplay would be blasphemy. It was a cheap costume bought from a seasonal party store, with inflatable muscles like airplane pillows, poorly sewn seams, and fabric shinier than a wet traffic light. A dollar store Spider-Man. Andrew looked at him. scanned him from head to toe, and finally, with a mix of resignation and horror, asked, "What the hell is that? A Spider-Man costume? Don't you recognize it? One of your favorite heroes," said Mitchell, as if it were obvious. Andrew tried not to grimace in disgust. "I know. I just why?" he asked. "What do you mean why?" Mitchell repeated, confused by the lack of enthusiasm. He thought his son, a self-declared superhero fan, would be thrilled to see him in costume. "Yes, why?" Andrew repeated. "Because it's Halloween," Mitchell said, as if the answer explained itself. Said Andrew, raising an eyebrow. "I don't know, people wear costumes on Halloween, right?" Mitchell shrugged. "Yes, but they dress up as things that fit the spooky theme. You know, witches, zombies, skeletons, Jason, Freddy, not a superhero. And definitely not a Spider-Man. That looks poorer than the original. That's why." Andrew said too. "Wow, picky much?" "It's just a costume," Mitchell said, growing defensive. "On Christmas, people dress up as Santa Claus, elves, Christmas themed stuff," said Andrew, trying to make his point. "They don't dress up as, I don't know, a pirate, an astronaut, or a banana. There are themes that need to be respected, you know." Before the argument could escalate, Cam jumped in, not wanting to be left out of the discussion, as he looked Mitchell up and down. "Are you going to work like that?" he asked with clear disapproval. "What's going on today? Is everyone in a bad mood?" Mitchell complained, raising his voice. "Not me. I'm just being logical. And Dad's still mad about the prank from a few hours ago," Andrew replied. "Oh, so that's it," Mitchell said, sighing and shaking his head. "Who would have thought you'd hold such a grudge?" he muttered under his breath. Then he turned to both of them, trying to explain why he had dressed up. "My new job is different. They're cool. Everyone's dressing up today. It's not like my old law firm, where everyone was boring. I don't want to look like the party pooper. I'm the new guy." Andrew stared at him silently, analyzing him. He doubted the credibility of that story. A law firm where everyone had to be over 30 showing up in full costume in broad daylight. Unlikely. Still, it wasn't worth arguing about. "That's great. I'm sure they'll love the cheapest Spider-Man costume out there," he muttered as he got up from his chair. He slung his backpack over his shoulder, kissed Lily on the forehead goodbye, and headed for the door. "I'm biking today," he said before his parents could ask. "Why? Don't you want me to drive you?" "You're short on time," said Mitchell, glancing at the kitchen clock. "It's better if no one sees me with you and that," Andrew replied. And before they could answer, he opened the door and vanished. Mitchell watched him leave, then looked down at his costume, uncertain. "Is it really that bad?" Cam patted him on the shoulder. "It's really bad and cheap. You know the level of quality Andrew sees in his nerdy stuff. But hey, you're Spider-Man. Let the villains mock you." Mitchell rolled his eyes, resigned, and started eating breakfast quickly. Andrew, who was biking at a slightly dangerous speed, managed to get to school on time. After first period, he left class with his friends, Steve, Archie, Reggie, and Kevin. They walked through hallways decorated with Halloween themes, but none of them were talking about costumes, candy, or parties that night. The only thing on their minds was Friday's game. They were already qualified for the playoffs. That wasn't news. But this game wasn't just another game. It was about staying undefeated. About pride. And honestly, because no one liked the snobs from Moose Ridge. "I can't wait for Friday," said Steve, walking ahead with clenched fists and eyes burning with pent-up energy. "Yeah, we'll finally run into Nick again. Even though he's not even a starter," added Reggie with a lopsided, disdainful grin. "He'll still brag anyway," Kevin chimed in, frowning as he recalled Nick Thorpe's eternally smug face. "He's gonna say they'll steamroll us, or some other dumb crap like that." Steve, who had lost his starting spot as wide receiver in Game 6 a few weeks back, had just earned it back in the last game. And not by luck. Andrew's talk had snapped him out of it. From that night on, his attitude changed. He started training seriously again, like he used to. No more showing up late. No more excuses. It was only natural he'd earn his spot again. He had talent. Andrew had been training him since they were kids. And Steve, when focused, was a key piece of the team. First, he proved it by coming in off the bench, doing a great job. Then, in the following game, he returned to the starting lineup. The team had stuck with a 2 wide receiver formation, since it was working so well. "Oh, by the way," said Kevin, shoving his hands into his pockets, "did you guys see that Nick started a YouTube channel?" "Seriously?" asked Reggie, frowning at the news. "Yeah, 100% verified. He's trying to copy Andrew. He uploads workout videos, pre-game vlogs, slow motion shots of himself lifting weights or throwing the ball. Only, well, with no charisma or talent. And his personality is somehow even more annoying than usual," Kevin replied. "So how many subscribers does the Prince of Ego have?" asked Steve, curious. "Last time I checked, he had almost 5,000. I bet he'll post something about the game against us in the next few days. Either he throws some subtle shade at Andrew or challenges him outright to get more views," said Kevin, shaking his head. "The only way he'll get famous is by mentioning Andrew," said Aki, clicking his tongue in disapproval. At that moment, the 4 of them naturally turned to look at Andrew, who was walking in the center of the group, as always. But he didn't seem to be paying attention. He didn't smile, didn't mock Nick. He didn't even seem to be listening. Andrew wasn't thinking about Halloween or Friday's game. He was thinking about Pippa. Since he arrived just in time, he hadn't seen her and didn't share first period with her. "Hey, Andrew," said Reggie, snapping his fingers near him. Andrew snapped back to reality and looked at them. "What? Are you even listening?" Kevin asked with a slight smile, already knowing what might be on his friend's mind instead of the game. There was only one answer: girls. And only one girl had that effect on him, his girlfriend. "Yeah," Andrew said quickly, jumping back into the conversation. "You were talking about Nick, right?" "Yes. He started a YouTube channel and he's copying you. Same kind of videos, similar titles." Aki nodded. "Any comments? Are you afraid of losing subscribers?" Reggie asked with a smile. He knew that was impossible. Andrew gave a small smile and shrugged. "I doubt he'll catch me. His playing level is pretty average. And with that awful personality, the only thing he's going to attract is haters." "Strong words," said Kevin, though he fully agreed. Without adding anything else, Andrew checked his watch, adjusted his backpack, and said, casually, "See you in the cafeteria. I'm going to find Pippa." He turned calmly and walked off down the hallway. Behind him, his friends exchanged glances and smiled. "Who would have thought he'd end up so hopelessly in love?" said Steve, amused and genuinely happy for his friend. "Never thought I'd see it," said Reggie, clearly surprised. Not in elementary school, not in middle school had Andrew ever had a girlfriend. His focus had always been 100% on football, and everyone had noticed back then. And here we are, lucky if any girl shows interest at a party. Kevin muttered, feigning pain. "Love is poorly distributed." "Oh, shut up. You're the biggest flirt out of all of us," said Steve, punching Kevin on the shoulder. The others laughed and nodded in agreement. Kevin couldn't argue. He just raised his hands in surrender. The 4 of them kept walking toward the cafeteria, laughing and relaxed, with the comfort of knowing that, even though Friday's game would be tough, they had the best leader and quarterback in the entire state. And a love-struck one too. Meanwhile, Andrew walked with purpose through the other wing of the building. He knew what class Pippa had today. He turned down the west hallway and spotted her a few meters ahead, already a good distance from the classroom. She was walking with Kara, chatting casually, her back turned. Andrew sped up, approached from behind, and without saying a word, wrapped his arms around her and lifted her off the ground in a tight hug. "Wha?" Pippa let out, startled. "Andrew," she added, turning her head once she recognized him. "Hi," Andrew greeted with a smile. He held her for a second and then set her down. "Hi," said Pippa, looking at him with that smile she reserved only for him, her cheeks slightly flushed. "I was just thinking of coming to find you. I missed you," Pippa said sincerely. "I missed you too," Andrew replied, and the 2 of them stared at each other for a moment. Kara watched them with her arms crossed, letting out a mock dramatic sigh. "Ugh. You 2 can't survive a single period apart, can you?" she said with a teasing half smile. They both laughed, not denying a thing. "Well, I'm heading to the cafeteria. I'll leave you to your personal soap opera, Kara added as she turned away with amused resignation. If you two get married before graduation, I better be front row. And without waiting for a reply, she walked off. Her sarcastic comments are getting more and more creative, Andrew noted, watching Kara disappear down the hall. Yeah, she really needs a boyfriend or she's going to get worse, said Pippa with a giggle. Oh right. Look, said Andrew, pulling out his phone and showing her the photo of Cam lying on the bathroom floor with a giant fake spider on his face. Of course, Andrew had gotten the photo Mitch had taken. You really pulled that prank on your dad. You're evil, said Pippa, trying to hold back her laughter. It wasn't entirely my fault, Andrew defended himself, with zero remorse. I just came up with the fake spider idea with Howard's help. I can't believe Mitch actually went through with it, said Pippa. Andrew zoomed in on the photo and said, well, you know how he is. Super vindictive. He did not take it well when someone said his sense of humor was boring. Yeah, that's true, Pippa admitted with a smile. Cam really should have seen it coming. They kept walking down the hallway until Andrew lowered his phone and looked at her. By the way, are you coming over today? After practice? Today's the third acting class with Willa, right? She asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes. Let's see if I survive, Andrew replied with mock drama. The prank he had planned for Claire on Halloween was pretty simple. Fake a heart attack when she pulled her prank on him too. But for that to work, his acting had to be believable. That's why he'd asked Willa for some crash course acting lessons. She was a professional. The goal was to fake a heart attack so realistically that Claire would actually believe it and panic, thinking she'd killed her nephew too. Willa, of course, had agreed enthusiastically. She loved intense pranks, and teaching her craft, especially to Andrew, was fun for her. Even if she was strict and grumpy, sometimes Andrew thought she was worse than his football coaches. If he were a weaker guy, he'd probably have quit by the second class with his confidence in ruins. Knowing how it might look to spend hours alone with an older girl, even if it was just 2 years, Andrew had casually asked Pippa to be there too, just to avoid any misunderstandings. Pippa, of course, noticed, and she appreciated it more than she let on. I'd love to go, Pippa said. I had so much fun watching Willa make you repeat the scenes 10 times. And besides, I want to see how your great masterpiece ends. But I won't be able to, she added quickly. I have 2 important exams tomorrow, and if I don't study today with the Halloween party and everything, I won't even have time to breathe. Andrew nodded, lowering his gaze slightly. Then I'll cancel, he said naturally. No point doing the class if you're not going. It'd be weird being alone with her at home. Pippa looked at him. Her expression changed, not out of jealousy, but out of tenderness. Andrew, she said, her tone softening. You don't have to do that. Are you sure? Sure. I'm not a toxic girlfriend. I'm not going to freak out over it. I trust you. I'm not bothered by you having that class with Willa. And it's a prank you've been planning for a while. You want it to be perfect and beat Claire in that twisted little game you two have going. I don't want to ruin that, she added with a slight smile. Okay, Andrew nodded. It was a nice feeling to have that kind of trust from your partner. 5 after that, they kept chatting and walked together to the cafeteria where they sat down with the rest of their friends. You can read 15 chapters in advance on my Patreon. Link https://www.patreon.com/nav07 Chapter 125 Acting Classes. Willa's POV 1. The sun was high in the sky, shining directly onto the bleachers at the Palisades field when I arrived. I was about 30 minutes early from the time Andrew and I had agreed on, not out of anxiety or politeness. I just had free time. My mom wasn't home, and my stepdad was locked in his office working on one of his cinematic masterpieces. So I preferred this instead. I sat alone, off to the side of the bleachers. Dark jeans, boots, a plain white t-shirt under my black jacket. Hair down. I could have passed for just another student, watching practice. But I wasn't. I noticed it right away from the glances. A few guys looked at me sideways. Not in a bad way. Just curious. Who's she? Is she new? Is she famous? It happens a lot. And honestly, I don't mind. If I were a student at Palisades, I'd probably be popular. I'm sure of it. Modesty? No. Realism. But I'm not a Palisades student, even if it'd be fun to go to school with Andrew, Howard, and Leonard. So barely anyone here knows me. Maybe a few have seen me at Friday night games, sitting with Andrew's group of friends. I'm not a football fan. I don't care who caught how many yards or what defense formation they used, but I get the game. Thanks to my stepdad, who spent years trying to drag me into his Sunday rituals in front of the TV. And because, ever since I became friends with Andrew, and his other geeky friends like me, I've gone to more games than I ever thought I would. Still, I'd rather spend a quiet Friday night at home watching the Spider-Man trilogy or something like that one. But when he plays it's different. My eyes went straight to Andrew on the field. Helmet on. Moving effortless. Under the sun, calling plays, organizing formations, throwing with annoying precision. He's a full-on nerd. Loves comics. Knows way too much about Star Wars. Has strong and controversial opinions about Marvel. And yet he's a ridiculously talented quarterback. And when I say ridiculously, I mean ridiculously too. It's like watching a machine built to win. Precision, leadership, focus. It's actually kind of annoying how good he is at everything related to football. His name shows up in local articles, state rankings, in conversations between coaches, who say things like, that guy could play Division 1 right now, if he wanted to. And yet, there he is. In Division 4. Leading a team that used to be nobody until he showed up. There's something fascinating about that. Something I don't say out loud. I rested my elbows on my knees and clasped my hands, watching as he ran another play. And to think that in a few hours, I'm going to teach him how to fake a heart attack. Yeah. This'll be our third acting lesson. Not that I consider myself a great teacher, but I know what I'm doing. I have my methods. I respect the craft. And Andrew sucks. But he tries with everything he's got, and that makes him tolerable, and even kind of adorable. The first lesson was a disaster. The second one was better. Today, we'll see if he survives the third without me yelling at him for the millionth time. The funny thing is that he lets me direct him. He listens and respects me. And despite my grouchy tone and my demands like some 40-year-old method actress, he keeps trying. He doesn't give up. And I like that more than I care to admit. Although, let's be honest, the idea behind the prank is insane. Faking a heart attack in front of his family, just to win an internal Halloween war with his aunt. That's like 2 steps away from creative psychopathy. And still, I think it's brilliant. Over the top. Yes. Morbid. Also yes. Fun. Without a doubt. One more throw. Another perfect pass. Right on target. I wonder if he ever misses. Just then, the whistle blew, and Andrew and his teammates started walking toward the coach. Right as I was about to lower my gaze and check my phone, I noticed Andrew saw me. He looked surprised to see me this early, but raised his hand and greeted me with his usual enthusiastic smile. And I, without thinking too much, waved back. I raised my hand too, trying to match it with a smile. A smile? What the hell am I doing? I don't smile. Not automatically. Was it kind? Friendly? Stupid? I'm not sure. Maybe I just tried to match his energy. I lowered my hand slowly. The smile faded just as quickly. I cleared my throat, even though there was no one to explain anything to. Finally, about 15 minutes later, practice ended. I watched as the team started to disperse. Some of them stayed sprawled out on the grass, like they'd just survived a war. Andrew, as always, didn't look tired, like his body was on a completely different level. I saw him looking at me, and he walked over. He came straight toward the bleachers, still wearing his chest protector, arms marked by the afternoon sun. "You got here early," he said, in his usual friendly tone, wiping sweat from his forehead with a towel. "Yeah, I had some free time," I replied, shrugging. "You'll have the great honor of me being your chauffeur," I added with a smile. I had just recently gotten my driver's license. "Will I still be alive after the trip?" he asked with a slight teasing smile. I frowned. Only this idiot dared to criticize my driving skills to my face, and with a smile on top of it. "I drive fast, yes. So what?" I shot back, raising an eyebrow. "But I'm not a criminal. I never go over the speed limit. Well, almost never. I always go exactly at the legal limit. Technically legal. and my reflexes are flawless. I have perfect coordination. I could dodge cones with my eyes closed if I wanted to. He didn't say anything, but his smile stayed, like he knew he was annoying me on purpose. Millimeters, you sound very confident. Pulling that off, driving at high speed with your eyes closed, doesn't seem easy, he said. You're not one to talk. I've seen you riding your bike, no helmet, fast, no brakes. I replied, squinting at him. Are you scared? I added with a teasing smile. No, of course not, he replied instantly, sounding half offended. It's just that I came on my bike today. I can't leave it here, he added. Relax, I've got space, I said. I came in a truck. We can throw it in the back. Andrew looked at me, like he was picturing it for a second. A truck? What are you, a lesbian? I couldn't help but burst out laughing at that comment. He'd definitely get cancelled if he said that to another girl. I'm not a lesbian. My mom took the car, so I ended up with my stepdad's truck. It was either that or walk 3 miles, I replied with a smile. Alright, he said with a brief nod. Then we are going in your truck. He paused and added, just wait 5 minutes, no more. Quick shower and change. I promise I won't smell like sweat during our intense acting session. I appreciate that, I said, crossing my arms. Just as he was turning around, I asked, and Papa? I asked it without any tone, just curiosity. She'd been there for the first 2 lessons. I assumed it was for obvious reasons. It's not like I was a threat, but I wasn't a total stranger either. And well, not every boyfriend looks great rehearsing dramatic scenes with another girl without raising some kind of red flag. And even if I'd never say it out loud, I hated the idea of anyone lumping me into the girl who goes after guys with girlfriend stereotype. I'm not one of those girls who chase taken guys. And if a guy cheats on his girlfriend, I'd feel disgusted by him. One, she's not coming, he said. She has 2 exams tomorrow and needs to study. And with Halloween tonight, she won't have much time. I nodded without saying anything else. Just watched him walk away. He was literally back in 5 minutes, already changed, his hair still damp, and his backpack slung over one shoulder. We went to get his bike, walked to the school parking lot. Since it was a public school, security wasn't exactly a challenge. I got in without any fuss. Andrew loaded the bike into the back with ease. We got in, buckled up, I started the engine, and we drove off. For a while, neither of us said anything. It wasn't awkward, just calm. This won't get you in trouble? I finally asked, glancing slightly toward him without taking my eyes off the road. What do you mean? This, I said. The class. At your house. You and me. Alone. Considering you have a girlfriend. There was a brief pause. It's not like I was expecting anything. Neither was he. But I knew how girls perceive things. Even I, if I had a hypothetical boyfriend who spent time with another girl at his house, in acting lessons depending on the context, I'd probably feel uncomfortable. Not out of distrust. Just instinct. No, he replied without hesitation. She's not bothered by it. You sure? Yes. Actually, I was the one who invited her to the previous lessons. She didn't invite herself. I frowned. That caught me off guard. Seriously? Yeah. I just figured, since we were going to be at my place, I didn't want there to be any misunderstandings, he said with a shrug. I stayed quiet for a second. I thought it was the other way around. I finally admitted that she joined because, I don't know, she didn't want to leave you alone with another girl. You know, what you'd expect from any teenage girl dating the popular quarterback, I added with a smile. Andrew laughed and then continued, it was my decision. Not because I think you have feelings for me, or that you'd try anything. Thanks for clarifying, I said with a half smile, not offended in the slightest. It's just that I had a similar experience once. I used to go running with a friend, literally just running, and well, it caused some issues. It's all resolved now. She trusts me, but still, I prefer to avoid unnecessary tension. I nodded silently. Rational, honest, practical one, very Andrew. But also very thoughtful. When we got to his house, I parked in the driveway. We got out of the truck. He unloaded his bike with one arm. Seriously, how strong is he? The front yard was decorated with orange garlands and cardboard bats fluttering in the wind. It was clear Halloween was taken seriously in this house. Inside, Cam was in the main living room, bent over a little table with Lily, who was in her baby seat, happily playing with a smiling skull and a plush spider. All of it, of course, in a perfectly adorably spooky aesthetic. "Hi, sweetheart," said Cam, looking up with a smile. "Oh, are we continuing the intense acting lessons with the famous teacher today? Famous for yelling and growling," Andrew replied shamelessly, dropping his backpack on the coat rack. "Shut up," I whispered, still smiling, as I elbowed him in the ribs. "Hi, Willa," said Cam, turning toward me with his usual warmth. "You know you're welcome in this house anytime, right? As long as no one asks me to dress up, we are good," I replied, raising a hand in a peace gesture. Andrew turned slightly toward me with that half smile I know way too well. The irony of an actress who doesn't want to dress up on Halloween. I looked at him, raised an eyebrow. "Are you trying to suffer today? Because you're earning every ticket, Pritchard." He chuckled quietly and raised his hands in surrender. I'm silent. Nothing but humility and respect. "Too late," I said as we walked into the living room. "No mercy." Third lesson. We sat in the living room. Well, he sat. I stood in front of him, folder in hand, like a casting director ready to ruin someone's day. He didn't give up, despite how strict I am. Which is both impressive and a warning sign of how stubborn he can be. And he wanted to pull this prank on his Aunt Claire, as if it were a high-budget theatrical production. No clumsy falls or hands-on, just like a low-budget soap opera. He wanted her to believe, at least for one real second, that her nephew was dying right in front of her. And yes, that might sound psychopathic, but I like it, and I think her reaction would be hilarious if we pull it off. "Alright," I said, exhaling slowly. "You know the theory. With practiced body control, shallow breathing, the leg tremble. This time I want to see it all together. Fluid and natural. Not forced. We have little time." Andrew nodded, frowning at the clock. He knew we were running short on time. "Then let's not waste any," I said. "Visualize the scene. Close your eyes." He did so obediently. "Now think of this. You don't know exactly when your aunt will pull her prank. And that's the beauty of it. You'll be off guard. Maybe relaxed. Maybe busy. Maybe just walking. And suddenly bam. Scare. That scare," I continued, "is your cue. Your emotional trigger to start the performance." Andrew nodded again, eyes still closed. I watched him. He had improved since the first lesson. I won't lie about that. Back in the first class, he looked like a robot reciting medical instructions. Now, at least, he looked human. But I also know Claire. Not well, but enough to know she's a perfectionist, controlling, and notices every detail. She's not easy to fool. 40 minutes passed. I had given him more tips, more examples, more references. We tried with sound, without sound, repeated the fall in slow motion. We tried everything. But it was almost 6. And because of what Andrew had said earlier, he had to be at his aunt's house around 7. There was no time left. He needed to get ready, and pushing further would only overload him. He let himself fall back onto the couch, sighing in frustration. "I'm not going to pull this off," he said, not dramatically, just with real exhaustion. "I should have started this weeks ago, not 5 days ago." I stayed quiet, not because I had nothing to say, but because he was right. If I do it now and mess it up, Claire won't believe it. And not just that, she'll laugh at my terrible acting and how my prank sucked, and hers was the winner this year. He ran a hand over his face, closing his eyes for a second. "I'd rather save it for next year. Have more time. Do it right. A prank like that is only worth it if it's executed perfectly." I kept looking at him in silence, sitting on the edge of the couch across from him, the folder still open beside me. "So what are you going to do this year?" He opened his eyes, looked at me, and shrugged. "I don't know. Something improvised. A classic jump scare. Throw a fake spider on her, or hide in a closet. It won't be much. Looks like this year is Claire's." His voice had a mix of resignation and frustration. He didn't like losing. So I don't know why I said it, or how it even came to me. It just came out. "I'll do it." Andrew looked at me, confused. "What? The prank? The heart attack? You won't do it." "I will. And you'll win." I clarified, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. How? He asked. I'll spend Halloween with you. I replied like it was no big deal. My family doesn't really celebrate anyway. They were never into it. And neither was I. I usually just end up watching old horror movies, avoiding opening the door for annoying kids asking for candy. Andrew was still looking at me, like he was processing the idea. So, when your aunt pulls her prank, I'll be next to you. And I'll fake the heart attack. A girl who's not part of the family, just a friend from your group. She gets scared. The guilt might hit harder, since she nearly kills a complete stranger. I added with a smile, and Andrew smiled too, clearly picturing the scene. 3. You'd do that? I thought you weren't really into Halloween. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. It's not like I have anything better to do, I said, shrugging. And let's be honest, I want to see that woman's face when her soul drops to the floor. 1. Andrew smiled. That's gonna be amazing. Thanks, Willa. 1. Don't thank me just yet, I warned him. If it all goes well, you'll owe me one. You can read 15 chapters in advance on my Patreon. Point link, https://www.patreon.com/nav07. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.